Tomorrow's news today.
Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us on this Saturday, July 11th, emergency global afternoon transmission. We're sending this out on all the radio, TV affiliates, and the feeds at band.video, Infowars.com, and newswars.com. So remember, please, viewers and listeners, you the folks that are tuned in and care about what's happening in this war to keep our republic free against the globalist onslaught, you are the power. Everything is you. I've got this great crew that came in. We've got the great affiliates. We appreciate them. But without you taking the live feed on your Twitter, on your Facebook, on your YouTube, on your email, on your text message, on your word of mouth, telling folks about that local radio station, that local TV station. Without you doing that, we are absolutely defeated, all of us. So this is a group team effort. There are no spectators in this fight. Now, coming up in this hour-plus long transmission, we're scheduled to have Mancow Muller, who spent the last longtime friend of mine, syndicated talk show host, the last week with Roger, to give him support. A lot of exclusive videos, interviews with Roger, we're going to premiere. Mancow's already sent those to me, but we're going to get him on the Skype or the Zoom here in a few minutes. Then, Roger's longtime personal lawyer, Tyler Nixon, who's not been the lawyer on the case, who's able to speak about it because he's been both on the inside and the outside. He's scheduled to be joining us via Skype. That's coming up in this hour. And then after he leaves us, I've never had my phones or my email blown off the wall like this. I've had neighbors coming over to my house this morning saying, Wayfarer, 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 Wayfarer. I got home last night after working until like 6 o'clock and just, there were all these text messages and I saw comments on Infowars, Wayfarer, Wayfarer. Is it true that Wayfarer, this online shopping system, was putting out ads for selling children's in armoires? Well, I happen to be an expert on the global pedophile networks and how they operate. And so, after we've talked to Mancow Muller, after we've talked to Tyler Nixon, I will give you the inside expert scoop on this here on this transmission. So, and it's really important the truth about this gets out there because I've seen this movie before. Right as Ghislaine Maxwell's being arrested, right as the real pedophile networks are being taken down, you're seeing an outrageous story like this that looks really like they're guilty. The names of missing children, oh, it's definitely that. And $13,000, $15,000, $10,000 armoires and $5,000, $3,000 children's pillows. Ever heard of something called bait? So we're going to be laying the, and listen, I've been caught in this before. So there's nothing like getting caught in a bear trap to teach you about them. There's 3 ways to learn: experience, education, and revelation. Revelation is the best way to just, you have that download and wow, that's the best type. Education's good because you go through it, you learn it, but it's not quite as strong because you still haven't experienced it. There's nothing like experience. So I'd say revelation's the best way to get it. Experience is the next. Education's not the best because you're just learning about the thing. You're not actually, it's like getting an education, like hearing about boxing. So and maybe you study boxing for 2 years, you never get in a fight, or never go train, you suddenly go into a Golden Gloves gym and get your ass kicked. That's the difference between learning from revelation or experience or education. So I am a world expert on the New World Order pedophile rings, okay? Ted Gunderson, head of the FBI Southern District of California, was a mainline guy, right-winger, ran right into all the pedophiles, right into the real Satan worship. And he would come on my show probably 100 times. And he made films about it, he wrote about it, and he was selfless about it. And I didn't think he was a liar, but I thought he might have been a little crazy or exaggerating. Turned out it was worse than he said. And the FBI earlier this year released the Finders CIA documents about massive child kidnapping rings. So I've been covering this for 26 years because when people like General Benton Parton, former head of the Air Force Weapons Development, told me about it, and the high-level FBI told me about it, and I talked to my dad who knew a lot of people, and he said, no, it's true. Read Zbigniew Brzezinski's book, where Brzezinski admitted that the elites control it to control people. This is a key mafia system that they took over the Vatican with and so many other systems, and now they're doing it to the whole world. That's coming up at the end of this transmission today, so please, we've got to make sure that truth gets out there and that we don't get deceived with something that seems too good to be true, fantastical. How would Red Adair blow up a oil well that was on fire? He'd do it with a bunch of TNT with a bigger explosion to take out the oxygen. And so that's what this is. I'm going to lay it out for you coming up. But first off, here's a little clip of Anderson Cooper, the heir to the $1 trillion combine of the robber barons, true globalist royalty, looking like he's got a deer in the headlights when he learns that President Trump finally overrid Jared Kushner and the rest of them and Bill Barr and called up and said, you are granted clemency, throwing the deep state fraud in its face. Here it is.
Leaving tonight, he finally called Roger Stone, and here is how Stone describes that conversation.
He said, you understand, I have the option, I have the authority to either grant a pardon or commute your sentence. He says, you should understand that a pardon would be final, and that in accepting a pardon, you are exceptionally accepting guilt. And I would rather see you fight this out, which is why I'm commuting your sentence.
He went on to point out they spent millions of dollars with 20-something men, helicopters, boats, all of it. I think it's like $1 million, $2 million, $3 million they spent just on the raid to make it look like he was a criminal. It's like how they'll have SWAT teams raid Amish that are selling their neighbors cheese to make it look to a jury like, look, we had 20 SWAT team people, they must have been bad. And so this is repudiating the whole deep state that's taken over the FBI and the rest of it. And it's a very good thing to do because that whole jury was rigged. We'll talk about it with Tyler Nixon, who was there covering the show Trial of Roger Stone, because what happened to Roger could happen to us all. And believe me, they want to put me through the very same system. They're trying to cook that up right now. Roger knows about it, so do others, but we're not able to get to that at this point. But this major repudiation is good news for everybody. And it's just a godsend and a ray of sunshine with 114 days out from the election. And it's more of what we need to see from Trump, him being himself, not listening to Democrats that are in his family and in the administration. He needs to listen to Don Jr. more. He needs to listen to Tyler Nixon and Alex Jones more and Roger Stone. And now that Roger's been exonerated, I think Trump should embrace him and embrace his advice. Now they'll be talking a lot more now that the whole Russia thing has been blown away and that was designed to keep Roger away from all of his best advisors. I'm a Russian, Roger's a Russian, wouldn't you like to be a Russian too? Absolutely asinine crap. When he was back a famous lobbyist in the 80s, Roger identified a major Russian spy ring and got a bunch of people arrested. To say that Roger Stone is connected to the Russians or that Trump is selling America out. We know the globalists are who are selling America out. But why do I have these angel wings here? This is something, I don't know, about 15, 16 years ago. I literally had Rex on my back in a backpack. I was out of like a antiques sale warehouse deal. I rarely go to those. And I forget who the artist is. He's somewhat well known. Made this out of plaster of Paris, I guess back in the 60s. And I bought it for almost nothing. And then when I got divorced, I got it. So it's over the mantle in my house, over the fireplace. And I really see it for me as a real Christian symbol, because devil worshippers can wear crosses around their necks, and people can wear crosses around their necks in porno movies, and Satanists can desecrate crosses. And I love the cross. It's a great symbol of Christ. But for me, it's like Christ rising up. It's like a Roman standard, but it's not a golden eagle. It's not a symbol of war or an empire or even a republic, which I think the eagle's a great symbol, the golden eagle. I love it. But this is, to me, a very Christ-like symbol of the majesty of God, the purity, and lifting up our soul on the wings of angels. And I know Roger personally. Before he even went under this pressure, we've prayed at dinner. He believes in God. He's been a worldly guy. So have I. That's how God made us. But meeting with Billy Graham's son, Franklin Graham, and going to a crusade and breaking down and crying. I've been on the phone with Roger when he starts crying, talking about the minute I trusted in God, everything turned back my way. And I'm so thankful to Jesus Christ. So Jesus Christ And the final equation is who's going to free us from the bondage of the Satanists, the bondage of the New World Order, the bondage of the Southern Poverty Law Center, the bondage of the ADL, the bondage of the United Nations, the bondage of Hollywood. And I'm not some Bible thumper up here. There are no atheists in foxholes, and it is God and his son Christ that has given me the discernment and the will and the guidance to come this far. And I can tell you it's a spiritual battle, and people now who weren't even religious are getting that. You're not going to find God in most of these churches. The devil takes the high ground. You know, he knows where to put his demons, literally. But you're going to find it in your heart, communing with God. And so I want to thank you all for praying for Roger. I want to thank you all for praying for me. And I want to say I'm praying for you, and I love this great crew. I pray for them because the next 114 days are going to be insane. Whether Trump wins or loses, it's going to be insane. The Pentagon, we'll talk about this coming up also. That's in the CFR, you name it. So they're going to have a coup against the president. That's criminal elements, the Pentagon. The CFR is reporting that. This is a the Washington Post is, that if Trump refuses to leave, they're going to remove him. That means if he challenges their challenge. I mean, this is as important as 1776, all condensed down to right now. So we're going to lay it all out coming up, my Paul Revere. So email, text message now. And after this transmission goes out, we're going to loop it. Once we're done being live here, we're going to loop it right through until I go live again tomorrow night, Sunday night, 4 to 6 p.m. We're probably going to have Roger on exclusively then. But a lot's going on. Roger was up late celebrating with his wife and Mancow and others. We got some of those exclusive videos coming up as well. But a great time to celebrate and say thank God. We're going to go to break and come back with Mancow Muller, who's at his hotel checking out just at Roger's place with exclusive videos and more. And then his personal lawyer, Tyler Nixon, straight ahead. I'm Alex Jones, Infowars.com. Tomorrow's News Today.
The power of Isengard is at your command.
Oscars, warrior, build me an army worthy of Mordor.
What orders from Mordor, my lord? What does the High Command?
We have work to do. The trees are strong, my lord. Their roots go deep. Rip them all down.
The world is changing. Who now has the strength to stand against the armies of Isengard and Mordor? Stand against the might of Sauron and Saruman. Together, my lord Sauron, we shall rule this Middle Earth.
No Trump, no wall, no USA at all. No Trump, no wall, no USA at all. No Trump, no wall, no USA at all. No Trump, no wall, no USA at all.
The old world will burn in the fires of industry. The forests will fall. A new order will rise. Scene of war with the sword and the spear and the iron fist of the orc. Armed and ready to march within 2 weeks.
But my lord, there are too many. They cannot all be armed in time. We don't have the means.
Build a dam, block the stream, work the furnaces night and day.
We don't have enough fuel to feed the fires.
Where the hell did this water come from? Where did it come from? Where did it come
7.
Where the hell did this water come from? Where did it 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 come from?
InfoWarsStore.com. We can't survive without pure, clean drinking water. So make sure that it's always available to you with the Alexa Pure water filtration system. This gravity-fed system filters through all the toxins and gets straight to clean, healthy, great-tasting water. Yummy in my tummy. Bring the purest, most refreshing water to your home by ordering the Alexa Pure water filtration system today from InfoWarsStore.com. InfoWarsStore.com. Other systems just don't compare.
I feel very good. But somebody asked me tonight in the interview whether I was worried, whether I was upset, whether my bags were packed, and I said no, not at all. Not even in the slightest. Why? Because Jesus Christ has my back.
Amen, amen, brother. It is a party at the Stone house tonight, man.
Indeed.
Happy times in Florida.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are on this special Saturday, July 11th transmission. Roger Stone has had his sentence commuted. We've already been breaking that down. But I was thinking, Roger's not ready to come on the show till tomorrow on the Sunday broadcast. He's promised me one of the first interviews. I know he was up late last night drinking with Mancow Muller, another one of my longtime friends, and I thought, wait a minute, Mancow is still in Florida. If he's up, I'll call him and get him on the show. So he and his wife are literally checking out with their children out of the hotel room right now. They've gotten a late checkout, so we've got a quick pop-in from him. He's been with Roger for the last week. They've been deep sea fishing. They've been barbecuing. Roger invited me out. Unfortunately, I couldn't come out. So I'm really glad that Roger was getting some R&R in between interviews defending himself before he may have faced years and years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. But joining us with some exclusive video and photos and more is Mancow. So Mancow, syndicated radio host out of Chicago, also well-known Fox News personality. Mancow, I know you've been friends with Roger a long time. He's come up and spoken in Chicago multiple times, and you guys stay at each other's houses, and so we're all one big family here. Tell us what it was like watching Roger the last week with the sword of Damocles over his head, and then watching what it was like when he learned, because I know you were at his house last night, when he got the clemency from the president and the president's call.
Alex, I have hours worth of stuff to tell you, and I'm going to try to condense it here. I want to tell you, first of all, Alex, and you're not going to like this, everybody I talk to, you're next. You're next, man. This government does not like you talking. I'm not talking about Trump. I'm talking about the deep state. Boy, do they hate Alex Jones. And I'll tell you, I'll be there with you. The Patriots got to stand up. Does this bother you, what I'm saying, Alex, or you already know it?
Oh, I know it, my friend. I know it. What are you hearing? I don't want to make this about me, but what are you hearing?
No, it's just anyone that's a patriot, anyone that believes in God, anyone that believes in the Constitution, silly things like this, they're going to get you. The deep state doesn't want the word out there. This is a shadow banning. This is a censorship. And I don't like it. I don't like it for me, for my radio show. I don't like it for you. I don't like it for Stone, and I don't like it for any patriot. I heard so much stuff. Everybody was calling the who's who of politics. I was on the phone with everybody last night, CNN anchors and Fox anchors, and I just got tons of stuff to tell you. Let me start with Roger Stone under house arrest, which is ridiculous. The guy's nearing in on 70. Have you met his wife, Alex?
Oh, total sweetheart.
Total sweetheart, 73, an older woman. She is deaf. Now, I'm deaf from doing my stupid radio show for all these years. She can't hear. And it's quite funny because you say something to her and she's like, tickle your ass with a feather. What? Particularly nice weather? I mean, the old joke. Anyway, machine guns pulled on her. The deep state was after her. CNN tipped off. That's going to be lawsuit. This judge now, Trump has cleared the way for this judge, Amy, total deep state puppet. total set Stone. You know, he's going to go after her. That's what's going to happen. If you want to hear what's going to happen, and why wasn't he pardoned? Well, he wants to go after her. He wanted a commuted sentence so he could stay in the system to go fight the wrongs. This guy is Job, brother. Now, let me tell you, as I travel around here, he lived in a mansion on the in an inlet here, and I saw his house. It was spectacular, with neighbors, you know, like Dave Thomas from Wendy's, and he's gone now, but you know, Mark Cubans of the world were his neighbors. And Roger Stone was a dandy down here and a hero, and 9 out of 10 people loved him. You'll hear, oh, he's a Russian spy, which is nonsense. But, you know, this is a local hero down here. Brother, he is in, I don't want to say squalor, but he's in a one-room apartment. Alex, you and I haven't lived in something like this since college. This guy has everything taken from him. The only thing he held on to was his wedding ring and his wife's wedding ring. This is the deep state. And I ask everyone that's hearing us right now, watching us, what would you do with 500 lawyers after you? 500. I know you've been through similar things, Alex. This is what Stone was fighting. So this guy's been through hell. He is Job. He's a hero. He never backed down. Now, look, I'll tell you, there were some times when he would go dark. There was a couple times we were expecting a phone call from the White House, and it would turn around midnight, and he just wanted to be alone. And I would sense, okay, see you, buddy. I'll see you.
Mancow, let's talk about that, because he did a quick little press conference last night out there wearing the mask. We played the clip earlier. And he talked about getting the call from the president and the fact that he could have gotten the pardon, but Roger doesn't want the pardon. He wants clemency. Explain the difference to people.
Well, Alex, I'm not sure I understand, and I think on the way out of the White House, or you know, after he's reelected, I do think Trump is going to get a full pardon. But you know, clemency, he wants to stay in the court because he wants to bring down. It was a fake jury. It was a fake judge. Why was Roger Stone under house arrest, for God's sake? This was.
If there's ever been a rigged jury full of Democrat politicos and covering up info and covering up evidence and lying about evidence, and the star witness, Steve Bannon, told Congress that he had no WikiLeaks contacts through Stone. Then he says he was my main WikiLeaks contact and did a 180. That's real lying to Congress.
Yes, sir. And I'm telling you, brother, like I said, Stone is living. He doesn't have anything left, brother. He doesn't have 2 dimes to rub together. And look, by the way, you said we were deep sea fishing. I went deep sea fishing and brought him some fish. He couldn't leave the house. He was under house arrest. But I would take him, you know, we'd go and have a bottle of wine. We'd have cocktail hour just to.
Oh, that's what it was. He was living vicariously through you, because I thought you guys were. He's like, yeah, deep sea fishing. Yeah. And okay, yeah, now I understand.
Yeah, but he, I was with him when he was. Now don't think I'm doing anything here, but I was. Hey, what's going on? Hey, what? Wait a minute. And I was with him as one by one he was deplatformed. And,
oh yeah, that happened earlier this week, Alex, where they banned him on every platform.
And a few other patriots kept this out there. I think we kept it in Stone's, or excuse me, I think we kept it in Trump's vision, field of vision. You know, Trump is a shiny object guy. Whatever's the latest thing, he's going to keep. You got to keep Trump's attention. I don't think Jared was our friend. I didn't hear this from Stone, but I have sources in the White House like you do. Pretty doggone good sources, maybe the best. And I don't think Kushner was a friend.
Let's talk about that. I mean, I've personally, without getting into it too much, talked to some of the folks involved, very close to the president. It's no secret that Tucker Carlson has the president's real admiration, because Tucker talks straight to him, just like I've done, and the chances I've had. And now Trump knows that Kushner basically has set him up. And it is no longer listening to him. But yeah, Kushner's been a big problem. Tell folks what your White House sources are saying about Kushner.
Well, again, this is not from Stone. This is not from Roger Stone. This is from my White House sources.
Oh, Roger won't even talk bad about Kushner with me on the phone. So tell us what your sources are saying.
Well, I don't, I don't know whether he will or not. Look, I'm going to tell you what Dick Durbin said to me on the record. Dick Durbin is a senator, a hardcore commie lib out of Illinois, and I like him. I mean, I don't like anything he does politically, but, you know, he's a good old boy. He plays the game. You have to in Illinois. But he says he can't talk to Trump. If he wants anything done, he goes to Kushner. That's pretty scary.
So Kushner's operating like a shadow president.
Yeah, and I don't think Kushner is out. And we were expecting the phone call. I was sitting with Roger, we were expecting the phone call. And I called some of my sources, and they said, you know, Trump's ready to make the call. Roger, you're free. And Kushner's going, That's what I'm hearing. Again, this is not from any official source. This is from some of the back channels that I'm connected to.
So Kushner, like a vampire bat, is fluttering around over Trump, constantly trying to control things.
Alex, look, they're woke. Ivanka's woke. She sure is pretty. They're Kabbalists, they're liberal, and they're whispering into the president's ear. Look, he loves his daughter and supports her husband, I'm sure. But look, he's a populist. He's not a party guy. You know that about Trump. And so when someone has his ear, he listens. He is a man of his own volition. But yeah, I don't like Kushner being in there. But I think he is still in there. He's family.
Well, he's there, but I think his power is not at full power. He's lost about half his power as Trump wakes up to how much trouble he's in 114 days out from the election. What about watching Stone's spirit when he did get the call and did confirm the clemency had happened?
I mean, it was a week of kabuki dances. I mean, this guy was under tremendous pressure, sort of Damocles. I love that because I kept saying that, man. This guy was headed to his death. And I think, and again, I can't speak for Stone, but my feeling is he kept saying the COVID and the Chinese virus and the pandemic, but I really think they were going to kill him. I mean, that's the truth. I think he was going to get suicided, just like this Maxwell woman's going to get suicided. I think he knew if they could get him, if they could separate him from his wife, they could get him out of the way, they were going to kill him. Because they know, and God, I hope Trump wakes up. Because he's going to lose this thing, Alex, if he doesn't wake up. And I know some of his advisors that aren't public. And I want to tell you what his top advisor told me last night. But, you know the documentary, Get Me, Roger Stone. Trump better get to Stone because I think Stone is connected to the Patriots. He is connected to...
I totally agree. He needs to be talking to Roger every day. That's why they wanted to put Roger in prison and put him under all this attack so that he couldn't be on the field during this critical fight.
That's why you're a superstar, Alex, because you're smart and you get it. I'm telling you that Trump's top advisor, one of his top advisors, told me off the record last night. I'm going to go on the record here with you, but I won't give his name. And he said, look, we want people to see the statues being torn down. I think it's a huge mistake. I remember meeting with Mitt Romney, and Mitt Romney told me how it was, and he got his butt kicked. And I told this guy, I said, you're making a huge mistake. He said, no, we want people to see what it'll look like under Biden. Our campaign strategy right now, this is from one of Trump's top guys, Alex. You haven't heard this anywhere. Our campaign strategy right now is for people to see that a Biden presidency will be way worse than a second term of Trump.
That is a losing strategy.
What's that?
That's a losing strategy. They need to go on the offense and say the Democrats sabotage the economy.
They need to stop these people. I agree with you. And I think he's lost a lot of patriots by letting this go on. I'll tell you something else. One of the head, a guy I think you idolize, and I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but you get censored or killed if you talk now. But one of the well, I probably shouldn't talk about it.
No, just say it. Just
Alex,
do it.
I should.
You know what Elvis would say? Let yourself go.
I'll tell you what he said. He's pretty connected. He's seen the polls. And he says that Trump needs to pardon Julian Assange. They've done the research, and then Trump would be back in.
That is exactly right. With liberals, with conservatives, with everyone. Who the hell is telling him not to pardon Julian Assange? In fact, that was my next point was, you just read my mind, everybody's mind, why not pardon Julian Assange? He's a journalist, like Daniel Ellsberg in the Pentagon Papers.
Trump is losing the Patriots. The Patriots put him in office, and they're protecting him. And, yeah, he needs to stop this nonsense with our history being destroyed. And many feel that he needs to pardon Assange.
All right, Mancow, tell people how they...
I don't want to mention.
I know you've got to get out of that hotel soon. You're
No,
way
no, no. You got to go?
No, you don't. No, we can go as long as you want. I just want you to.
I will tell you that from inside the White House last night as the calls were coming in, and I was, hang on, I'll get stoned, hang on. And as we were taking calls, I will tell you, they did tell me, and of course we don't believe the mainstream media polls, but they were telling me their real polls, and they believe they're real. Their real polls show Trump is in trouble, but not as bad as that they're doing okay. It's not.
No,
as
Trump's
bad,
been slipping because he hasn't been on the offense.
Yes. And I also talked to I talked to someone last night, Alex. Again, everybody was calling in there. And we're talking political talking heads and famous people.
No, I know. I should have thought to call you when Roger wasn't answering because you were at his house for dinner. I just went ahead and hung out with the kids, but yeah.
I was monopolizing his time, but I had 2 or 3 people say that Trump's cracking, that he's losing it, and they're worried. And he hasn't been on the offensive because his family is being attacked. And one top guy said to me, Alex, he said, look, this guy, NBC superstar, #1 show on TV. Everybody loved him. All the gay guys in Hollywood loved him. Trump doesn't care about anything to do with gay or straight or any of that. He doesn't care about any of that. He's a freedom guy. He's not a party guy. He's the host of TV. He really thought he would get in and everybody would love him and he'll bring us together. He is a patriot, but he's not a political machine. He's a businessman, the first in American history. So it's finally getting to him that, my God, they just don't stop. They're going after his little kid. They're going after, they just, God, stop. And it's finally getting to him, according to 3 really good sources. And one major source said he's losing it.
Man, Cal, that's what I started this special transmission with today, is that there's a stack of news articles, Washington Post, Council on Foreign Relations, all of them saying, we're preparing the military to remove him under the 25th Amendment. And so they're putting those talking points out that Trump is cracking. And I think a lot of that is hype. I'm not saying that people around you are wrong, but regardless, this is, as Trump says, if they get through me, they're going to get you. They're not after me, they're after you. And so we've got to support the president. I think I'm going to get on a plane and go to D.C. or to Florida and bullhorn the president's compound again to let him know that we support him. You're right. He's all about shiny object. He is a good American patriot. We got to let him know we back him right now.
I was at Mar-a-Lago yesterday. Listen, Alex. Look, nobody's saying he's Andy Griffith, the end of facing the crowd. They're not saying he's Howard Beale. I'm mad as hell. They're not saying that, brother. You and I are tough guys.
Listen, I'm not disagreeing with you at all. At 74 years old, I watched his Oklahoma Tulsa event. He looked like he gave a great speech, but you could tell he is under incredible stress. We need to pray for him.
I pray for him, and boy, these people behind the pandemic, and you know, these abortion lovers, the bloodlust for Moloch, and these devil worshippers, and the whole deal. They don't want us to pray, and they want us to be down-spirited. Alex, you know this. Listen, Alex, one thing, and then I'll go. One thing. I'm not saying the president's losing it. I'm saying this guy is, the whole world is on his shoulders.
He is like the prophets in the Bible that as long as they could hold their hands up, like when they were marching around a city, they had God's favor, but they had to hold the prophet's arms up. We have to hold Trump's arms up.
Did you see that Alex Jones? Hi, Alex. Did you see that Roger Stone revealed who Q was?
Yes. Tell folks.
He said it was me. So the next time I come, I'm not Q, but the next time I come on, you and I have some serious stuff to talk about. I love you, brother.
Well, I mean, being in the middle of Roger Stone the last week, you are Q. I mean, we know who started the whole Q thing. It was somebody in the White House. It was another person then in an intelligence agency. It kind of got taken away from him early on, and so now it's this wild card deal out there. But are you gonna? I mean, because I know who.
I got some information. Hey, did you see this?
Yes.
Did you see that with Robert Kennedy?
Yes.
You know about the secret messages?
Yes.
Look it up, folks. Did you hear about Wayfair and all the kids? Do you know about all the pedophiles that this president is busting up? Well, they keep trying to tie in to Epstein. He's the president that ended Epstein. A lot more coming, folks. Stay strong, Alex.
By the way, man, Cal, I've got plenty of time. You told me you had 10 minutes. I saw your wife there with her arms crossed. So when I said plug your website and how people find you, that wasn't a way to segue you out. But I want people to know how they find your show out of Chicago that they're trying to suppress. But also any other little tidbits you want to add. Like think about once this Zoom meeting is over and what you wish you would have said. What do you wish you would have said in this interview?
Brother, if I didn't have kids, you know how it is, brother. If I didn't have kids, I'd have a whole hell of a lot to say.
Well, there's a lot of craziness coming out, and Trump is bringing down the whole Epstein pedophile network, and that's why they're so damn pissed. And this is, believe me, as stressed out as our leader is, think how stressed out the enemy is, man, Cal. I mean, Biden can't even hardly talk.
Well, you know, a vote for Biden is a vote for who? What do you think, President Kamala?
So how was Roger when he got the president's call, and how excited? I mean, did you see a weight lift off his shoulders? As I saw that video of him, we're going to play it after you leave, you know, dancing to some great music.
No, I was there. Yeah, he has pep in his step. Brother, I'm telling you, the same thing when you and I sit and talk. Oh, these parents, man, they're not going to get me. You know, did you like my impression of you?
Man, give people your website.
Look, I'm on Instagram at Man Cal Muller, and I'm on WLS in Chicago. We got a top talk show there, but brother, I've done this a long time, so have you. It's not about me anymore.
I know, but nowadays they're trying to keep people from knowing where folks are, and you're one of my favorite talk show hosts, and you know, you never sold out, so they took away some of your show was one of the biggest in the country. You've come back from all that, so we love you and we appreciate you. Come back on during the weekday show to give us an update.
Alex?
Yes, sir.
You realize, you and I have talked about this, you realize, I mean, we know somebody that just got a big podcast deal by selling out. You and I won't sell out, and it's cost us millions, and folks don't understand. Oh, that's Alex Jones, that Man Cal. Yeah, man. If we wanted to be ass kisses, if we wanted to be owned, God, could we be rich, huh? But I don't care. We're going to go down and fight, and we may just save this great country.
Well, my friend, that's what it's all about. And you were smart to take your vacation down there. You already had it planned right when this whole pardon thing happened, right when this clemency.
I planned it because Roger was under house arrest.
Well, I'm glad you were there to actually
be alone. I didn't want this patriot to die alone.
Well, you did a good job. You did a good job hanging out with him. Well, tell your wife I appreciate her, and I can't wait to come and visit you in Chicago. You guys come visit us.
What did you see in the hotel room? She asked if you could see. I didn't think you guys were on.
No, that was before we went live during the break. I saw her with her arms crossed over there, like.
Honey, you're a star.
No, she hadn't been on TV. Show her to us then. I know she's a good-looking lady over there. Yeah, she ran off.
Hey, Alex, you laughed. They've been banned on the pictures over there on my phone. They laughed.
I understand. I saw her earlier. All right, well, we're going to
Wait. Maybe I can find a picture of her. Hold on.
Man, Cal's quite the character. He's fun to hang out with, by the way.
Hold on. Well, that's us at the beach.
Oh, yeah.
Look, I'm telling you, I'm blessed. You get a good wife, Alex. You gotta get you a good wife. How are you doing with that?
I am. I'm married for the second time. I love her. She's just almost as hot as your wife. Hey, seriously, you're maybe hotter for a blonde. Hey, come down with your wife and visit us in Austin. You can stay with us, all right? We love you, man. Cal, God bless.
It's weird, and you're weirder, and I'll never. The times we've spent in the things we've done are unprintable. Alex, I hail you.
All right, we love you too, brother. Good news for Roger. God bless.
Please, all of you, keep all of us in your prayers. Life's never been tougher. God bless.
Thank you so much, Man Cal. All right, there goes Man Cal. We're going to go ahead and play a clip that's actually on Rex's Twitter of Roger dancing. I think Man Cal shot this. He sent us some other videos, obviously, that we aired earlier. They're pretty low res, but still great stuff. This is history happening right now. You got a good taste of what's happening behind the scenes there. We're going to come back from break since he raised this and talk about the latest Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell information, this whole Wayfair thing. What's really behind all of that? But at the end of the day, Roger trusts his play. Put his trust in Jesus Christ. Roger, asked you to pray for him. You did it. And so this is a great thing in the face of this tyranny to let them know that they are not all powerful and that they have been checkmated yet again. We'll be right back, and I'll get into this whole Wayfair situation on the other side. Please stay with us. What a time to be alive on this Saturday transmission, July 11, 2020. InfoWars.
InfoWars. Tomorrow's news today.
So we are back, and when I had Eric Mancow Muller, who is a Christian and friend of mine, on, I took the angel wings down. Not because he's bad, but to illustrate what's it like having God on your side and then not having God on your side. Because even though you can't see God or God's agents in this universe, they are there. And the enemy knows that. So now the angel wings are back, because after our next guest leaves us, I'm going to get into the biggest explosion of wildness. And I was expecting this. I said this a few weeks ago. I said I expect them to pull what they did with Pizzagate again. And we've got an archivist that tries to chronicle all this, but listeners know I said this because I've learned by experience how they operate. Is the Wayfarer report true? Being pushed by some of the Q adherents. And I'm not judging the Q people. I don't want to fight with you. It's just we've been at the center of the zeitgeist, and we really know what we're talking about. And we've been through this before, so just watch what ends up unfolding and what ends up happening, because there's three things that could have happened here. I believe I know. I'm not sure. I think it's fine for you to ask questions, but we're going to go over those coming up here in about 15 minutes after Tyler Nixon leaves us. Tyler Nixon, we appreciate him joining us on the Saturday afternoon, is a Army officer, a retired Army veteran. He's also a constitutional lawyer, has been a personal advisor. He's done some for us, but also a longtime friend and confidant and advisor for Roger Stone on legal advice. He's not been in the case, so he can comment on stuff about the case. Back when the judge was blocking everybody, he was that key intermediary. And of course, we can recap how the trial was a fraud and how, what the clemency means and all of that. But let's talk politics right now with 114 days out. Trump, the weight off of Roger, what you think Roger should do now, what you think Trump should do now, the media's response to this, the repudiation of this fraud. Tyler Nixon, take us wherever you want to go, because you've been at the center of this the whole time.
Well, thanks, Alex. And I'd like to thank the president, first of all, for commuting this unjust sentence imposed on Roger. He was arrested a year and a half ago, but the story didn't begin there. It's been almost 3 years that the Obama-Clinton ooze that have remained in the Justice Department and have been, were embedded with the Mueller special counsel nonsense, have pursued Roger just mercilessly. To find anything they could. So it's really been an odyssey. I was actually involved in the case intimately behind the scenes in terms of, developing evidence. I wasn't counsel at the trial. But to see what was done was just, you understand what evil is, to literally take what they've done and what they did. The president didn't just simply commute a sentence or correct an injustice. He smited evil committed by these people. And you're right about InfoWars and the zeitgeist and being at the center of it, because I think what we have is, when you're a good person, when you're good-natured, when you are on God's side, you can see immediately when evil exists and manifests. It just becomes palpable and obvious. And this has been the case against this president, against Roger Stone, and against anybody who supports him for so long. You just don't need to go further than Twitter and the cesspool of bile and vituperation and nastiness that these people spew endlessly against anybody who dares support this president, and against the president himself. I got to say, he's got a spine of steel. And I admired Ronald Reagan, but Reagan never faced. Reagan certainly was faced plenty of leftist bile, but this president has absolutely stood up against just a tsunami, a torrent of nastiness. And I think what they're doing now is they're trying to do what they did 4 years ago, as they do every year with their playbook, or every 4 years, every 2 years in some cases, which is to pile on this phony narrative frenzy that is attempting to demoralize the supporters of the president and demoralize good people, and give the impression that, it's just a losing campaign. The president's doomed. He's not going to win. They did this with the inevitable Hillary Clinton, as we knew this time 4 years ago, and we saw how that turned out. So, I think Roger has been, unchained now. He's been released from this disgusting, vile witch hunt and the clutches of this autocratic judge, who was just the most vicious, sadistic person I've seen. Just a dead-eyed, honestly, awful person. To send a 67-year-old man to prison over utterances to Adam Schiff, that are claimed to be false is grotesque beyond belief. So I think Roger,
because Adam Schiff is the biggest liar on the planet.
Oh my God. Adam Schiff is a despicable manipulator of the highest order. I mean, this man is a demon. He honestly has been single-handedly responsible for soiling and muddying and dirtying our body politic and infesting it with his cancerous nonsense. I mean, building, a case against people to literally ruin their lives, destroy their lives, and imprison them based on lies and a complete bunch of nonsense that he contrived out of nothing. I mean, this man is evil, E-V-I-L with a capital E. Adam Schiff is a demonic individual, and I'm sorry I've never said that really about anybody I can think of, but these people are so ruthless and so megalomaniacal, and it all comes out of that Clinton ooze that found its way to Washington, D.C. around 1992. These people are the source of more just despicable, horrible things that have been done to people, from murders to just political.
I mean, take Tony Podesta. The highest level of pedophilia is to put it out publicly. A 2007 huge Washington Post spread with 2- and 3-year-olds tied up, paddled, with their butts red, saying, "I have a dungeon I watch this in. This is part of my avant-garde revolutionary spirit." And they have pedophilic celebrations in our face. That's the highest level of Satanism, is to externalize it, for those that don't know.
No, absolutely. The Podesta brothers, to whom Roger said would find their time in the barrel. It may not be in this material world, but they will find themselves in hell at the end of their existence on this earth, because, they're just despicable, repugnant people. I mean, the stuff look at this nonsense. This is just it's repulsive. What normal person would want to adorn their home with this kind of despicable,
by the way, that's the stuff
nonsense
we can show without TV stations dumping us. So remember, they can put it in the Washington Post and all get off on it, but we can't show it. Our affiliates take it off, because rightfully so, this shouldn't be seen on, shouldn't be going on.
Yeah, this satanic spirit cooking BS they're into, this Abramovich or whatever. And you're right. I mean, they're out in the open with it. It's really just chilling, the fact that they're at such a level of power and so beyond the reach of justice, at least on this earth as we know it right now, that they can get away with what they do, much less what they can get away with in terms of persecuting their opponents and those who would try to expose them, as Roger has. I remember Roger's one of the first assignments he gave me when I started, working for him on a more full-time basis, was in early 2015, and it was to absolutely get into the depths of the Epstein case. And Ghislaine Maxwell and all this, and I, at the end of that 2 months of researching this, and just beyond the injustice done in the case.
Let's be clear, doing opposition research on the Clintons.
Yes, yeah, no, well, it's also exposing this Epstein scum who had gotten this sweetheart deal in Florida after.
Sure, you were doing research for Roger Stone's Clinton's War on Women.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was all the foundation of that. Early 2015. After I was done that, I told him, Roger, please don't ever give me an assignment. Don't ever have me do that again. The stuff I had to, look into, even beyond what has been exposed since.
And by the way, we're not being victims, but it's true. This is what General Flynn's respected lawyers is talking with a few police that aren't been killed, 9 out of 12 dead, that saw the footage. It's raping and killing children. It's hacking them up. And Twitter just banned her. That's what they're doing. People, it's like, normal people just cannot imagine this is going on, but it is.
Yeah, I'm a rational, logic-based, evidence-based person. I always have been. I've dismissed more, quote, conspiracy theories than I've accepted in my life. I was a young person who began investigating the Kennedy assassination and became an expert on that over the years. And I'll tell you what, I mean, I didn't want to believe any of this stuff was true. I thought, well, maybe it's exaggerated. It's not. These people are truly the manifestation of evil on this earth. They're agents of Satan, and it shows in their conduct. I mean, just their total disregard for human life, their willingness to do anything, engage in any tactics to accomplish their objectives. I mean, Hillary Clinton.
They think we're weak because we don't do this stuff or don't want to. I mean,
yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. And well, here's the thing, is when you're good and you're on the side of Jesus Christ and God, you can't murder in the name of justice. You can't screw people over in the name of righteousness. So you're limited as to what you can do.
Plus, you don't
to your
want
enemies.
to.
Yeah, exactly. Who wants to run around doing this stuff? These people get off on this kind of thing. These prosecutors who went after Roger Stone, they know this was a bunch of BS. They know that this was a contrived case. I know they know this because it's so obvious in the way the case was conducted, the evidence that was suppressed.
No, you're absolutely right. Let me ask you this. The next 114 days, well, we need to see Roger out front, because the media is obviously going to want him to go do interviews about how he was wrong and how he wants to get his good name back. He should do that, but then instantly move into advising the president. They tried to put him on prison. It came out because he gave the president great advice. He gave him great political instinct that Trump follows because Trump meshes with it simpatico. Roger doesn't tell Trump what to do. Trump, syncs up with stuff that makes sense. I've told Trump stuff, next day it's on TV. That's what they're so scared of, is that Trump jives with us. Okay, so I mean, now he needs to use the pulpit he's got to get out front. That's the whole reason they did this, Roger.
Yeah, let's face it. The Donald Trump is at his lowest point, his ebb. He's suffering most in terms of his popularity and so forth when he goes against his instincts, when he follows frankly, the coterie of people around him who I think have ill-served him. He's been basically surrounded by two types of people since he became president. One was the deep state quislings who were embedded or remained after the changeover, such as, frankly, Kelly, Master, Bolton, these people. The other part is these folks that for some reason he surrounds himself with, like Pascal, Katrina Pearson, who are just ruthless, self-serving operators who have no ideology. They have no, in my opinion, I don't want to say no soul. I'm not going to condemn them to that.
Well, that's what they hate, though. When they attack us, it makes us fight back harder. They think we're like them, that when they attack us and then offer us money, we're going to sell out. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, it's awful. Yeah, exactly. That's why I think Roger. They didn't want Roger. They hate Roger on both sides within the White House, and as well as the enemies, because they know he will not hold back in giving the president the most blunt and truthful advice in terms of like who's got his back and who isn't. Roger knows who the rats are.
Roger knows the swamp.
Yes, he does. He knows the swamp. He's, he eventually moved out of it. But look. Stone has always been honest about who he is and what he does. He's a hardball politico. And he plays by their game, by their rules, if they can be said to have any rules, and they hate him for it because they want the typical double standard.
So they don't want Trump to have a swamp guide. That's why they also went after Flynn.
Yep, exactly.
All right, listen, other closing comments. We need to come back on this tomorrow throughout the week. Roger's going to be on. Obviously, he's promised to do that. I'm glad he's taking some time to rest right now. How do people follow you on Twitter, and any other key points you'd like to make, Tyler Nixon?
I'm at Real Tyler Nixon on Twitter, also on Parler, just at Tyler Nixon, which I would suggest everybody get on. It's a real Patriots place where you don't find the bile and the disgusting vituperation you get over on the blue check mafia mobster central Twitter. And I'll tell you what, I think the president can pull this out. I think what we're seeing is the gaslighting by the mainstream media. I mean, you go into any of their sites, it's just like a torrent of nonstop anti-Trump reporting.
Well, it's total false reality. It's like Pelosi saying Congress can pass a law restricting the pardon power. It's a separation of powers. It's in the Constitution. It's right there. Explain as a lawyer when Pelosi says she's going to get rid of pardons. I mean, this is literally, it's totally made up.
Yeah, I had drafted a response to this nonsense. I mean, this is just to tell you what, nothing gets my hackles up and out of any true constitutionalist more than when these leftist autocrats who don't give a rip about the Constitution suddenly become constitutionalists and want to defend the Constitution. What a crock. They don't care. They tried to say that merely the fact of impeachment removed the entire pardon power from the president. I mean, they would twist the Constitution into a pretzel before they would dispose of it. So, they're not credible. The president has complete, and you know what, the other thing that really pisses me off, and I'm sorry to say this, whenever you hear these arguments, Alex, they assume their own divinity almost, as if there's no partisanship on their side.
Oh, there's a magical arrogance. It's hubris to the next level.
And that's what we saw in the prosecutors who went after Roger. It's like, we can do anything. Anything we do is justice, no matter even if it's
like Letitia James went on air and said, Alex Jones claims he has a cure to COVID-19, which I never even said anything close to that with my tooth whitening toothpaste. And she said, arrest him if he won't stop making the claim. And I said, I've never made that claim. And they said, it doesn't matter. if she says it, she's a bureaucrat and a Democrat, it's real. And now Soros is getting thousands of these people in power as attorney generals and as governors and as mayors and as sheriffs and as police chiefs and as prosecutors. I mean, this is a reign of evil.
It really is. You see why he funded so many of these low-level prosecutor jobs, candidates for them, where you have in Contra Costa County those people who went out and tried to cover up the graffiti on the city streets and just return it to normal are being charged with hate crimes. I mean, this is absurd beyond belief.
But then Black Lives Matter can hit people in the head and kill them and they don't get in trouble. Look at this. You were an Army officer, a constitutionalist, you're a lawyer. I want to ask you about this. Here are some of the headlines. America's Democratic Unraveling, CFR. Then it says it's all Trump's fault when they're the ones doing it. And they say the military needs to remove Trump on page 5, okay? So we've got that going on right there. But here's the Washington Post 2 days ago. Washington Post, military would escort Trump from the White House if he refuses to go. I've got several of these. I can't find the Washington Post one. It actually says in the Washington Post article that we're already preparing and canvassing the military if Trump challenges the election, but the Democrats have already said they will, and Goldman Sachs says they already know it's going to happen. So they're saying we're going to challenge it, but if he does anything, we're going to remove it. In fact, guys, I don't know why it's not in my stack. Type this in the search engine right now. It's WashingtonPost.com. There it is. Trump could lose and not leave, but cabinet members who try to help face prison. So they're saying if you argue and challenge the election like 2000, we're going to arrest you. And this is out of the bowels of the deep state, setting the table, intimidating everyone. Trump must be warned. With 114 days out, we've got to get out in front of this now.
Yeah, these people are seditionists. They are traitors to this country and to the Constitution. They have spent the last 3.5, 4 years gaslighting this country with a complete put-up job, with a complete just lunacy about Russian collusion and all this, and in order to undermine and subvert, and that's a word that needs to be reintroduced to our conversation, subversion. These people they're subverting democracy, much less the Constitution, the rule of law. And yet, of course, as they always do in their diabolical, demonic way, they accuse or project their evils and their diabolical plans onto their opponents, the good people, the innocent people. And Donald Trump, the one thing God bless him, he has exposed them and refuses to play this double game that had been played for years by conservatives and still is by many and Republicans in Washington, where we just sort of go along with the narrative.
And let them set the narrative. And now they've got to understand, fake virus outbreaks, lockdowns, race riots, none of it's going to put their New World Order back together again. In closing, look at this. De Blasio says BLM protests can continue while canceling all other legal events, including mosques, Christian churches, and synagogues, saying the state has power, those are not essential, but communists funded by Soros are. This is the essence of Animal Farm, where, again, first the pigs say 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. Once they run the humans off, they go, well, actually 2 legs good, 4 legs good. Then they go, actually 2 legs good, 4 legs bad. They reverse it right back to where it was, the pure 1984, 2 + 2 = 1 million. I mean, they are now literally pissing in our face.
Yeah, Newsom's order banning singing in church. Who the hell does this guy think he is, for God's sake? I mean, I'm speechless as a member of the State Bar of California that this man would think that he can order people not to sing in church.
This is cult leader
demonic.
stuff.
It's demonic.
Oh, don't worry.
It is.
Disney World and Six Flags say when they reopen, don't scream on a roller coaster. It's all about how you're bad, you're guilty, and they're the priest. Priest Newsom, Santa Ana, the new Texas governor, Santa Ana, he's a dictator. It's literally just total cult control.
He's the Archbishop of a-hole is what he is. And, look, they've exposed themselves, and I think Donald Trump has been critical of that because he refuses, again, to play this double game, so they have to keep doubling down on their nastiness and their evil. And, look, I'm telling you, I think I said it in about late 2015 when I was converted by Donald Trump. I was a Rand Paul guy, and I said, wow, I just think Trump is, maybe crass, he may be in some ways boorish, but man, he just steamrolls right.
He's got leader written all over him. He's got wrecking ball written all over him. He's got winner written all over him.
He does, and I just do not see him losing this election. I think the secret Trump voter is a bigger reality than it ever was in 2016. You look at the number.
Oh, that's why they're going to have
black
massive election fraud and then make us convinced he loses and try to then remove him 25th Amendment. What do we do at that point?
Wow. All bets are off, I guess. I mean, I honestly think it's going to come down to patriots. I mean, it may come down to force because they would rather disintegrate our society than not control it.
Imagine if they told you 5 years ago, the Democrats will say you can't go to church, you can't sing in church, and they'll have a communist group go beat up people at churches. That's what's going on because they're testing to see what we'll put up with.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Just like this baloney virus mask nonsense. Everybody, I mean, come on, that's a dangerous medical device you're asking people to strap across their faces. I'm not strapping some dirty hanky or some face diaper across my face because some distant dictator decided that the CDC or whoever, they provide no medical substantiation for this. For the face mask wearing, much less the fact that there is actually a pandemic. If you look at the Merriam-Webster's dictionary definition of pandemic, it says that over a wide geographic area affecting an exceptionally high portion of the population. I'm sorry, but I have yet to see that in any matter whatsoever with this so-called virus.
Let me just back you up, Tyler Nixon. Here's from the CDC website saying it's not even an epidemic. It's all false positives. There's lower deaths, plummeting deaths, but skyrocketing infections now that their hoax was exposed. Here it is from the CDC website. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got it linked right there in the article. COVID-19 is no longer an epidemic. And as of now, it's no longer, according to their own cooked numbers. Great job. Tyler Nixon, look forward to speaking to you again very soon.
Thank you for all you do, Alex. Thank you for all the Info Warriors.
Thank you, sir. And thanks to all the Info Warriors and the crew coming in on Saturday. We love them. By the way, speaking of that, I want to hit some of the COVID-19 stuff and then go to break and come back with the final big thing. And that is this whole Wayfair situation. This is the July 4th super sale. It's extended through till Monday, and then it's over. Store-wide free shipping, double Patriot points, and that's how you've kept us on air in front of all these Soros and Hillary. I mean, my God, Georgetown, the Vatican is suing us, trying to shut us down. We can beat them. We've got the truth, but it's going to take top lawyers. We've already had a bunch of victories. You'll never see those victories on the news, ladies and gentlemen, but it is happening. It is going on. So I want to thank you all for your support. And I want you to remember, your word of mouth, your prayer is absolutely beyond paramount. And without your support, we are not going to be able to stay here on air. So if you want the highest quality turmeric with all the great things it'll do for you and your family, highest level curcumin oil, it's 50% off, free shipping store-wide, and of course, double Patriot points for your next order. We have storable food, high quality, available again. You're crazy if you don't get that with all the unrest and insanity going on. We have the highest quality. Vasobeat, so good for your cardiovascular system, creating the nitrous oxide in the blood. That is 50% off. Vitamineral Fusion, so good for your immune system, period. All the stuff out there, 50% off, sold out for months. Finally back in stock. A lot of the stuff's been sold out for months, now back in stock. Survival Shield X3, find out about that missing element in your body. It's 50% off. Today's special, Lung Cleanse, 50% off, sold out for months. But all of this is going to have to end because here's the problem. 9 items we can either get in limited amount or can't get anymore because the supply chain broke down and the big high quality companies we use that we have produced our supplements are either shutting down, are on hiatus, or are going out of business. We're like, hey, we got our business. We're like, we're sorry. We've been here 30 years, 40 years, 20 years, 5 years, we're closing. Or we're on hiatus because the lockdown number 2 is here. And then the employees come in and the lawyer goes, oh, test everybody, and they test. Nobody's sick, but they just shut down. Meat packing plants are shutting down. I mean, let me tell you, I'm involved at every level of, from government right down to corporate stuff, to supply, to media. I mean, this job, doing it all ourselves, with our own satellite uplinks and our own legal and our own, we're maverick. And so I get a real bird's eye, keyhole, but also upfront, point blank range view of everything. And I'm just here to tell you, they're going to do their second lockdown, whether Trump likes it or not. And the global depression is accelerated. The third world collapse is accelerated. The third world hordes are being prepared right now at the UN centers for replacement migration. It only gets more insane. Fight hard, it won't be as bad. It's like choose your adventure. Fight hard, it's going to be rough, we'll make it. Don't fight, the limit is limitless. Thomas Jefferson was asked, what's the limit of tyranny that tyrants will carry out? He said, the limit to which you will accept and tolerate. It's maximum. Like, well, how much? What's the limit? What will Ted Bundy do to 16-year-old girls he tricks to get in his car? Well, he'll get them and take them and handcuff them and torture them to death for a couple days, biting huge chunks out of them. There's no limit. What will devil worshippers do? No limit. There's no limit. 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 So you just keep sitting there, getting on your knees and thinking it's going to go away. Or get up and start getting back in their face and taking action. And funding this operation and spreading the word about it and praying for it is king. So thank you for your prayers, number one, and your financial support while you get great products. You should get t-shirts as well. Wear them in the third dimension, because I got to tell you, folks, things are really shutting down. We have quite a few products we can't even get anymore. People are like, where's my favorite product? Where's this one? They were good sellers. We can't get them. It's shutting down. My God. Excuse me, I'm getting pissed now. You know, you already know what's going on with the COVID stuff, and I promised the family I'd get back by, 4 or 5 today. So let's just, I got to do this. Let's do the COVID, then I'll come back and do the Wayfarer, which I know I'm right about it, and people are going to get pissed at me, and I don't care. I'm going to tell you the truth. COVID-19 so no longer an epidemic at current rate, says CDC. Got another one right here. Look at this cult-level programming. Governor Abbott's totally sold the country out. Texas, you should consider wearing a mask even when you're in your home. Look at this brainwashing. Look at this. Gasoline Maxwell got mixed into there. De Blasio says BLM protesters can continue while canceling all other events. See the video there. Exclusive. It's up on Infowars.com. Chinese virologist accuses Beijing of coronavirus cover-up, flees Hong Kong. I know how to treat. They know how to treat whistleblowers. Chinese virologist flees Hong Kong, accuses Beijing. New pneumonia with much higher fatality rate than COVID discovered in Kazakhstan. China says. So see, they're getting ready to launch a real bio attack once they've trained you to stay locked down. Notice they're all open, but we can't ever open again. The public anymore. People are like, where's my favorite product? Where's this one? They were good sellers. We can't get them. It's shutting down. Take them and handcuff them and torture them to death for a couple days, biting huge chunks out of them. There's no limit. What will devil worshippers do? No limit. There's no limit. 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 So you just keep sitting there, getting on your knees and thinking it's going to go away. Or get up and start getting back in their face and taking action. And funding this operation and spreading the word about it and praying for it is king. So thank you for your prayers, number one, and your financial support while you get great products. You should get t-shirts as well. Wear them in the third dimension, because I got to tell you, folks, things are really shutting down. We have quite a few products we can't even get anymore. People are like, where's my favorite product? Where's this one? They were good sellers. We can't get them. It's shutting down. My God. Excuse me, I'm getting pissed now. You know, you already know what's going on with the COVID stuff, and I promised the family I'd get back by, 4 or 5 today. So let's just, I got to do this. Let's do the COVID, then I'll come back and do the Wayfarer, which I know I'm right about it, and people are going to get pissed at me, and I don't care. I'm going to tell you the truth. COVID-19 so no longer an epidemic at current rate, says CDC. Got another one right here. Look at this cult-level programming. Governor Abbott's totally sold the country out. Texas, you should consider wearing a mask even when you're in your home. Look at this brainwashing. Look at this. Gasoline Maxwell got mixed into there. De Blasio says BLM protesters can continue while canceling all other events. See the video there. Exclusive. It's up on Infowars.com. Chinese virologist accuses Beijing of coronavirus cover-up, flees Hong Kong. I know how to treat. They know how to treat whistleblowers. Chinese virologist flees Hong Kong, accuses Beijing. New pneumonia with much higher fatality rate than COVID discovered in Kazakhstan. China says. So see, they're getting ready to launch a real bio attack once they've trained you to stay locked down. Notice they're all open, but we can't ever open again. The public has taken to the fear and bowed, so now they'll be attacked by wolves. COVID-19, ladies and gentlemen, is a globalist operation of hysteria and fear and collapse. Growing chaos pushes for renewed shutdown orders because there's record numbers with false positives. It's designed that way. Even Bloomberg asked the question right here. Why isn't California criticized for reopening like Texas and Florida? Because it's a Democrat operation. And it goes on and on and on. Oh, more than 1,000 TSA employees tested positive for COVID. So there's not enough of them to screen people. You don't screen Muslims coming in. You don't screen the borders. You screen us. It's a domestic checkpoint, training us to be slaves. And this is the reason they gave us COVID-19 and the lockdowns, because we put up with it. It was all a test. So remember that. It's all about spiking cases, spiking cases, spiking cases, spiking cases, spiking cases, spiking cases, and not spiking death. Because we caught them killing people with the innovation tubes. People learn to use the steroids to kill inflammation. It's an autoimmune response like a bee sting. People learn to use the hydroxychloroquine. People went out and took zinc and vitamin D3, and they took vitamin C. So now they're protected, almost everyone. So now they try to send people into the nursing homes to kill them, but that gets exposed. They try to keep the families out so that they can kill them. They're murderers. Get on the offense. Expose the murderers in the 10 states that sent sick people with the flu and pneumonia to get high death numbers, almost half of them in nursing homes, and the rest people they killed with the tubes down the throat. Because you don't give somebody an autoimmune response, high pressure. You give them Benadryl. You give them steroid shots. You give them steroid inhalers, and it works 100% of the time if you get there early enough. But the evil demon media won't tell you. Well, we have doctors and scientists and mainline research at Man.Video that will save lives and stop these murdering killers if you simply get the information out. But the videos only have 1 million views, 300,000 views. They need 50 million views. We need to stop these criminals. I told you the next lockdown would come. It's never ending. There's no way to get out of this but to expose it and dismantle the New World Order. I'm going to settle down, go to break. Yeah, let's go to the piece. This is why they banned Alex Jones. We'll come back in 4 minutes. And I'm going to try to compose myself and get into what's really happening with Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, and the giant awakening of the pedophiles and the Vatican and everywhere else. And is the Wayfarer story true, or what's really behind it? Stay with us. And we are back on this Saturday afternoon emergency transmission. And I have never had so many people reaching out to me, friends, family, neighbors, emails, text messages, comments on InfoWars, wanting to know about Wayfarer. And I know Army commandos and CIA operatives and FBI agents that have been contacting me, and others who think this is real because of how incredibly, obviously weird it is. Now, that said, I'm not sure exactly what's going on here, but I have a pretty good idea. This is one of three things. Either it's a money laundering operation, and so they had these numbers, and what would be in the cabinet would be drugs or something, or you're paying more for something because you're using drug money to pay for it. That goes on all over the place, online. It's happening every millisecond, okay? Where you've got a $100 cabinet, a $200 cabinet. I've actually bought cabinets like these that you add a couple zeros to or whatever, and now it is $12,000, $13,000, $14,000. So it's either money laundering, or it is the big mistake they said, and some fool added zeros to it, or is it really that they're advertising this as a package, a container, symbolizing they're going to deliver you a child drugged up in one of these cabinets? I said there's three things, because that's the three things people are going to debate and say. But there's a fourth. There's a fourth. Think about that. And you see, I've experienced the fourth. And so I believe this is the fourth from all the evidence and how outrageous it is and how obvious it is and how it's designed and meant. Like when you put a big old juicy nightcrawler worm on the end of a hook and drop it in there for the bass or the perch or the crappie or the catfish. It smells good, it's wiggling around, they're gonna want to take a bite out of it. When you look at this, it's not just that they added zeros to it. It's not money laundering, it looks like, because it's the names of girls. And it's not like they have 3 cabinets or 20 cabinets. It's all these products named after little girls, And a bunch of them are really weird names that are of actual missing, kidnapped children on the backs of milk cartons and in your internet warnings. Now, why in the hell would they put out ads to really deliver you children in cabinets and then put the actual names of kids on this? This is one thing and one thing only. Now, I talked about this at the beginning of the show. There's 3 ways to learn, maybe more, but you can learn by revelation, you can learn by education, you can learn by experience. If you remember, a few weeks before the election in 2016, the WikiLeaks comes out. It's John Podesta going to farmhouses. We're going to have young children in the hot tub and pool waiting for you. It's $65,000 hot dogs for Obama. Clear code for male prostitutes. Clear code for walnut sauce. That means what color, the people are. It's real code out of real FBI manuals. Cheese pizza, all this stuff. And you've got them saying we're going to meet and have spirit cooking. We're going to have blood. We're going to have semen. We're going to have mother's milk. You remember all of this. It was top story on Drudge, top story all over the place. Now, this broke for about a week or two. And then suddenly, out of the Podestas and out of the Democratic Party, CNN, the New York Times, the Washington Post, all at the same morning, came out and said, wow, bizarre claims that a pizza place has a dungeon under it and that they're killing kids and selling them, and they've got all these things out that look pedophilic. And look at these other businesses they do as well, and it turned out some of the stuff was really creepy and weird. But again, that's David Brock. He was involved. They know that when there's a huge story and they're caught red-handed in New York, Illinois, and other areas, California, in the WikiLeaks, what does a mockingbird do when you'll be out mowing the lawn or whatever, and all of a sudden this bird flies over and falls on the ground and doing like this? And it thinks you're a weasel or a wolf trying to right there, and you'll go, oh, there must be eggs right here. And you look in the little bush or the tree, and there's eggs. There's a nest. So mockingbirds and other species, you ever see a bird fly over and fall down, it's going, it wants you to go over there. It doesn't want you to go to the nest. The nest was exposed. It was all there, cut and dry. We're having Aleister Crowley a meeting next week. We'll have blood, semen, and women's breast milk. Remember all that? And so my crew's like, Alex, look at this. This is incredible. They're covering it. It's coming down. Look at all the symbols. And look at Podesta saying he has a dungeon, because he had a dungeon. He said he did in the 2007 Washington Post. So they had to cover all that up. So they went, oh, look at over here at the pizza place. So I started saying, I have questions about this to the crew, and I even had a few crew come up and say, Alex, we thought you were against this. We thought you pioneered exposing all this. This is all obvious. Look, it's all there. Look, 4chan. 4chan's anonymous. It may have something good. It may have something bad. Everybody always shows this video of her. You ought to look at the photos of her with the vats of blood and the mock human sacrifice. That's what we should put on screen. But enough of that, guys. Okay, I want to focus on this. So, not the crew's fault. I just get distracted by watching. So I'm sitting there, and I say, I'm going on vacation for a week to Cancun. Stop covering it. I smell a rat. They're diverting us to this off of that. They didn't stop. I love the crew. And that's then how the media got us and said that we created a fake story, and they used that not being accurate. Even though we didn't create it, CNN, MSNBC, they, no doubt, their operatives put it on 4chan, 8chan. That disinformation's there. Then we cover it. Then they flip it when we broke the big spirit cooking. We were the first to get it out and Drudge posted. And then they turn with alchemy from the real kids and the real farmhouses and the real $65,000 of hot dogs and the blood and the semen and the breast milk and the Aleister Crowley and the devil worship and all these photos and videos of little kids all scared and women dressed like witches and big vats of blood and Maria Bravanovich and her in Reddit posts saying, yeah, I do rituals for real. And all of that got distracted by the media then focusing in on there was no basement in the pizza place. Yeah, there was weird photos of kids' tans taped down. And there was weird art, and there was weird rock bands there saying we like to have sex with children, and there was Democrats raising money there, and David Brock there, and all that stuff. So like, hey, we'll just make one of our meeting places the focus of this. We'll put out the disinfo. They'll take the bait and we'll distract, just like Red Adair, who invented this, would put out oil field fires that could burn for months. If crude oil got ignited by the gas, they'd load up a wheelbarrow with TNT, dynamite, and roll it in and detonate it. And the big flash would take all the oxygen away and almost every time put the fire out. So they rolled in that dynamite into Comet Ping Pong Pizza, boom, and blew the fire out that was in New York, and that was in Chicago, and that was in Los Angeles, and San Francisco. I mean, caught red frickin' handed classic devil worship. And so that's what this Wayfarer is. They don't deliver children in these containers. They deliver them in vans. We know from Jimmy Savile in England. We know from the Finders case, from the FBI agents I've interviewed. We know from what's come out. And we know that Ghislaine Maxwell's been caught with the pedo islands and caught with all of this and photos and videos of children as young as 5 with Jeffrey Epstein. That's in mainline news. And it's all coming out. So right on time, boom, 4chan, 8chan, all the usual suspects. And again, that's not everybody on there. It's like saying, are you for Anonymous? Anybody put on a Guy Fawkes mask. Some are good, some are bad. Are you for Q? Somebody can say they're Q, somebody can say they aren't. It's an excuse to cover things. It's esoteric. It's hidden. And people love to find the hidden pictures. Let me show you what this is meant to cover up. Look at these articles right here. Germany investigating 30,000 potential suspects in pedophile probe in an international ring of government officials, judges, police, psychiatrists, and the medical system. That's DW.com, biggest TV station in Germany. Oh, but it's not sexy like armoires with children in them, is it? No, it's just actually the CPS and the government services with psychiatrists, look it up, taking children and placing them, as I would leave that article earlier. Just type in German psychiatrists, German government gave children to pedophiles. And of course, they first reported, oh, it was just a few thousand in one town. Then it turned out it was a spider web all over the country. See how they limited that as well. It's DW.com as well. Yep, just boom. So again, ladies and gentlemen, let's put that back on screen, please. Understand what's going on. The week that broke, I said, watch. Next week, it'll break that tens of thousands of children are involved with thousands of adults. Exactly as I said, it broke. Why? I read a British psychological warfare manual that just so happened to be being sold that I bought at Barnes & Noble like 20 years ago. They talked about their techniques after World War II in Africa, and they said, if one of our corporations kills, say, 5,000 villagers, we need to get out ahead of it and say they killed 20 and put out our fake story so that when it comes out it's 5,000, people will average it together in their mind. So because the head psychiatrist over CPS in Berlin was sending thousands of children to pedophiles, they first reported on his case and not how it was much larger, titrating the dose, preparing you for what was about to come out. Now you understand how the enemy operates. So that's what this is. And you'll have 4chan and 8chan and Q come out and say, well, Jones is the one that runs the pedophile rings. No, it's all real. And Wayfarer is delivering, and then it'll turn out none of it's true. And I will be blamed for it. It'll be in the news. Jones says Wayfarer is sending children kidnapped. And I just want the media to know, all of you involved from people like, the lady from NBC that came and tried to set us up with all this stuff, right up to ABC News, right up to the people that are posting, the government operatives, intelligence operatives that are posting and posing as Q and posing everything else. This is on you, what you're doing, okay? Because this is going to hurt real children. We woke up the world, our listeners woke up the world to the satanic nature and how the whole cult runs off children and their energy and how they blackmail people with it, how they took over the Vatican and how the deputy pope just got busted and convicted and all that real stuff and all these real things happening just as we told you. And they come in with this whole Wayfarer thing. Now, they did this because they knew. They did this because they can't stop it and they know it's huge. And I believe, here's the good news, that this is going to fail. The globalists have put out this disinformation because they know this is massive, this is the zeitgeist, people now understand it, and they hope when it comes out this isn't true, it'll somehow discredit it all. I actually believe this will blow up in their face like Pizzagate did. And people will see through all this and understand what's going on. Now, could it be they're really money laundering? Could it be that they're actually, these are real ads? Who knows? They might be that bold and really doing it. Could it be that it's an honest mistake and more zeros were added? I don't believe so, because they're all named after little girls, a bunch of them missing little girls, to make everybody go crazy. If you're shipping kids like this, you don't name it after kids. Again, it's a decoy. It's a distraction meant to get the general public on board so they all promote it, so then later their family can repudiate them and say that Wayfarer story wasn't true. So when it comes out that Ghislaine Maxwell was really torturing kids and killing kids and all of this, people will say, oh, that's Wayfarer. That's all they're doing, ladies and gentlemen. Do you really think that a group like this would ship thousands of kids around in containers, not knowing a truck's gonna wreck or one's gonna fall open or the kid's gonna die in one? No, folks. No, it's not true, it's not real. That's why they are doing all of this. They didn't make typos on hundreds and hundreds of items we're going over right now. I'll have more tomorrow. This was done as bait, and they used names of real children that are missing, and to make people take the bait and say, oh my God, this is real. It was 4chan. How would somebody just suddenly know, oh, go find this video of obscure groups talking about how they would have sex with kids at that pizza place and showing the symbols and all of that, obviously. It's not that the place didn't have something going on at it and a bunch of Democrat degenerates and ne'er-do-wells. I've been up to DC, I've seen it myself. And I know insiders and things that are incredible, they're gonna come out soon. I'm gonna leave it at that. But keep your powder dry, folks. But I'm telling you, that's what this is. But overall, the fact that people are waking up to this is a positive thing. All right, I'm out of town. Really appreciate the great crew doing a wonderful job. I'm gonna come in early tomorrow and I'm gonna print maybe 100, 200 articles and video clips of mainline bust, where police will bust, 470 pedophiles with 50 little kids and some of them dead and in cages, and it'll be in local news and get no coverage. And thousands of kids here and hundreds there. Because it is coming out. They can't hide it. The system doesn't know what to do. So I've been set up like this, and they didn't completely defeat me. We figured it out and turned it around on them. But this is meant to discredit the real work that police are engaged in my view. And maybe you disagree with me, comment in the comments below. But if the globalists have gotten bold enough, and maybe I'm wrong, to ship kids actually in containers like this, psychos, when they don't get caught for a while and get away with it, a lot of them go crazy, even crazier, and start wanting to get caught. And who the hell knows anymore? I mean, this is just unbelievable. But know this. This was not an accident that they used a bunch of little girls' names and some of them missing girls, complete with first and last names. That is not. This was done to bait you away from all the other real stuff. Infowars.com, newswars.com, tomorrow's news today. Please, we came in here on Saturday. This is such important work. The truth is so important that this get out. All the Roger Stone stuff, the deep state, the coup plan against Trump, this information, the way it explodes is used. So thank you for tuning in. Thank you for thanking the local stations. Thank you for sharing this live feed. Just take the page, you've got it, send it to friends and family. It's going to loop after we're off until I go live tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Mountain, 2 p.m. Pacific. Please, this is so damn important. We'll cut out this segment of the show and post it to Band Video as well, with a headline dealing with the fact of that this is 2.0. This is Pizzagate 2.0, which is designed to take you away from what's really going on. Pizzagate's real. They use pizza code words. That's confirmed FBI manuals. But the way they created a new fake Pizzagate to take you away from the real Pizzagate. How do you kill a story? With a new story. And that's what they're doing. All right, great job to the crew. Store-wide free shipping, double Patriot points. Has to end Monday. That's how you fund this operation. We have great products you need, so thank you for your support. History's happening now. Please take action. Every hour is a month. Every minute is a week. The seconds are so critical in this fight, and the quickening you're seeing. We're seeing the best of people, the worst of people. It's an amazing time. And again, I salute this crew, the incredible job they do. God bless you all.
Warning, the Savage Nation contains adult language, adult content, psychological nudity. Listener discretion is advised. And now, the world's most exciting podcast, The Savage Nation, home of borders, language, culture. And here he is, New York Times best-selling author and National Radio Hall of Fame inductee, Michael Savage.
It is Rock and Roll Friday on the Savage Nation. Well, you made it through another horrible, disgusting, corrupt, nightmarish week. Never saw anything like it. Everything that we have believed in doesn't exist anymore. Everything has dissolved in the last few months. The herd mentality, and I don't mean the H-E-A-R-D mentality, the herd mentality that has emerged in America has never been seen before. The fools driving around with masks in their own car. Have you seen the fools in their own car with a mask on? You say to yourself, how dumb can Americans be? Well, they can get dumber than that. We hear that the Black Lives Matter movement, for example, can't even say that. All the bullets are out, all the guns are aimed now. I said the words Black Lives Matter, all the left is ready to report what I'm about to say. We hear that the Black Lives Matter movement is about grievances and slavery. Is it? 150 years ago? Do you know anyone who owned slaves? I am an immigrant son. You want to hear my white privilege? I'll tell it to you one day. I don't have any. And how do you explain the fact that some people of color come over to this country and within one generation are doing very well indeed? How do you explain that? How do you explain these things? How do you explain that the left says they're knocking over the statues of racists? Well, let's look into that. Let's look at Robert E. Lee himself. Robert E. Lee said, if Virginia stands by the old Union, so will I. He was ready to lead the Union Army. Did you know that? He was Lincoln's first pick to lead the Union Army. You know, most of you leftists don't even know what the Union Army was because you're really not after racists. You're after America. But Robert E. Lee said, if Virginia stands by the old Union, so will I. But if she secedes, then I will follow my native state with my sword and, if need be, with my life. He did not support slavery. Indeed, Robert E. Lee said it was a moral and political evil in any country, and freed his own slaves before emancipation. He did not consider secession to be the constitutional right of any state, but he had been reared to the belief that his principal loyalty lay with Virginia. But what about the great hero Abraham Lincoln himself? Many of the fools out there think Lincoln fought the Civil War to free the slaves. That's the popular notion. That is not true. That's not true at all. Because I will read to you Lincoln's words, his own words. This is from an important book on history. The differences that had provoked the American Civil War were given public voice during the presidential election of 1860. Imagine that. There was actually a debate, and it was won by the Republican candidate, Abraham Lincoln. He was a Republican, by the way. Slavery had been an issue of the election, but the principal debate had been on the right claimed by the South of individual states to secede from the Union. In his inaugural address on March 4th, 1861, listen to what Lincoln said. He made it abundantly clear that he sought only to prevent the extension of slavery to the territories, great areas to the west that had yet to be granted statehood. The new president, Lincoln, observed the following: I have no purpose, directly or indirectly, to interfere with the institution of slavery in states where it exists. I believe I have no lawful right, as I have no inclination to do so. So he was really fighting the Civil War to prevent the Union from being broken up. Really, it was all about money. It was about the industrial North not wanting the agricultural South to secede from the Union. You understand that? It's very important you understand that. because you're going to start knocking over statues with this herd mentality. You got to understand that it's got nothing to do with the issue of racism. It's got to do with the issue of America itself. That's only one topic. It's not the whole topic. It's not the whole show. The herd mentality on the COVID epidemic right now is even more important when you realize that they are now categorizing every death in a hospital for any cause as a COVID death if the individual who passes away tests positive for the virus. Do you understand what they're doing? That they're skewing the data in order to collect more money from the federal government for the treatment of COVID than for any other illness. Do you understand what's involved here? The herd mentality. I know that that is not commonly understood by Anderson Cooper. I certainly understand that Don Lemon can't even follow the words I am saying. He would have to have it translated for him in large type, somewhere on a large screen, and the word racism put in there somewhere for him to even understand it. But that's what's going on. Now, what about the money that's been given out, the SBA loans? That's been a real issue of mine. Screaming headlines today. 12,000 Catholic churches applied for PPP loans and 9,000 got them. I said, okay, so they got a lot of money, the Catholic churches. But the first question I asked was, wait a minute, what about the Jewish organizations? How much do they get? You don't see that from the AP, do you? Huge attack on the Catholic churches, that they got $1 billion some odd from the taxpayers for the PPP program. Huge headline today. Catholic Church lobbied for taxpayer funds, got $1.4 billion. Well, that's true. Well, I looked into the Jewish federations, the Protestant federations, the mosques, the Buddhist temples, and you won't believe what I, Savage, found. Would you like to know what I found? You want to see the hatred for Catholics amongst the vermin on the left in the media? Yes, it's true the Catholic Church got money, but the Jewish groups got some money too. Did you know that the atheists also cashed in on this? Do you know that that vermin bum rat, anti-church rat bum, I don't have enough words for him, who runs the Freedom from Religion Foundation, received between $350,000 and $1 million. Can you believe the amount of money that's been given out by this government? A representative for the Jewish Federations of North America told CBS News that they conducted a survey on April 21 and learned that 573 Jewish organizations were approved for PPP loans with a total value of $276 million. Among that group were 219 synagogues who received just over $50 million in loans. What's odd about that is that most of the synagogues are closed anyway. So the money was basically grifted up to the top to the organizations that run it. Do you know that the synagogues are closed, yet they receive the money? Well, where'd the money go? What, to send the rabbis on a vacation to Israel to study the Torah? An additional 391 Jewish organizations reported that they had applied for loans and were awaiting the government's response. Those requests had a total value of $106 million, median value of $118,000. Several atheist organizations also receive loans. The American Humanist and the American Atheist Associations receive between $150,000 and $300,000 each. The Freedom from Religion Foundation and the Center for Inquiry receive between $350,000 and $1 million each. So if you set up a nonprofit quickly overnight between now and the next round of stimulus that Trump's going to write a check for him and Pelosi. By the way, it's frightening to see what Pelosi got. Did you see the kind of money she got? Oh, yeah, we looked into it. Oh, yeah, Madam Pelosi did very well indeed. Her husband got the money, but then they said, well, wait a minute, he's only an investor in the company. I knew nothing about it. That's the latest game. I knew nothing about it. I'm only an investor. We don't know where Gavin Newsom's money goes or comes from. We don't know that the Plump Jack got money. We don't know anything about that. We cannot find any reference to mosques or Buddhist temples receiving money. I'm sure they did, since they're religious organizations and they're 501c3s. Anyone out there know anything about mosques or Buddhist temples who received any money? We're open for business at the Savage Nation. This COVID money really bothers me. It really bothers me because it seems everyone got the money who wanted the money. I have a list here in my hand of local groups in Marin County that got the money, and my hair almost caught on fire. There's a local newspaper here called The Ark. It's like a throwaway, supermarket paper. And yet they published the list of groups that got the money and the amounts, and I couldn't believe it. Ronald P. Goldman, a professional law corporation, got $150,000 to $350,000. Now, I'm not casting aspersions on the Ronald P. Goldman Law Corp, nor am I singling out Ronald P. Goldman. I don't know him. I never did business for or against him. Well, why would a lawyer get money? Congregation Kol Shofar got between $150,000 and $350,000, and they're closed for business. You can't go there to pray, but they got $350,000. How is that possible? That a synagogue gets money and they stay closed to the public. Here's a good one. Marin Senior Care, listed at 131 Jamaica Street, which is a house, got between $350,000 to $1 million. Now, what do you mean Marin Senior Care? What does that mean? So that means you could set up a group called Dorothy Senior Care in your house, make yourself a nonprofit or an LLC, and then apply for money now? You're taking care of your mother-in-law? Jim, do you know that? If you have a mother-in-law at home, because you're not making much money, you're working for this company, you could set up a senior care thing in your house. Or you could declare that your spouse is mentally incompetent and call it Jim's Handicap. Not you, Jim. Let's say Robert's Handicap Services. And you can make between $500,000 and $1 million. In other words, let's say you have a nutty relative. Just create an LLC called Johnny's. Well, it couldn't be Johnny. It would be, you have to have some smart name like, I don't know, Boomers Senior Care. You might get $1 million from the administration. NES America Inc. got $5 to $10 million. No one knows what they do or who they are. I don't know who these people are. Here's a landscaping company on Ned's Way that got $150,000 to $350,000. How does a landscaping company get any money? Construction company got money. Biotech companies that do nothing got money. I can't believe what I'm looking at. A bakery got money. Well, okay, I think the bakery was supposed to get the money. So we have the names of all these groups in the local town. Here's an emergency physicians group. They got $350,000 to $1 million. Did you know hedge funds got money? Did you know that investment advisors got money, Jim? An office run by one man got $1 million. Do you know that? I never saw anything like this. This is the greatest corruption in the history of the United States of America. The PPP program, if this country should survive, and if there are historians who are left, who are honest, which is hard to believe there will be any given the universities today, they'll have to turn everything into anti-white racism in order to publish anything in the history department if this keeps up. If there are any historians left who actually cover the Paycheck Protection Program under the SBA during these times, this will be considered as the greatest scandal in American history. Pelosi owns restaurants. She got money for the restaurants. But she probably doesn't know anything about it because she's only an investor. See how that works? They all say, I don't know anything about it. They asked Pelosi for her tax returns yesterday. Do we have that soundbite, Jim, anywhere in our sound? No. They asked Pelosi for her tax returns yesterday since she was screaming that Trump should release his. She said, I'll release them when I decide to run for the presidency. We are living in unprecedented times with a level of corruption never, ever seen before. Never. And for the vermin in the media to constantly point their knives at Trump without looking at themselves and their bosses is an example of why we are melting down as a nation. Again, I could say to you, the phone number is 855-400-SAVAGE, 855-407-282. It's Open Mic to Mike Friday. I've given you some of my topics, and I can play you some sound. I'll play some rock and roll. Let me ask you a question. What is your white privilege story? Do you really think you have white privilege? If you're a poor white person, or if you're not even a poor white person, if you're a regular white person, not poor, middle class, You know and I know that most of you started with nothing. Most of you started with nothing. Why don't you tell your white privilege story here to disown the liars on the left?
The Savage Nation. It's Savage on demand.
Okay, you know I'm a car guy. You know I've had a Hellcat. And with the ever-increasing numbers of cars like Dodge, BMW, and Volkswagen, and models like the Hellcat, X3, and Jetta, it's now impossible to stock all the parts you need in a traditional chain storefront. We all know that. I'm a car guy, and I'm telling you, why endure often pointless or seemingly intimidating questioning and wait while account demand orders the parts in his computer, choosing the only brand his warehouse happens to carry? You have computers with access to rockauto.com right in your home and in your pocket. One reason to repair and maintain your cars is to save money that you could then use for other important things like the mortgage or food. Why would you choose to spend 30%, 50%, 100% more for the exact same auto parts in a chain store or new car dealership when you could do it at home on your own computer? Now, you may not know this, but chain stores have different price tiers for professional mechanics and do-it-yourselfers. RockAuto.com's prices are the same for everybody, and reliably low they are. RockAuto.com always offers the lowest prices possible, rather than changing prices based on what the market will bear like airlines do. RockAuto.com is for everybody and does not require membership or account login. Does not require this. You can just do it yourself. RockAuto.com is a family business, serving auto parts customers online for 20 years. Just go to RockAuto.com to shop for auto and body parts from hundreds of manufacturers. They have everything from engine control modules and brake parts to tail lamps, motor oil, even new carpet sets. Whether it's for your classic or daily driver, get everything you need in a few easy clicks, delivered right to your door. The RockAuto.com catalog is unique and remarkably easy to navigate. You can quickly see all the parts available for your vehicle and choose the brands, specifications, and prices you prefer. But best of all, prices at RockAuto.com are always reliably low and the same for professionals and do-it-yourselfers. Go to RockAuto.com right now and see all the parts available for your car or truck. Write Savage in their How Did You Hear About Us box so they know we sent you. That's S-A-V-A-G-E. They have an amazing selection, reliably low prices, all the parts your car will ever need. Don't stand online in an auto parts store and wait for the hostile clerk to get back to you. Go to RockAuto.com.
All the parts your car will ever need. All the parts your car will ever need. RockAuto.com.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19.
Furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters and this podcast.
When and if I decide to run for president, I will most certainly release my tax return. But the fact is, I wish the rest of the calls will extend the courtesy to Sanisha, Renee, and Keith and focus on the issue at hand.
So somebody dared ask this dictator Pelosi a real question, and the Empress got very angry. I don't even know who had the nerve to ask the Empress the question, but they said, would you release your tax returns since you're gloating about the Supreme Court decision about President Trump's tax returns? And the Empress then lashed out. Robert, play it again because they didn't know it. She sounds like Mickey Mouse on Laughing Gas, so play it again.
When and if I decide to run for president, I will most certainly release my tax return. But the fact is, I wish the rest of the calls.
All right, it's enough already. Tamil doesn't know what she's. You know, she used to sound deranged. She used to sound nuts. Then she got cogent. Now she sounds nuts again. It's amazing to me what medication does to people, and what the COVID isolation is doing to people. No access to restaurants, no free meals in North Beach anymore. It really affects people, especially if you have to stay home and eat your bad meatballs. I mean, when you're home cooking your own meatballs and your own lasagna, you can really go mashugana. I mean, she can't get out to a restaurant anymore in San Francisco because, we got a mayor here. No one even knows who she is or where she came from. Where did they get these people from to be mayors of these sanctuary cities? No one even knows who they are, where they came from. That's the city I'm living in. This is the Savage Nation. We're open for business. Be here or be nowhere.
Michael Savage, a host like no other.
So we're living in an age of total and absolute propaganda run by Wolf Blitzer, Jake Tapper. I'm giving you the examples of the worst people in the history of America, in my mind. They are public enemy number one. I don't care what they think of me. They are propagandists dividing the races. CNN should be shut down. The way Lincoln shut down newspapers, Trump has the power to shut down news organizations that exist strictly to provoke race warfare and race hatred. That would be CNN and MSNBC, top of the list. Let me give you an example. So the racist, psychotic mayor of New York, instead of stopping the shootings in Harlem, the murders in the streets after defunding the police, has the audacity to go out in the streets with a bunch of radicals, including that grifter, Al Sharpton, and paint Black Lives Matter in the street, on the pavement. Now, in some cities, people have changed some of the letters in Black Lives Matter to All Lives Matter. People who have done that are being charged with a hate crime. Now, first of all, how can a hate crime apply to an inanimate object? It can't. It was never written to provide an extra charge directed at an inanimate object. That's number one. But one would say that that's free speech, isn't it? I don't understand where you people are coming from. If you are painting Black Lives Matter on a public thoroughfare, to many people that is vandalism. It is vandalism because it is a public thoroughfare. It's not private property. And as a public thoroughfare, there was no vote on whether or not they wanted a political message on their sidewalk or on their roadway. So one could say that that was vandalism. So then to say that the person who's painting it over to All Lives Matter is committing vandalism is a total and absolute lie. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? This is selective enforcement. Now let's look at the words white privilege. They're very, very electrifying words. Here is what I just tweeted. I am a self-made man, an immigrant son. No inheritance other than hardworking parents, religion, and respect for self and nation. White privilege is an invention of the university communists to divide the nation by race and provoke hatred. It's a fine paragraph. I don't think it can be faulted. If there are any academics listening to this show who can prove to me that I have benefited from white privilege in any way, we're going to leave one open line at 855-400-7282. Because most of the people I know made themselves what they are. They don't blame people for their mistakes. If they made a mistake in their life, they take responsibility. If they invested in a business that failed, they don't blame anyone's race for it having failed. I've known people who have failed in life, and they usually blame someone for it. There were people in cafes, for example, that I used to know who thought they were screenwriters. Well, they were not screenwriters. They were writing dreck, garbage. No one wanted what they wrote. They blamed the Jews of Hollywood for their failure. So you understand that many people need a scapegoat for the fact that they're a flop. It has now become institutionalized. We've heard about institutionalized racism, and it does exist amongst those who are talking about institutionalized racism. That's where it exists. You know, they ought to look in the mirror to find out where it exists. So there's so much to talk about. You want to talk about your white privilege story. You want to talk about the big lie of white privilege. You want to talk about the PPP program and how it's the greatest boondoggle in American history. Oh, there's so much to talk about. I can play some great sound. Here is a mayor of New York who should be arrested for vandalism, who goes, instead of stopping the shootings in Manhattan and in New York, which are at a peak now, coming up to a high level again, he takes the time to paint Black Lives Matter across from Trump Tower just to spite President Trump. Listen to this loser in clip 4.
The president, rather than having a chance to acknowledge America's original sin, he literally made it...
Did you hear what he just said? Did you hear what he said? You know how Hitlerian this is? De Blasio says America has an original sin. This is what they said about the Jews. That the Jews killed Jesus. Do you understand how sick this man is and how evil he is to use race like this at a time like this to turn blacks against whites? Play it again, clip 4. This is the mayor of New York City.
The president, rather than having a chance to acknowledge America's original sin, he literally made it worse by suggesting that honoring black people on Fifth Avenue would somehow make it less valuable or luxurious. I've got to tell you.
Okay, let's stop. How are you honoring black people by writing on a sidewalk Black Lives Matter? You mean only Black Lives Matter? What is your point, Mayor de Blasio? Why are you defacing the streets just to provoke Donald Trump and not expecting people to say foul ball? Your city is rotting and dying because you are a racist failure. And you have used race, Mayor de Blasio, to get where you are, and you're still using race to divide people. It is a hellhole. Anyone who can sell their apartment in New York is selling their apartment and bailing out of that city. It's like Escape from New York right now. San Francisco, not too far behind. All the young people in tech who bought themselves a condominium have seen the value of their condominium drop precipitously, not solely because of the COVID economic meltdown, but because of the violence, the crime, the filth in the streets, and the bums in the streets. That's what's really going on, by the way. Donald Trump himself knows exactly what's going on in New York City. There's only one note out of New York I think that I want to mention. What is this about? What? Pelosi doesn't have a grandmother's earrings? Are you kidding me? When they asked Pelosi about tearing down a Christopher Columbus statue because she's of Italian heritage, instead of saying something unifying, listen to what this lunatic said in clip 9.
I don't even have my grandmother's earrings. I'm not a big, let's see what we have in terms of monuments and this. I'm more interested in what people have accomplished. I think that it's up to the communities to decide what statues they want to see.
Really? Let's hear clip 11 now from Madam Pelosi.
Again, if the community doesn't want the statue there, the statue shouldn't be there. It doesn't diminish my pride in my Italian-American heritage and the fact that it was a country discovered by an Italian, named for an Italian, Amerigo Vespucci. So I have that pride, but I don't care that much about statues.
You don't care that much about... What do you care about? What do you care about, Nancy, if you don't care about statues? You let them knock over the Columbus statue without standing up for the pride that you allegedly have? Let's see, some restaurants that you own got some good money, some wineries that you own got some good money. I guess that's what you care about. But she's not alone. I mean, I'd be a hypocrite to say that she's alone in that. Look at the Trump family. Look at the Trump site. See how much money they got. Everyone stuck their beak into this PPP money. Everyone took money. Who could get it? Took the money. While you, the average schmuck, got nothing. How is it that the average guy out there got nothing, or a few dollars, while the people on the top stole billions of dollars? How is this possible that there's no outcry in the media? The answer is because they got the money too. So you say, well, it'll all be okay. No, it won't be okay, because if you add up the amount of money they've stolen for the Paycheck Protection Program, which had good intentions initially, but was then stolen by gonifs and thieves across the country, you understand that the value of our dollar has diminished by a percentage that's hard to calculate because of these bailouts. And I'm going to ask you, what if Obama was president during this unprecedented crisis of COVID, and the government put together a PPP program, Paycheck Protection Program, and everyone he knew got money, everyone on the other side of the aisle got money, like McConnell and his wife with the steamship. Everyone got money. McConnell got money. His wife got money. Everyone stole money from the Treasury, in my opinion. To me, it's stealing money. The money in the PPP program was not meant for this. Some would argue, no, it was meant to keep businesses from going broke, to pay for employees. How much of it went to the sole proprietor of a business who said that they were going to pay employees with it when they were the only employee? That's why no one's really complaining. You understand that we haven't yet seen the... I would suggest that within 6 months of the election, if that long, whoever wins, the country will not be the same. You won't even recognize America. 6 months after this election, by June of... let's say next summer. By next summer, you will not recognize this nation because the bill will come due. It will have all come crashing down. I do not think there's any way to stop the avalanche. I believe our currency will be next to worthless. I believe we are approaching the level of the Weimar Republic. What does a $100 bill really represent anymore? Nothing. A piece of paper with the valuation on it of $100, which has a value in this time because we accept that the dollar has a value. But remember that Nixon took us off the gold standard. Remember when he did that? Many of you may not even know who Nixon was. I was not very political at the time, but I remember writing in my journals that Nixon looks more like the communist that he screams against than the communist. He looks like more of a communist than the communist he is arguing against by what he was doing. Nixon looked like a crazy double agent to me. Even in those days, and I wasn't that political. Taking our currency, detaching it from the gold standard? Okay, so we have a paper currency. You're printing money, 1 trillion, 2 trillion, 3 trillion. Him and Pelosi, Trump and McConnell and Pelosi, let's say, with Trump rubber stamping it, are about to pass another $1 trillion bailout. Where is the money coming from? Nowhere. They're printing it. So what does it mean? It means your current currency, your valuation of that dollar, will go down by another several percentage points. So that $100 bill that was worth $100, let's say a year ago, in my estimation is worth 20% less today. In 1 year, it may be worth 30% less. I'll be right back.
The Savage Nation. It's savage, uncut, unfiltered, and raw.
So the myth of white privilege is something that we have to take on head on and stand up to the liars in the communist movement who are promulgating this kind of racist talk. It is an invention of the university communists to divide the nation by race and provoke hatred. That's number one. There's number two to infinity here, if you'd like to talk about those topics. Let's take a caller in Oakland. Tony, let's make it brief. We have very little time. Go ahead. What's on your mind?
Yes. It's very easy, this problem. The Buddhists, the Hindus, mystical Christians, all know that we've had more than one lifetime. We've been black, red, yellow, brown, rainbow, whatever. Therefore, who's the...
Well, wait, hold on, ma'am. They don't know, they believe. There's a difference between belief and knowledge.
Belief is knowing, is when you feel it.
Well, no, belief is belief. Look up the word belief. It has a meaning.
Yes.
Belief is not knowing. Belief is believing.
Believe is to commune in love. Leave is from...
Well, no, you're changing the definition of belief. You're saying that we've all been black, brown, yellow. We've all gone through reincarnation. That is a belief system.
But when there's millions of billions of people that realize this, and once you realize that, you know you've been everything. Therefore, there's no such thing as a white oppressor. We've all been white. How do we know who were the slaves and who were the prisoners last time?
I'm glad you have such a childish, healthy view of the world.
No.
I mean, this is a childish belief system that you have. It's not supported by anthropology, by geology, DNA testing. Nothing supports what you just said. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue or what? Where are you?
I was saying, you're the one who has trouble knowing if God is there. God is a feeling. You feel it. You know it.
That's right. You believe it. You believe in God. You don't know that God exists.
The Westwood One Podcast Network. Fans of the spoken word, welcome. This is a podcast. Greetings, pod recipients. You are entering the Savage Nation. Read the book, see the movie. Warning, the Savage Nation contains adult language, adult content, psychological nudity. Listener discretion is advised. And now, the world's most exciting podcast, The Savage Nation, home of borders, language, culture. And here he is, New York Times best-selling author and National Radio Hall of Fame inductee, Michael Savage.
Comes Christmas time, we can't play Bing Crosby anymore because he sings He's Dreaming of a White Christmas. Now, you know that's white privilege right there. How can you dream of a white Christmas? Now, we know it meant snow, but to the racist maniacs, there's no such thing as snow, no such thing as clouds, no such thing as white sport coats. So we're living through, I would say, crazy times, dangerous times, insane times, and you got to use a combination of brains and humor to survive it, navigate it. Welcome to hour number 2 of this Friday edition of The Savage Nation. A while ago, I brought up the topic of white privilege, which, of course, is a fascinating invention of the communist left. I had written earlier, I am a self-made man, an immigrant son, no inheritance other than hardworking parents, religion, and respect for self and nation. White privilege is an invention of the university communists to divide the nation by race and provoke hatred. That is a complete paragraph. It's irrefutable. It's irrefutable. My grandfather came here with very little money, whatever he could save up in Russia. He left his my grandmother, his wife, behind, and came here, worked for 6 years as a tailor in New York, 7 days a week. He made fine men's suits, by the way. He was not just a cleaning, not a cleaning store. He made suits by hand in those days. I never met him. So then he brings over my grandmother, and my father came here at age 6 at the same time, and my grandfather died at 49 of a heart attack from hard work. Then my father had a little store, never got any help from anybody. He was a very proud man. He wouldn't take a dime from anyone. He had a clean house. He worked his way up, one car, clean house. Mother worked very hard to keep the house together, to keep the children clean and to go to school. That's an inheritance unto itself, you understand. Hardworking parents. Parents who respect the law, parents who respect God, parents who respect their nation. That's about the greatest inheritance you can have. Do you know that? Because if you look at people in Nancy Pelosi's San Francisco, it's a very sad story, nothing to gloat about. Most of the children of the rich on Pacific Heights are emotional, physical, and financial wrecks. So they inherited money. Their parents did not teach them any values. The parents were themselves dissipation cases. All they did was throw big parties. They were drunks and drug addicts, by and large, sex maniacs. Huge mansions on Pacific Heights. The children wound up junkies and losers, never did a thing in their lives. So you could argue that the greatest privilege you could have is that of a mother or a father, or if you're lucky today, a mother and a father who teach you values. And the number one value is, I think, hard work and self-respect. If they then add respect for the nation, you really have a plus. Then if you're lucky enough to have gone to a church or a synagogue where you taught some values, you're really in luck, aren't you? But can you call that privilege? I don't know that you could call that privilege. I'd call it something else. So I've been getting a lot of response to it from people like yourselves who listen to the show, who know that this attack upon white people is a desire to destroy the country completely. Any politician who engages in it should be called out for the racist he is, and that includes Joe Biden. We've been saving tapes of the early Joe Biden from early 2020, when Joe Biden was running anti-white speeches. You remember, Jim? We had them. We have them. We don't have them right now. We'll save them for the election. Biden was told by the idiots who were running his campaign, attack white males constantly. So the dunce was saying, white privilege, white privilege, white privilege, white privilege, racism, privilege. Then all of a sudden, Duncey Joe stopped it. Now Duncey Joe is singing a different tune. Of course, the Trump campaign doesn't have people smart enough to understand how to defeat him. They are really incompetent. All they're good at is raising money, which doesn't take a lot of intelligence to raise money in this country right now, because people are terrified and desperate, and they're throwing money at the two candidates like there's no tomorrow. But we will play the Joe Biden tapes when the time comes, around the time of September after Labor Day. And yes, I will tell you, my book will be out in September 15th, and it's all called Our Fight for America by Michael Savage. The war continues. It's about America being torn apart with a public health disaster, a corona response that was politicized, a wrongful death exploited by the radical left, and how real science has been destroyed by both parties. I talk about a crippled America and my plan to preserve freedom and the truth in this time of desperation. It's not an easy battle, but it's one that we the people have to fight, or we'll have nothing left to fight for. You know, it's been said in every election, it's the most important election in history. Well, actually, each one of them has been the most important election in history. That election of Obama was the turning point in American history. When we elected a naked Marxist who had been raised in a church of hate by Reverend Wright. Remember Reverend Wright's church? Not God Bless America, but God Damn America. Do you remember that? How they tried to suppress that tape? The Obama sat in that church for 20 straight years hearing God Hate America, anti-white rhetoric, and they said nothing. They never left the church. They only left the church after he decided to run for the presidency. It wasn't God Bless America, but God Damn America. That's what Reverend Wright said. So this institutionalized racism does exist. Unfortunately, it's not on the side that you are being told it's on. There is very deep institutionalized racism being preached. And it's really time for us to recognize what is being done and to just rationally dismember it. And that's what I'm trying to do here, is that, you know, they say that the pen is mightier than the sword. How was that put? That was a long time ago. People wrote the pen is mightier than the sword. We can defeat them through ideas. We can defeat them because most of them are very, very low IQ people. I look at them on the left. The ones that are really running it, you don't see. They're the highly educated communists in the universities. They're invisible. But the spokespeople for these radical leftist organizations that are tearing the country apart are really stupid. Low IQ, no education, illiterate, and you can take them apart through words. Remember, words have power. A man can be condemned by words, a man can be saved by words. It's been true going back to biblical times, probably pre-biblical times, in tribal times. A man's life could be saved by words, or a man's life could be taken by words, whether it were in an African village, in some kind of tribunal before a prince or a king, or in America today. Words are immensely powerful. And remember, there is a saying that you may not have heard that I learned a long time ago. It's a very interesting saying. If anyone listening to the show knows who wrote this, I'd appreciate hearing from you, whether by calling the show or by tweeting us. To the Hebrew, the word is the deed. I don't know who wrote that, but that was about the power of the word to Jewish people, because it was the Jewish people who brought the word of the Lord to the human race. You do know that, don't you? Now, of course, you haven't seen what's coming yet. I see beyond the horizon, and the next level of attacks will be aimed at Moses himself. They will now go after Moses, calling him a white racist. They will go after Abraham. But the spokespeople for these radical leftist organizations that are tearing the country apart are really stupid. Low IQ, no education, illiterate, and you can take them apart through words. Remember, words have power. A man can be condemned by words, a man can be saved by words. It's been true going back to biblical times, probably pre-biblical times, in tribal times. A man's life could be saved by words, or a man's life could be taken by words, whether it were in an African village, in some kind of tribunal before a prince or a king, or in America today. Words are immensely powerful. And remember, there is a saying that you may not have heard that I learned a long time ago. It's a very interesting saying. If anyone listening to this show knows who wrote this, I'd appreciate hearing from you, whether by calling the show or by tweeting us. To the Hebrew, the word is the deed. I don't know who wrote that, but that was about the power of the word to Jewish people, because it was the Jewish people who brought the word of the Lord to the human race. You do know that, don't you? Now, of course, you haven't seen what's coming yet. I see beyond the horizon, and the next level of attacks will be aimed at Moses himself. They will now go after Moses, calling him a white racist. They will go after Abraham, the father of the three great monotheistic religions, and call him a racist, sexist, and a homophobe. They're already doing it in the universities. The vermin on the left are already working on it. But soon it will hit the mainstream, and they will start saying, take down statues of Moses and of Abraham. And then while you're at it, start taking down the synagogues, because they preach the Old Testament. Can't have the Old Testament. It's a racist, sexist, homophobic Bible, isn't it? So next they will start taking down the synagogues in the name of justice, peace, and eliminating homophobia. If you think it can't happen here, you're a lunatic. It is happening here. First they came for Columbus, and then they came for Moses. And when you didn't raise your voice for Columbus, who's going to raise the voice for Moses? Huh? Anyway, it's just one of those things. You know what I'm saying? Let's see, what else do I want to talk about before we take your calls? How about entertainment? Movies on television. As you know, I'm a big movie lover. And I saw one by Ang Lee the other night on Netflix that I had missed a number of years ago. It's got a terrible, terrible title. Something Lust and whatever. I don't even know the name of the movie. I couldn't even give it to you, but it's set in China. Ang Lee is a really great director. And I learned from a friend that this movie, hold on, I'm looking it up. Yeah, Ang Lee movies. Chinese-American guy, just fantastic. He did Brokeback Mountain? I didn't even know that. Anyway, Ang Lee is a Taiwanese filmmaker, born in southern Taiwan, educated in Taiwan, and later in the United States. And he did a movie set, remember the movie The Ice Storm from many years ago? Like set in Connecticut? He did that one, which is great. I didn't even know he had done it. He did Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, things like that. But the one that I'm talking about is called Lust, Caution. Little known movie, all Chinese actors, and English subtitles. It's a 2001 film based on the 1979 novella by Eileen Chang. And it's set in Hong Kong in 1938. I don't think it did very well because it's just too mental. It's too much of a mental movie. And it depicts a group of Chinese university students who plot to assassinate a high-ranking special agent and recruiter working for the puppet Chinese government. And they use one of their group, an attractive young woman, to lure him into a honey trap. They say that the film is generally accepted to be based on the historical event of Chinese spy Zheng Pingru's failed attempt to assassinate the Japanese collaborator Ding Mengkun. I don't know anything about that, but I do know that the movie is astounding to watch in terms of directorial genius. It's a terrible, terrible title in English, but it's a translation from the Chinese, which has a double meaning in Chinese. The character for lust in Chinese can be read as color, C-O-L-O-U-R, while caution, the second word of the title, can be read as ring. So therefore the title can also be read as colorful ring, which is an object that plays a very important part in the movie. It's a terrible title in any way, and Ang Lee should have asked me what the title should be because I wouldn't have called it that. I really would have named the movie, I don't know, the killing of a Chinese double agent, the killing of a Chinese assassin, the killing of a Chinese collaborator. That would have been a movie title that you would have gone to. And for those of you who like the Chinese language and the stylistic elements of that period, I guess why I'm mentioning it to you is it's slow moving and set, as I say, in Hong Kong in 1938 when the Japanese had already taken over Hong Kong. The brutality of the Japanese was already well known in the world, but I was not well aware until watching this film of the Chinese collaborationist movement within the Chinese people, amongst the Chinese people themselves. And I liken it to the Democrat Party in America today. They are the collaborationist party of today. They are collaborating with the enemies of America, knowingly and unknowingly, in dismantling our nation. That is why I mentioned the movie Lust, Caution, because the Democrat Party today must know that they are the collaborationists trying to destroy everything valuable in this nation.
The Savage Nation. It's Savage on Demand.
Welcome back to the Savage Nation, Rock and Roll Friday. If you expect me to be a cheerleader, you're listening to the wrong show. These are very bad times. I know you want the Pollyanna talk guys to tell you everything is going to be fine and that if Trump wins, the world will be saved. Sorry, you got the wrong show if that's what you want to hear. So I put up this thing about the fake concept of white privilege, and you have to stand up for yourself right now when you're hit with this by these lying racists. It's an invention of the university communists to divide the nation by race and provoke hatred and make you hate yourself. So people are writing some really nice stuff. It's a guy named, I don't know who he is. Mike, your story has inspired me for nearly 20 years. In the midnight hours working graveyard shifts, just to scrape by after the 08 recession, your voice helped to make a way out of nowhere. You deserve everything you have earned. So Michael Savage answered, still trying even after major heart attack. I'll let that hang in the air. Okay, I went back on the air 2 days after the heart attack. No one even knew I was sick. And one day I will tell you the story of what has been done to me. It'll be too late for those who are doing it to me to pay the price. You will not believe about the cruelty and avariciousness that I am working against on a daily basis. But why do I go on the air then? If I am not receiving my fair share of earnings based upon a false premise, in my opinion, then why do I go on the radio? I do it for the country. Do you understand that there are people who actually do things other than for self-gain? Now, fortunately, I'm not a poor man because I've worked since I'm 5 years old and I have sufficient resources to pay myself and to support myself. But still in all, I do it because I love my audience and I love my nation. In that sense, perhaps I am the biggest fool you know. Because others would just say the hell with it all, and that's the end of it. But I can't do it. It's just not in me to quit. What can I say? It's the way I was raised and the way I am made. And I'm too connected to my audience at this time to just simply say goodbye.
Michael Savage, a host like no other.
Race, and I'm not talking about a foot race or a horse race. I'm talking about the insanity of the racists in the Democrat Party and in the media who are labeling every white person a racist, thinking that will get them elected. Joining us right now to discuss this with some clarity is Dr. Marilyn M. Singleton. Now, I got to tell you something about her background. She's a board-certified anesthesiologist. She graduated from Stanford, earned her MD at UCSF Medical School, 2 years of surgery residency at UCSF, and then her anesthesia residency at Harvard's Beth Israel Hospital. And while still working in the operating room, Dr. Singleton attended UC Berkeley Law School, focusing on constitutional law and administrative law. How she wound up not being a left-winger, I don't know, but we'll find out in a moment. Dr. Singleton, welcome to the Savage Nation.
Thank you so much for having me.
Dr. Singleton, with your sterling credentials and having done most of your training here in the San Francisco area, how did you wind up not being a left-wing wacko?
I just think my parents raised me right. That's all
I'm telling you. I didn't know that you had... I know you were great. I've read your columns for a long time. Are you based here in the San Francisco area?
Used to be in Oakland. Now I live in Southern California.
Why do you think the left-wing media is so focused on race today, Doctor?
Because it's an ugly word, and racism, and they've run out of other things to discuss. And sadly, it's a well-known thing that the left has to make people miserable in order to get people to change their ways. Culturally, we have been moving along and getting along and doing very well, and they don't like it.
Dr. Singleton, look, you point out that we elected the son of a black African and a white American to be our leader in Obama. And then you say at about 12% of the population, the black vote could not have unilaterally pulled this off, meaning Obama captured a good part of the white vote, okay? So therefore, how can you then scream that everyone's a racist?
Absolutely, and they only just became racist now. I mean, once they decided they wanted to vote for Trump, these same human beings who are living the same life that they had before are magically hateful, racist creatures.
Who do you think was the architect behind using race and racism as a strategy to get elected? Who do you think in the Democrat Party came up with that?
Oh, that's such a hard question because you talk about deep connections, and you hate to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but it seems like all roads lead to George Soros when it comes to money.
Oh, you're a lady after my own heart.
And one of the things when you listen to the various pundits, now these are supposed to be intelligent people, well-read people, how can every single person use the exact same adjective, the exact same descriptor whenever something comes up? And that's what I started noticing. So clearly a memo goes out that this is the word of the week.
Just call everyone who votes for Trump who doesn't want to vote for a communist a racist. That's the new game.
That's right. And because it is such an ugly word, the worst part of it is there's nothing you can say.
Your credentials are beyond belief. I mean, I have my PhD from UC Berkeley, which I'm very proud of, and I know how hard it was to earn that PhD and have my dissertation published. But here you graduate from Stanford, you get your MD at UCSF, great school, you get 2 years of surgery residency at USF, and then while working in the operating room, you attend UC Berkeley Law School. How could you do that?
Well, my hospital was just probably a mile down the road.
Okay, that's the... Oh, I see. So you slept 1 minute a night.
But I worked it all out, and
how do you go to law school while being an operating surgeon? How is it possible?
Oh, well, I do anesthesia, so you can do anesthesia like on the weekends, and I took a lot of weekend calls. So instead of working in the morning during the week, I would do weekend call.
Can I ask you something very, very important to me, which is the lack of, well, not lack of, the weakening of standards in universities today. When you went to medical school, when you went to grad school, when you went to law school, the standards were very stringent. Have they become weakened as a result of a desire to make certain that the population of those who graduate don't look like you?
This is something, it's very hard to answer. I can certainly see it at the college level. And I'd say when they look at the grade inflation, I mean, now that they have 4.5 grade point averages, and it's like, what
they do?
Getting an A. Oh, yes, now they have to give A pluses because there was so much grade inflation. And it's really very sad because now, when I was in high school, I learned things, and I went to public high school. I learned things that people are just now learning in college.
Well, Dr. Singleton, where did you go to high school?
San Diego High.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah, I feel the same way. I mean, I read Plato's Republic in Jamaica High School in the 1950s. Would you believe it?
Well, I would believe it. In my high school, we were participants in the nationwide Latin test, and we always won. I mean, it was amazing seeing the curriculum, and I'm sure you remember a lot.
Well, Al Sharpton said they're a bunch of old Greek homosexuals, the Greeks. They didn't know anything.
But, remember the language that they wanted to be the universal language, Esperanto?
Esperanto, sure. Whatever happened to our Esperanto? Is Bernie Sanders a professor of Esperanto?
Well, they taught that in my high school. I mean, now they barely teach English.
Of course not. English is a racist. If you speak English in a too literate manner, you're suspect in the America of today.
Well, that's very sad. And as a black person, what really, really angers me is the whole concept.
God, and I thought you got there through white privilege, Doctor.
Well, see, there you go.
I was positive talking with you that you achieved all of these sterling credentials in anesthesiology and in law because of white privilege. How would I have known?
Talk about drinking the Kool-Aid.
God, that's fabulous. This is really great. So, do you think the media will ever be able to change and stop using the R word?
No. It's become embedded now. And this seems quite clear that when they tried to say President Trump was an anti-Semite, and then when it was pointed out his daughter was Jewish, they had to back off of that and then find other reasons to call him an anti-Semite. And racism is very hard to deny. When somebody calls you that, it's very hard to say, no, I'm not. And I recommend to people that you don't even deny it, and in fact mock people who say that and go, yeah, well, it must be true. I even have bumper stickers that say, I am a racist. And
how do you like that? Well, you know what I do? If I hear that, they start throwing the race word around, I would say, accusing someone of racism is the most racist thing I've ever heard.
Very good.
See, that's not bad. Not bad for a guy who's had a lot of white privilege in his life, being the son of immigrants. who didn't? Both of my parents didn't even speak perfect English, by the way. I want to ask you a personal question, since I'm always impressed with higher academic credentials, especially from great universities. So, you're African American. Were both of your parents educated people?
Yes. They both went to college, and in 1930s. And
did they go to college in the 30s because they had black privilege? How did they go to college in the 30s?
Well, let me tell you, and this is something I think current white people need to know and need to learn. And it's something that I heard so much of in medical school, that there are a lot of young white folks that think black people didn't have money and didn't have any education until the caring white liberals of the 60s entered the scene. Guess what? And when I tell people this, the first female millionaire was a black woman, Madam C.J. Walker, and she lived on the same block as Rockefeller after she made her money. And
how did she make her money? What field?
She sold hair products. She used to make stuff in her kitchen, and people thought, oh, this stuff's really good. So she ended up having a business, demanded to be allowed to speak at a black business persons conference, and this is back in the early 1900s.
I think what you're saying is something that needs to be emphasized for a moment, if I may, which is that there were tens of thousands of businesses, small businesses in the African-American community until Lyndon Johnson's Great Society came along and made the government the new father and almost decimated the entire enterprise of business in the minority community. Is that an accurate analysis in your opinion?
Oh, I think so. And my mother always found it amusing that when things became integrated, a lot of the black motels went out of business because people no longer had to stay there. And she said, not that I'm...
Oh, gee, that's unintended consequences. Never thought of it.
Exactly. So
wait, let me run this back. When motels became integrated, they were no longer exclusively black motels, so therefore people didn't have to stay there and they went out of business?
Some did, and the reason why, the good motels were along the highway, just like they are today, where you can see the Motel 6 and all. You can see those right when you're driving down the highway. And the black motels used to be a few blocks in, so you kind of had to know about them and to go there.
Unbelievable. Well, I was hoping this would be as good as it's been. And is there any kind of book we can sell of yours or something we can direct them to? If you spent so much time with me, can I sell a website, a book, anything for you, please?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm at theconservativepundit.net, and my medical organization, that's a whole other thing to discuss, is aapsonline.org.
Now, what does your medical organization specialize in?
Okay, this is the Association of American Physicians and Surgeons, and we've been around since 1943 when the first socialized medicine bill came out, and 37 doctors got together, started the organization to fight against it, and now
to fight against it. Interesting.
Yes, and so our goal is to maintain the private practice of medicine and to keep the government out of the doctors and the patient's business.
Spoke tonight with Marilyn M. Singleton, MD, and I hope you can come back another time and talk about the medical side of Dr. Singleton. I would love to hear that.
Home of borders, language, culture, the Savage Nation.
It is the Savage Nation. Our Rock and Roll Friday show comes to a conclusion, and I realize many of you love the show and you look forward to the shows that I do. And today's show, as all, have a title because they become a podcast. After the show, about an hour later, it's posted for those who don't get the radio show or can't listen to it. And I came up with a title for today's show, which is The Myth of White Privilege, plus an interview with Dr. Marilyn Singleton. That was one of the best interviews that I've ever done, and we found it in the archives and ran it for you today. Be honest with you, it's interesting to listen to the first few minutes and realize that I did not know that she was African-American until the middle of the interview. I just liked the work she was doing. And what's amazing to me is how clear-minded this woman is. Her MD, her law degree, her parents and their education, and how clear this woman really is. That's why I played it for you today. So I posted about the myth of white privilege earlier on Twitter, and here's a guy named Jim Franklin who wrote this. He said, the Civil Rights Act passed in 1964. 60 years of school busing and preferential treatment for minorities. Affirmative action gave jobs and promotions based on skin color. There are now tens of thousands of millionaires of color. There is no systemic racism. It is an election year scam. Well, that's pretty well put. It's more than an election year scam. It's much worse than that. That's the story today, and that's what we've been talking about on the show today. It's terrible, terrible, terrible. What a beautiful day that was for me to play Dr. Singleton. And maybe I'll have her on again if we can get her on in the very near future. Because she's cheerful. In addition to being a genius, she's cheerful in her discussion, you know. You look at the news, it's hard. Most people I know are not even looking at the news anymore. They can't take it. They just can't take the news anymore. And you see the bias. Catholic Church lobbied for taxpayer funds, got $1.4 billion. Well, that's true, but Protestants got the money. The Jewish synagogues got money. Let's see, did the Buddhist temples get money? We don't know. The AP won't tell you about the Jewish organizations that got money, the Buddhists that got money. What about the mosques? They must have been bailed out, too. I mean, you're not supposed to say bailout, because if you say bailout, you're supposed to think of Barry Obama, right? But what would you call Donald Trump's PPP program but a bailout? It's a bailout. By any other name, it's welfare. And they all got it. Pelosi's family got it. Restaurants got it. Newsom got it. All of the Trump supporters got it. And so you say, well, what's wrong with all of it? Well, I've argued with this in my own family. I've been told I'm wrong. My own family. They said to me, well, don't you understand that's how they save the economy? Had Trump not put out the PPP program and bailed out all these big corporations, the corporations would have gone under, the stock market would have collapsed, and we would have fallen into a deep depression. My answer is a little different, which is that we are going to go into that depression one way or the other, because you can only pump so much air into a balloon until the balloon explodes. And I personally believe that the dollar has been devalued by a high percentage, and I couldn't give you the exact amount. Anyway, thanks for listening to this Rock and Roll Friday. If you care to share the stories that you heard today or the insights, the interview, it's all on the website, michaelsavage.com, and the podcast is heard everywhere around the world wherever podcasts are heard. Thanks for listening.
The Westwood One Podcast Network.
Using free speech to free minds. It's the David Knight Show.
It's Friday, July 10th, 2020. I'm David Knight, your host. Well, today we have another interesting decision from the Supreme Court. As I tweeted out this morning, I said the Supreme Court has become the Forrest Gump branch of government. They're like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. It's just like, so today we'll talk about what came out yesterday afternoon. They decided they would give away half of Oklahoma to the Indian reservations, and it was a 5-4 decision. The deciding vote was Neil Gorsuch, who wrote the decision. And so we're going to talk about the twisted logic behind what they had to do to save a pedophile, I mean, this is a guy who violently raped a 4-year-old. But his defense is he did it on an Indian reservation. Okay, well, let him go. I mean, that was 23 years ago. This 4-year-old girl is now 27. She's had to live with this for 23 years. This guy has been appealing it under every basis, never denied that he did it. He said, well, I did it on Indian reservation, so that's okay. Is that the Indian tradition? Do you realize what the Indian reservation system is? Do you realize that it's under the Bureau of Indian Affairs and how corrupt that is? What it was designed for? I mean, the Indian reservation system is absolutely corrupt and has been from the very beginning. It is the picture of what the federal government wants to do to all of us. As I've said many times, they ended private slavery with the consolidation of government in the Civil War. I don't think that was it was one of the issues, but it wasn't the issue for the people who were fighting it. It was what happened after the fact for most of the people. There were some abolitionists who wanted to have that war. Some, like Lysander Spooner, said, he'd fought for abolition, but he said, I don't want to destroy our Constitution for abolition. Let them go and suffer the consequences. But we need to keep the Constitution, not destroy the Constitution. So he opposed slavery and he opposed Lincoln's war. But as we've seen what happened after that, these altruistic Union soldiers who then went west and said the only good Indian is a dead Indian. That was General Sheridan, who had destroyed the Shenandoah Valley. As they did that, the consequence of that was really to give the world its first concentration camps and complete manipulation of society with government schools. They took the children from the parents, they shipped them back east to boarding schools so that they could break the parental and cultural connection that these children had with their families and with their tribes. And that's what they've done to you, America. That's exactly what they have done to you. This kind of containment, this kind of welfare system. Don't worry, we'll give you, we're not going to let you actually grow anything or have any freedom about how you live your life, but we'll give you some money and we'll have a corrupt bureaucracy rule over you. That's the Indian reservation system. That's the system that they brought to the inner cities in big ways in the middle of the 20th century for black families. And that's the system that they want to impose on you with Agenda 21. But then there's the legal issues of our judicial supremacists, the real tyranny in this country. So we'll be talking about that after we take a look at the latest updates on America held hostage. It's not good enough what's happening right now. President Fauci wants to extend this. He wants to lock people down. As a matter of fact, here in Austin, they just said $2,000 fine if you're not wearing a mask, and that's going to be there until December 31st. Another 6 months of this. They're not going to take this off anytime soon. We're going to have to throw off these shackles. They don't ever give up any power that they take. Never give it up. Never let them keep it. We'll be right back. It's Friday, July 10th, year of our Lord, 2020. I'm David Knight, your host. It is day 116 of America Held Hostage. And quite frankly, I've been given an early indication from the mayor here in Austin that we will be doing this to the end of the year at the very least. They don't expect to even let you walk around without a mask for another 180 days. Another 6 months they're looking at. So we'll be doing this. It'll be day 296, I'm certain. Yeah, this is going to keep going until we tell them we've had enough of this stuff. Fauci is pushing for new rounds of state shutdowns. Any state that's having a serious problem here, we should seriously look at shutting it down. Shut down the entire state. And of course, he says that he and his Corona Task Force, and that's what they've been tasked with, to shut down America, to destroy your life, basically, and to vaccinate you. You know, they're not going to have the vaccines until the end of the year, so you're going to be locked down. You'll have the mask on. This is about teaching you obedience, teaching you to follow orders, getting used to this. keeping you scared to death of everybody else. And when they tell you the vaccine's your ticket out, the vaccine is going to keep you safe. The vaccine will give you the privileges to move and to work and to go to school and so forth. By another 6 months, they think they'll have that for you. So he says, we've been in frequent contact with governors and mayors, and we just have to tighten things up. Yeah, that noose around your face. Austin residents who violate health rules will get a $2,000 fine, says the Marxist mayor here, Adler, and the city council. And they have extended this order again through December the 31st. Again, another 6 months they're going to have this on here. And he's very honest about it. Says, not the mayor, but one of the Marxist council members here, Greg Cesar. The goal isn't just issuing fines. Our goal is to get compliance. That's right. Going to make you comply, make you obey. It's a symbol of obedience and deference to their authority. And they said that they've got a lot of different precautionary guidelines. Not only just wearing masks, but you got to do the social distancing and no groups larger than 10. But the key thing is going to have employers doing screening for everybody before they go to work. And now they're talking about, well, you know, I don't know when we're going to enter stage 5. Stage 5? I thought we had 4 phases. Now we've got 5 stages, right? And of course, Governor Abbott is right there in support of these Marxist Democrats like Adler and Cesar. Governor Abbott sent Mayor Steve Adler a letter saying that the city had his full support in enforcing additional measures for compliance. Well, you know what? Abbott, you have fully lost my support and any Texan who loves liberty and the Constitution. You have lost it, and I hope you never get office again. You ought to be driven out in shame. Texas is telling people, the state of Texas, the Texas Division of Emergency Management now is suggesting, right now it's just a suggestion, but they're going to step this up. You should consider wearing a mask even when you're in your own home. This is what these tyrants, I can't take him off. I can't even stand to look at his sorry face anymore. Abbott. Hey, Abbott, you're not going to have me wear a mask in my house. We have a lot of guns in Texas, and we can carry those in our houses. Don't come in my house looking to see if I'm wearing a mask. While we believe the community is doing a great job of following the rules when they're outside the home, we really need to be thinking about doing the same thing when we're inside the home, says the state of Texas. I think you need to be worried about following the Constitution. Yeah, having a uniform there and a badge doesn't give you any authority. The Constitution gives you authority, and you don't have any authority. The governor, the Texas bureaucrats underneath him, none of them have any authority on this. Now you got a Colorado town that is threatening a year in jail for residents who refuse to wear masks. Everyone over the age of 6. So that's it. You know, as soon as you get out of diapers, you put it on your face. Required to wear a mask. Must be worn inside any retail or commercial business, governmental office, healthcare facility, including veterinary offices. So does that include your dog if your dog is over 6? I don't know. Maximum penalty is actually even higher than it is here in Austin. Here in Austin, $2,000 fine. There in Colorado, $2,650. How did they come up with that? Is there any change there? $250, $650.75 or something like this? I mean, if we're going to be arbitrary. Oh, that's right. They're not putting any change in there because the Federal Reserve has now restricted our ability to get coins because they're pushing us into a cashless society. You got business after business saying, we're not going to take cash anymore. It's dirty, dirty. Oh, and by the way, if you insist on doing cash with some of the other people who have not said that they're just going to flat out refuse to do cash, then we don't have any coins, so we just have to round it up. So you don't really want to go that way, do you? This is another effort to consolidate economic power, if you haven't seen enough of that. And of course, the people who are pushing this are the ones who are going to be making money off of the fees. You know, most small businesses are happy to deal in cash because that reduces their banking fees. But of course, we don't have small businesses anymore. They've been driven out of business for the most part. Any person charged with an offense under this emergency order may choose to enter a plea of not guilty and be entitled to a trial as authorized by law, says the executive order. Well, isn't that nice? Maybe we need to go back to what I've been saying for the longest time. Jury nullification. Jury nullification. That is one of the key linchpins of our freedom. And I hope people, when that, this could be a good thing. A lot of people, when they go to, they're grabbed by the government or the war on drugs or some other unconstitutional thing like that. They're afraid because they add all kinds of penalties to it, all kinds of things. And so it's like, and they play that because they want you to play the game of plea bargaining. They come after you against one thing, and even if you're not guilty of that, they add a whole bunch of other charges to twist your arm, just like they did General Flynn, to try to get you to say, okay, I'll plead guilty, and you drop these other extra charges which are padded on there. And so you have a very, very small percentage of people who even go to a jury trial because they play that game with them. But we have this type of situation. They're going to be coming after you, trying to put you in jail for a year, trying to hit you with thousands of dollars worth of fines, trying to shut down your business, destroy your entire economic life. And it's going to be focused on this thing alone. And I think in this environment, well, we've got at least half of us who realize that this is really just a political move and it hasn't anything to do with health. I think we've got half of the population that understands that. If you go to a jury trial, you got a pretty good shot of at least having a couple of people in that jury, and you only need one, is going to say, nope, that may be the law. I disagree with the law, because that's what the jury nullification is about. It isn't about the facts of the case. Oh yeah, I wasn't wearing a mask, and oh yeah, you claim that you've got a law. But guess what? We don't like that law. That's what the jury is for. The jury is there as a check against overreach by our elected and our unelected government masters. And we say, well, you know what? I don't agree with the penalty, or I don't agree with the law itself. That's the long-standing tradition of Western civilization that has been swept away over the years by this piling on of charges. So if we get this down to this core thing, and it is a big fundamental issue, and we need to have some jury trials on this. We'll be right back. As we're going to break, I said this is really about politics. It's also going to be about you taking back your rights. And as we look at these increasing measures, masks were, no, they're not good. Actually, they're harmful for you. They told us the truth about that at the very beginning. But now they're telling us, no, you got to wear them. First, they began saying, as the U.S. Surgeon General reversed himself, he said, well, just do it because it's good for morale. Now they're saying, you got to do it because you got to learn to obey. You got to learn compliance to follow the rules. And now you must follow the rules, or we're going to give you $2,000 fines or $2,600 fines in Colorado. In Austin, they said this is going to be till the end of the year, so get used to it. You got the Texas State Department of Unhealth telling you that you need to start thinking about wearing this in your home. 6 years old and older, wear this in your home. It's escalating on a day. That's just a suggestion now. Just like wearing them outside was a suggestion, wearing them in businesses was a suggestion after they suggested that it wasn't in your best interest from a health standpoint. And we've had a lot of people do this. We've had doctors do it. We've had university professors. I just saw that Del Bigtree hooked his kids up to a CO2 monitor and put a mask on them. A lot of people have done the experiment. Of course, you can do it yourself. You can put a mask on and see how easy it is to breathe. And of course, these are cloth masks. It's questionable whether or not the N95 mask actually does anything to stop this. I don't think it does. The virus particle is lower than, smaller in size than the smallest amount that they will capture 95% of, which is what N95 means. So I don't think even the N95 mask is effective, and that's why you have a lot of medical professionals use a shield over their face. Well, that's coming too, I'm sure. Or like this guy here that we got up on the screen said, well, they told me I had to wear a mask. I've just eaten hamburgers, so I took the hamburger wrapper, I put it on my face. I said, yeah, that's okay. Then they show you a video clip that says, oh, by the way, here's how you keep your mask on when the oxygen thing drops down if we have an emergency. And if that isn't ridiculous enough, I mean, you got to leave the mask on, even though you're going to have an oxygen mask completely covering your face and you're breathing. But then they say, okay, you can take off the mask if you want to eat your pretzels. Not if there's an emergency and the oxygen mask drops down, but if you want to eat your pretzels, that's fine. So he said he made sure that his pretzels lasted for the entire flight. But this is about politics. And they're coming out and being quite honest about it, really. USA Today op-ed piece. Trump's last line of defense is the economy. It's the economy, stupid. Remember that? Going back to Bill Clinton's rape and violent sexual assault charges, his impeachment for lying under oath. Remember that? They said, it doesn't matter. It's about the economy. And they know that. That's why they are killing the economy with the masks and with the lockdowns. And they want to extend it, which is what President Fauci wants to do. And President Trump and the GOP stand there like deer caught in the headlights, or they're actually helping them. Quite frankly, they're not just passive, they're partnering with them. Before COVID-19, writes the Democrat here writing this. This is Bradley Baychok from American Bridge writing on USA Today. He says, before COVID-19, Trump was planning to stake his reelection on a roaring economy, and he would have had a semi-legitimate, says the Democrat. No, he would have had a legitimate argument to make. Now we're in a recession with nearly 50 million people filing unemployment claims, and so we're going to rub his nose in this lockdown that Fauci has been able to create, and his globalist partners have been able to create a global depression. Determining that their vote is who would best steer the economy, the country through an economic crisis on that issue, they chose Trump by a significant margin. It's our job as Democrats to show them that this has been disastrous. And quite frankly, it has been. It has been, and it continues to be. As long as he allows Fauci to keep us locked down, he will lose, I think, and he deserves to lose, because there are bigger issues here even than the economy, and that's our liberty and our Constitution. I will not support anybody who supports these measures and who allows this to be done to us. Will not support it. I don't know what, I'm just going to set out the presidential election. I'm not voting for these Marxists, but I'm not voting for evil. And this is the worst evil I have seen from any president, Democrat or Republican, getting away with this in my lifetime. The worst. So he says, if we want to ensure that Trump doesn't win a second term, we need to cut off the last leg of his reelection bid. It's the economy, Democrats. Exactly right. And so they want to keep this going. And they want to tell everybody that, of course, the problem is for the Democrats, but they don't really have to worry about it. But the Democrat rank and file are quite happy to sit at home and collect a check. They wanted that anyway, right? They wanted welfare, the universal basic income. That's the best thing that's ever happened to the Democrat rank and file. So they're not really upset about this. They just don't want Trump in. But for Republicans and for Trump's base, for the middle class that has been squeezed out, for the middle class that's had their jobs taken, their businesses shut down, this is going to be a big game changer. Texas Republican Convention in Houston has now been canceled. Of course, I reported that it was coming from the convention center. But the convention center said, well, it's the mayor who actually told us to do that. And that's what we do now. We follow the orders from the Democrat people. You know, we were supposed to have the Libertarian Party convention in May here in Austin. And they shut that down. And so now the Libertarians are going to Florida because the Florida governor, DeSantis, is not kowtowing to everything like the Texas governor is. You've got Disney World is going to be opening up this weekend in Orlando. And also in Orlando, kicked off on Wednesday, the Libertarians had a face-to-face convention there. Republican National Convention will be in Jacksonville next month. Texas's loss, our liberty loss, is the gain of Florida. They get both the national party conventions of both the Republican and Libertarian Party. And they're allowed to have businesses open up because they're not being cowed by the CDC. And what's really going on here, folks, is far worse than just the political games that are being played. As Mises Institute points out, the market economy has now been replaced by a fiat economy. It has stripped away all pretense of a true market. Governments and central banks now create both supply and demand. Bailouts and subsidies are handed down so that zombie corporations can produce on the one hand, while welfare and universal basic income and other handouts are distributed to citizens to buy the products. Strictly speaking, this is a type of socialism. Actually, it's a full-on communism. Universal basic income is really full-on communism. We're going to shut your jobs down. You're not going to have any jobs. We're going to pacify you with income, and you all get the same income. Isn't that nice? And you don't even have to pretend to work, as the Soviet Union did. You know, in the Soviet Union, the Russians would say, well, they pretend to pay us, and we pretend to work. Well, you don't have to even pretend to work. They can just pretend to pay you. And when they talk about universal basic income, it is pretty basic. It is kind of subsistence basic. It's kind of like being put on a reservation. And that's exactly what it is. Coming up, we're going to be talking about Oklahoma. Stay with us. All right, yeah, I was just talking about the fiat economy. I think that it is that's a polite word for socialism, communism. Central control of the economy. No one is allowed to either create a company or thereby create jobs without government connections, without government approval, without political connections. And of course, that invites and always produces corruption. Just take a look at countries like Venezuela, for example, or North Korea, or East Germany. The people who wind up with the money, who wind up having their kids with billions of dollars and all kinds of toys that you see them and bragging about on social media, while everybody else starves. That's always the pattern. Venezuela everywhere. As I point out in Mises Institute, what is the size of this? The European Central Bank's asset purchase program is just shy of 3 trillion euros. They've got a newly expanded 1.35 trillion program. In the U.S., the Trump administration has already done $4.5 trillion relief bills. There's a Federal Reserve $2.6 trillion program to bolster the economy, and on and on. And so they go through all these different programs, primarily the U.S. and Europe. They say each of the above programs injects more money and credit than the gross domestic product of all the countries in the world, with the exception of the biggest 13. So we're not talking about G20 anymore. Because remember, going back before they had the excuse of a virus, a flu. It's now the flu. It's got the case fatality rate of the flu, even though they try to lie about it. They can't get it up by orders of magnitude. They can get it up to 0.2% instead of 0.1%. They can double it, presuming that people have died from it without testing them. They say, well, they died with it, therefore they died from it, but we're not going to test. So they can double it, but they can't get it up to that high a number. Nevertheless, before all this stuff happened, back in the fall, into the arcane repo market, they were dumping trillions of dollars. I pointed out at the time, I said, look at this, they just dumped in $500 billion in one day after they dumped in $100 billion one day. I said, $100 billion, that was a gross domestic product of Puerto Rico. $500 billion in one day, annual gross domestic product of Switzerland, the 20th largest country in the world. And so now, this is more than all the GDP of all the countries in the world except for the G13, not the G20, the G13. Cumulatively, they add up to more than the GDP of all countries except for China and the US. This is where we are. This is the insanity of where we are. And speaking of corruption, millions of dollars in coronavirus relief loans went to a Chinese real estate company at the center of an FBI bribery probe. I talked yesterday about all the different Chinese companies. I didn't get to this one. This is another one. $4 million in PPP loans went to a real estate company that is at the center of a federal bribery investigation involving a Los Angeles city councilman named Jose Huizar, accused of accepting more than $800,000 in bribes from the chairman, referred to in the federal indictment as Chairman E. Oh, not Chairman Mao, this is Chairman E of the Chinese real estate company in LA. That's Shenzhen New World Group, New World Order. There you go, right there. Chinese billionaire Wai Wang. 2 PPP loans for hotels that operates in LA, millions of dollars. I thought it was kind of funny. It might just be a coincidence, but you had Pompeo announce visa restrictions for Chinese officials. And the Democrats, who love China, Democrats immediately after that announced travel restrictions for Attorney General Barr. Is that a quid pro quo for the Chinese supporting Democrats? Maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe it's just a coincidence. I'm sure it's just a coincidence, don't you think? But when we look at this fiat economy, even the Democrat sectors of the economy, like the movie business, is hurting. In LA, they have wiped out location filming. LA Times reports that only 2% of what was done, of the filming done in LA, location filming done in LA, they only had 2% of what they did a year ago, April through June. The lowest level of filming on record, they say, in LA. I saw a thing on YouTube the other day. There's a Christian independent group, not filming in L.A., but it's a series, maybe you're familiar with. It's called The Chosen. And what they did was they crowdsourced this whole thing. And they got a pretty big chunk of money, and they did a really good production value. What the idea was, they were going to do New Testament films, and they were going to do it as an ongoing series, multiple years, go in a lot more detail. And they got the first one out. It was excellent. They had already raised the money, had the script for the second one. I just saw a video from the guy who was really, really upset, about in tears. He goes, I don't know how we proceed with this. We can't, there's no locations we can go to. We can't travel. Locations won't let us film. So even though he's got the money, he's got a script, he can't do anything about it. It's going across, even people who are not trying to film the usual blood and sex movies are even getting hit by this. And then there's a dragzine.com. And this is not about drag queens. This is Dragzine. And this is up in Colorado. And they've been told, these emperors without clothes, not the drag queens, but the emperors without clothes, the bureaucrats have told them, you cannot have any more of these races. They had a race in Morrison, Colorado. The dragway failed to follow the social distancing and spectator capacities that were the preference of the health officials there. They had what they call the Brakes Plus Jet Car Nationals and their Independence Day celebration for the 4th of July. How dare you do something like this on the 4th of July, celebrate your freedom? As a matter of fact, a lot of the people who showed up there said that fans of the Speedway have taken to social media in support of the Bandameers. These are the people who own the drag race place, saying that they attended Saturday's race in support of freedom and the Constitution. Those things that we got after the Declaration of Independence. However, these bureaucrats are trying to get an injunction that would limit their operation, require them to submit a pre-approved safety plan. There you go. There's the fiat currency, right? You got to have a pre-approved plan to do any of this from your unelected health bureaucrats. And again, Trump and the GOP stand aside while Fauci and his army of health dictators pull this on everybody. They're still scheduled to have races on August 7th. If you're in the area, they're going to have the Dodge Mile High NHRA Nationals, presented by Pennzoil. Hey, maybe, I don't know how far that is to drive. Karen, look it up. And we got this. If you want to know what's happening, as Fauci says, we want to lock everybody down, lock down the states again. I got this email from a listener in Riverdale, Utah. Went into the Sam's Club, showed these pictures. This is yesterday afternoon. Said, my wife and I took these pictures of produce coolers are nearly empty. I mean, look at these pictures. Everything is empty in a Sam's Club. Much of the floor area as well. We asked them what was going on. They said, well, there's the warehouse supplying Sam's Club has had a lot of the workforce out with COVID and quarantine. This is the same game they were playing to shut down the supply of meat. Have you heard about anybody dying from these meat packing plants being shut down? Because if they had died, it would be at the top of the Drudge Report. The biography of every single victim, both of them, would have been on the top of the Drudge Report. So I'm assuming that nobody died at these meat packing plants. They went through a test, they give big false positives, and we're going to have to shut down the meat processing so everybody can starve because of their Chinese tests. Are they okay in Oklahoma? Are we okay? Is this the beginning of the end for Mount Rushmore? Look at what Gorsuch did. And as I said this morning, I said this ought to put the nail in the coffin for this idea that has been disproven for the last 50 years. This fantasy that Republicans have, Republican voters. Because, again, the GOP doesn't have any fantasy about this. They want to keep abortion going. It's a wedge issue that they can use, just like the Democrats use presumed racism to keep going. They don't want to end any of this stuff. They want to keep police brutality. I mean, the very people who are pushing the war on drugs, and people like Biden who push the lockup of our population, they want to keep that going. And they want the police brutality. They don't want to do anything about that. They want that as an issue. And quite frankly, Republicans want to keep abortion as an issue. They could have stopped it a long time ago. Anybody who looks at the Constitution in just a cursory glance and reads the Bill of Rights, 9th and 10th Amendment, understands that there's no basis for what the police have been trained to do in the war on drugs. There's no basis for the Supreme Court to decide and to dictate when life begins to people. And now they're going beyond that. And so for the last 50 years, we've said, well, if we get a Republican president in, like Reagan or like Trump, they can put good conservative judges in and things will get in line with the Constitution. And it hasn't worked for 50 years. And it will never work because the people that you pull from for the Supreme Court are lifetime bureaucrats. They do not respect the 9th and 10th Amendment. They don't respect the Constitution at all. They just sit there and rule by fiat. Judicial supremacy, judicial tyranny. And we've seen another example of this now. When we look at the case that came out yesterday afternoon, the justices ruled 5-4 in favor of a man named Jim C. McGirt. It sounds like some kind of Western cartoon character, but he's a violent pedophile. McGirt. He raped a 4-year-old girl back in 1997. He is now 71, and of course his poor 4-year-old victim is now 27 after having suffered with this. This is what he did not contest, that he did this when he was found guilty. He was found guilty in Oklahoma of rape, of lewd molestation, of forcible sodomy of a 4-year-old girl. Right there. This pedophile tried every kind of appeal. He did not say that he was not guilty of any of that. He just said, I'm a member of the Seminole Nation, and I was on land that is claimed by the Creek Nation, and therefore you have no legal jurisdiction to punish me for rape. And Neil Gorsuch wrote an opinion, just recently appointed by President Trump, wrote an opinion supporting that. So the base issue there is quibbling over the language in 1907, as they were becoming a state, and as the federal government, the Supreme Court and Neil Gorsuch said was, well, the state can't take these lands that were given to the Indians as a reservation. They can't take that away. Well, it was taken away by Congress in 1907. So then they quibble over the language of Congress. Was it specific enough to satisfy? And Roberts thinks that it was. Roberts was on the losing side of 4 justices. He said Congress made no attempt to conceal its intention to disestablish reservation lands. He said the court suggests that Congress sought to tiptoe to the edge of disestablishment. Quite the opposite. Through an open and concerted effort, Congress did what it set out to do, to transform a reservation into a state. And again, this all goes back to Agenda 21 stuff and the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainability. The fact that the government claims that it owns most of the land out west because those areas became states after the government overthrew the Constitution with Lincoln's War. That's really what happened. They said, well, we have all power now. We're going to rewrite constitutions. We're not going to allow states. Once you come in as a state, we're still going to keep control of that federal land. Unlike what they did east of the Mississippi. East of the Mississippi, what they did was they turned over the land to private individuals, which is what they should have done out west. And so anyway, and as I look at this, this guy, this pedophile, and this is the thing that I think is amazing. The fact that he's not even a member of that tribe. He's a Seminole, claims to be. And this is land that was claimed by the Creek Nation. And so the central part of this is, as Neil Gorsuch went back, he talked again about the Trail of Tears. And that was when the Indians who are in North Carolina, Cherokee and others, not Seminole. I mean, we're talking about a lot of the Indians who are in Oklahoma are Cherokee out of North Carolina and Georgia. And that was what the Trail of Tears is about. This guy is a Seminole, and the people who were there were Creeks. Now, there's been, I don't know how many court decisions there have been about the Trail of Tears, but now since Neil Gorsuch has brought this in, we've had at least 3 big cases in the Supreme Court. We had 2 cases back when Andrew Jackson was president. First, the Supreme Court said, yeah, you can relocate these people. And then when they saw what was happening, within a year, the Supreme Court reversed itself. That must be something that keeps John Roberts up at night, because his primary thing is not individual liberty. It's not being obedient to the Constitution. His primary thing is to be obedient to former Supreme Court decisions and do not overturn them regardless. He will reverse himself, as he did over the abortion issue. He'll reverse himself before he will reverse a Supreme Court majority opinion. So even though he decided a couple of years ago that, yeah, this law to protect women's health in abortion centers, I think that ought to go forward. Then when the majority says no, and the same law comes up again from a different state, now John Roberts joins the other side to make it 5-4 because he doesn't want to change the Supreme Court's decision. He doesn't care about life of women, women's health in abortion clinics. He doesn't care about the Constitution. Of course, he doesn't care about that. Just wants to preserve the authority of the Supreme Court. So it must keep him up at night to think back historically to when the Supreme Court reversed itself in 1 year. And then when they reversed themselves, Andrew Jackson, whose policy was to forcibly remove the Cherokee to Oklahoma and the Trail of Tears, and I think it was a heinous policy, but it was his power under the Constitution. And we don't have presidents like Andrew Jackson, despite the fact that President Trump puts his portrait up. President Trump is no Andrew Jackson. Because Andrew Jackson said, you've made your decision, let's see you enforce it. And he went ahead and did what he had the constitutional right and power to do. under separation of powers. And that is something that is incredibly important, that we preserve the separation of powers. Without that, we have now wound up with a court that is supreme over everyone and everything. And we continue to bow and scrape to them. And so now the result of this trial is that tribal members who are found guilty in state courts for offenses like violently raping a 4-year-old are now going to be able to challenge their convictions and get out of jail. It's a get out of jail free card for every Indian in these claimed territories. That's the bottom line. And then, of course, it throws the legal status of all these people up into the air. 1.8 million people, only 15% of them are Native Americans. That means that there's 1.5 million people who are not Native Americans, but now they're going to be under some kind of legal system that's run by this corrupt Bureau of Indian Affairs. You know, Neil Gorsuch likes to talk about the fact, well, we made a treaty, we got to stick to that treaty no matter how difficult it is. Well, as Russell Means of the American Indian Movement said in his book, Where White Men Fear to Tread, he said the federal government has broken every treaty it ever made with the Indians. The treaty they made with white men is called the Constitution, and they're breaking every aspect of the Constitution. What are you going to do about it, white man? What are you going to do about it, white man? You going to allow them to do it? All right, folks, we got to take a break. Before we do, I just want to remind you about our 4th of July special that is continuing. The products that we sell at InfoWarsStore.com are what fund this program, everything that we do here. And we've got a lot of products, 50% up to 60% off, free shipping, double Patriot points, things like DNA Force Plus. We have Winter Sun, vitamin D to boost your immune system. All those 50 to 60% off, free shipping, double Patriot points, InfoWarsStore.com. You know, Ted Cruz commented on the Supreme Court decision about Oklahoma. He said Neil Gorsuch and the 4 liberal justices just gave away half of Oklahoma. Literally. Manhattan is next. No, it's not just Manhattan. This is in a lot of different areas. I'd say Rushmore is next. I mean, just look at the political pressure to get rid of Rushmore. I'm struck by the difference between America and China in the sense that now as we see China moving into Hong Kong, into an area that was formerly free, and again, you know, that was a great example. I talk all the time about East and West Germany, that for most of my life, we had that stark contrast between freedom and a communist country, centrally controlling everything, taking away people's individual liberty and the poverty and the tyranny that comes along with that. Of course, we still have North and South Korea. You can still see that. We also had Hong Kong and China, Hong Kong and Taiwan versus communist China. And now as they move into Hong Kong, one of the first things they want to do to take away their freedom, of course, is to make sure that they change the kids' minds in school. That has been their first priority. We should think about that. Because long before you had the kind of pushback that you've seen, the riots that you've seen in Hong Kong, they had a lot of riots in years before this because of what communist China was pushing into the schools in Hong Kong. And the people said, we're not going to teach that. We're not going to have that taught to our kids. They knew what the propaganda was, and they were going to stand up to that propaganda. And they had riots in the streets about it. Not here in America. We don't know, we don't care what the government schools are teaching our children. And as a result, now we have riots in the streets, not by parents trying to protect their children, but by the children who have been turned into monsters that hate their parents and the parents' country. And so we have in Hong Kong, they're saying, well, we're going to remove any books that we don't like, say the Communist Chinese. Anything that is unpatriotic. It must have patriotic content, or we're going to take it out. Now here, the government and the school systems demand that our material has to be unpatriotic. But there is a commonality here, and that is that, and it's what communists always do, because we now have our school system being run by communists. People like Bill Ayers went in there and helped to set this up, pushing division through racism and so forth. It's what communists always do. They control the thoughts and the minds of children. And it's not just the communists. As I said before when I talked about the reservation system, as we're talking about Oklahoma, the fact that the government, right after the Civil War, decided that to pacify the Indians that they had just fought, that they'd take the children away, send them back east to boarding schools, so they could break the link to their family's culture, to their family's religion, and so forth. And that's what they're doing to you, white man. You like that? We're on a reservation system. I have reservations about that. Yeah, it is a reservation system, and it is a part of the reservation system is brainwashing the kids, destroying the culture, destroying the religion of the and the culture, and to make sure that you control all economic activity. And maybe, just maybe, the way the reservation system has been accelerated under the so-called COVID crisis and pandemic, maybe that'll wake some people up. I don't know, but it truly is coming in with a hammer. That is all of the Agenda 2030 that we're looking at. All right, when we come back in this next hour, We're going to be talking to a pastor who has some things to say about religious freedom. And he's one of the old-style pastors. This is one of the guys that he's very much like the pastors who are part of the Black Regiment, who said in the American Revolution, no, we're not going to go into slavery. We're going to resist this. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Coming up in the next segment, we're going to be talking to Al Waddell about the conflict with the Constitution and the coronavirus lockdown, and the Constitution, specifically the First Amendment. You know, we got several different parts of the First Amendment. You have the free press, that's being taken care of. The truly independent free press, that's being taken care of with the social media censorship. First corralling everybody into social media, and then deciding, after they make that the established standard, then deciding who will be allowed to be in social media. And then deciding who will be allowed to comment on social media, because it's not just the independent press, but it's also your free speech. So that's a couple of different components of the First Amendment. Then we have the right to redress your grievances. And of course, that was really pushed back against at the beginning of the lockdown, when you had people who show up, staying in their cars, honking their horns in protest. Oh, that was horrible, wasn't it? But then when they showed up in masks without any social distancing, many of them without masks, of course, you had a lot of Antifa. They wore masks even when masks weren't cool, according to Fauci, right? But then when they show up, it's okay. It's okay. Not in their cars, not honking their horns, but beating cars, destroying cars, burning buildings, and so forth. That's cool. And then there's the other part of the First Amendment, which is the free exercise of religion. And we look at what is happening in Chicago. You still have an organization, Liberty Counsel, there fighting the Marxist mayor of Chicago and the health officials who have now made themselves the government there. And they are still threatening them, these churches, especially these two churches that have Romanian people who have fled communism. They know exactly what this is about. They know where this is going. Just like the Americans who founded, who were living in America, when they saw the British establishing their political control, they knew what that was going to lead to, because they had experienced religious suppression in Britain. People like William Penn and others. Anyway, what's going on in Chicago? Liberty Counsel's Matt Staver, founder and chairman, said he represents these various churches in Chicago. He said they've received letters from the city's Board of Health declaring them to be public nuisances. Now, that doesn't sound like that's too bad, does it? Except that if you are a public nuisance and you are threatened with, quote, summary abatement, that is a legal term, which means that they can destroy a facility without any judicial process or further notice. You understand that? No due process. You've been warned, citizen. You have been given a summary abatement because you are a public nuisance. That means that we can just come in and with bulldozers any day and knock down your building, just like China. They can do anything they want. And so one of these pastors, again from Romania, Christian Enescu, said that he has seen this many times before, and they are not going to follow these orders. You know, it was interesting. We've got Whitmer out there. She's getting more and more pressure. Has had a lot of pressure, but she's now saying, let's play video clip number 5. She will not be bullied, she says. She will not be. She
the
will
average
be
Michigan 7-day moving average of new cases. I put the graphic up on the screen for everyone. You're obviously not hitting the highs in terms of new cases that you were in mid-April, thank goodness. However, as you can see, from June to July, it's been a pretty steady uptick. And so, what's the plan now?
Yeah, so we, have a phase 2 re-engagement.
It's gone down to essentially nothing. It's gone up a little bit because we started doing tests.
5, but we dialed it back right before 4th of July because we see these numbers increasing. So not having bars that are serving indoors, that's one thing. But, we're going to continue to monitor the numbers. If they keep moving up, we're going to dial back if we have to. And it's the last thing any of us wants. I got to tell you, I want to re-engage this economy more than anyone, but I'm not going to do it if it is too risky to do so. And that's why we're staying focused on the epidemiology. I'm not going to be bullied into moving before it's safe. And if we have to move back, we're going to.
So is it just
let's hold it right there. That's all I can take of her. Small doses of her. Any more than a minute or so of Whitmer can lead to brain damage. So we have to limit that amount. No, what she's saying is she's doing the talking points of President Fauci. We're going to have to watch this, even though it's gone down to basically zero. We started testing people then, and with these tests, we said, well, look, we got more cases of this. So now we're going to have to, put in some more regulations on you. Of course, she was one of the first people out there to come after churches, to shut them down, and businesses. She has, barbers, everybody. I want to play this for you. This is I said Liberty Counsel was helping the people in Chicago. This is another organization, firstliberty.org. And there's a lot of businesses and different ones that are affected by this. This is a statement by Ken Ham, who was fighting in Kentucky. They have a museum center there, Answers in Genesis, the Ark Encounter. They have They have worship services there. They have restaurants. They have, it's like a museum and so forth. And so they were in a kind of a strange area there as far as these orders go. And they got the help of First Liberty. I'll let him tell you about it. Video clip number 1.
Just recently, as a result of the COVID-19 situation, we sadly had to close down the Ark Encounter and the Creation Museum temporarily, and that resulted in laying off hundreds of staff as well. But then as the reopening standards were being talked about in our state, we were waiting for the time in which we believed that we could reopen. And we recognized we had restaurants, we had retail, praise and worship in our big auditorium, and we had this large structure, the Ark, and also the Creation Museum. If you divide up into sections, we recognize that we should have been free to open, but we're sort of a unique organization, being an attraction, but a Christian organization, and there was no specific opening allowed for a group like ours. So we contacted First Liberty, and they agreed to represent us, and we had a letter ready to go to the governor, but suddenly the governor said, oh, museums are allowed to open. And so we took that and said, okay, we're going to open now. And then we published our preparedness plan, but we sent out a press release to the media, all the secular media and Christian media. And in the first paragraph, we made note that our attorneys at First Liberty Institute had agreed with us that we should be able to reopen. It's interesting, we even had one leader in the community actually was upset with us for putting that in there, because to them it implied, hey, we have legal standing here and we're going to stand upon our rights if you try to stop us. And so we recognized that that worked, because that's what we wanted to do. In fact, a number of people commented to us, oh, we saw that you had First Liberty there in the first paragraph, and we know that they've already won a couple of cases in Kentucky standing for religious freedom. And so that to us was so very, very important. And so I just want to thank First Liberty for being there. I no doubt that we'll be talking to them again over other issues in the future.
It's very important to stand up for your legal rights and to understand what legitimate authority is. That's what we're going to be talking to Al Waddell about in the next segment. As First Liberty points out, look, you've got things like temporary requests by the government to halt things, a temporary request versus a permanent order, right? That's a very different thing. Temporary requests are okay, as long as they're not discriminatory, as long as you're not singling out one type of business over all others. And that's precisely what we have seen throughout the Democrats, throughout the press. As I pointed out a couple of days ago, you had New York Times saying, look at this, the center of all of this are the churches, except the churches count for 0.02% of the cases. 99.98% of the cases are somewhere else. And yet NPR will tell us the most dangerous place is in a church. And Governor Newsom says you're not going to be allowed to even sing in churches in California if you don't have a mask on. I didn't know he was even allowing them to meet. Welcome back. Joining us now is Al Waddell. And I contacted Al and I said, can you come on the program? Because he wrote this. He said, 5 months ago, in the beginning of the COVID change, I told people and I wrote, there are an estimated 350,000 churches in America. Every pastor of every one of those churches should be standing up and confronting the lying medical purveyors of panic and their government lapdogs. And I can say that because I've already paid my dues on similar, submissive, unconstitutional, treasonous, anti-God rubbish. And so I said, all right, let's get you on. I need somebody else saying this besides me. And he's got a lot to say to you about legitimate authority. Thank you for joining us, Al.
Well, thank you, David. I appreciate being on with you. And I've watched you and listened to you for a number of years now. And
well, thank you.
I remember the first time I heard you, I thought, boy, this man sounds like me.
That's what my son said about you. He says he sounds like you. Yeah, we've never met each other, but we've met God, and we know what this is really about, right? And so we've looked at this kind of pattern in the past. You know, there's a couple of famous guys that came out of the takeover of what happened in Nazi Germany. We had Pastor Martin Niemöller, who said, well, you know, first they came for this group and I didn't do anything. Then they came for that group and I didn't do anything. Then they came for me and there was nobody left. Now, one of the people who stood up to that was Dietrich Bonhoeffer, and he was criticized by many of the pastors in Germany. They said, no, you have to obey government authority because it's right there in Romans 13. Talk about legitimate authority, Al.
All right. Just let me interject something here. When you said Niemöller, I know Pastor Niemöller. I was with him in a meeting in Helsinki, Finland in 1962.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, and I spent a little bit of time with him, talking to him. I don't know him any further than that, but just as an interesting sidelight there. But
that's great. Yeah, he made it out, but Dietrich Bonhoeffer didn't. They killed him just before the war was over. Yeah.
to speak to what you just said, I'm thinking about a statement by Jonathan Mayhew in 1750. He said, "It's blasphemy to call tyrants and oppressors God's ministers.
Mm-hmm.
More properly, the messengers of Satan to buffet us.
Yes.
No ministers are properly God's ministers, but such as are just, ruling in the fear of God. And when once magistrates act contrary to their office and the end of their institution, when they rob and ruin the public instead of being guardians of its peace and welfare, they immediately cease to be the ministers of God and are no more deserved that glorious character than common pirates and highwaymen."
Yeah, I agree with that. I said a couple of days ago, I said, you look at Romans 13, if you want to say, well, I've heard many pastors and many churches say, well, you just got to do whatever the government says, no matter how evil or bad it is, you just got to do what they say because they have authority and God put them there. And I say, well, no, you're focusing on the imperative, do this, right? But you're not looking at the indicative. What indicates legitimate authority? And it's defined right there as to what legitimate authority is. And you just defined it in that quote, going back to one of the to the time of the American Revolution.
That's correct. There's a verse in Malachi 3, verse 5 says, "And I will come near to you in judgment and will be a swift witness against the sorcerers, against idolaters, and all false swearers." That's what these people are.
Mm-hmm.
They have sworn, they put their hand on the Bible and swear to uphold the Constitution, and then immediately begin to violate it. So,
yes.
I think of it like this. I think of it like a ladder. You climb up, a ladder of status, I call it. God is at the top, and under God is the people who put into place the Constitution, and under the Constitution are servants. Well, what's happened today is that ladder of status has turned completely upside down. We've got servants at the top, the Constitution is nowhere to be found, and people, and God is on the bottom.
That's right.
So it's completely turned upside down, and what disturbs me, what's astounding to me, is that most preachers that I look at, and I can speak this as a preacher. I mean, I've been preaching since 1965. Most of them have this attitude of, well, we're submissive. Well, the Bible doesn't teach that. It teaches us that we are to be submissive to the powers that be. They are a ruler. They are rulers not for terror to good works, but to the evil. And they've missed that. They stop at the first phrase.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, as you pointed out, they are oath breakers. And the reason they have to take that oath is because the true authority in the land, the true authority is the Constitution. And by taking that oath, they say, well, we're putting ourselves under that authority, and that's the basis of our power that we have here, is the authority of the Constitution. And then when they throw that away, they have thrown away their power to do anything, their legitimate power. And of course, they can have a power that comes out of the barrel of a gun. But, if somebody comes up to you, I gave the illustration the other day of Treasure Sierra Madre, where these Mexican bandits come up to the miners in the hills and say, we're federales. And they say, where's your badge? And say, we don't need no stinking badge. Well, that's what we've got today. We've got people say, we don't need no stinking badge. We don't need any Constitution. We have the guns, and you're going to do what we say. And the pastors say, yeah, we'll do it.
Exactly. And I've come across this numerous times. I remember one time in Tucson, where I used to live, a police officer came onto the property, went to the back of my property, and he went past two signs saying, don't trespass here. And I put up the Arizona Revised Statute ordinance that said, you can't do this. And I go to the back of the property, and he's standing on the top of his squad car, looking over the fence into the property next door. And so I walked up and I said, what are you doing? And he ignored me. So I went around to the front of the car so he couldn't miss me. And I said, what are you doing? You went past a sign that said no trespassing. He said, I can do whatever I want.
Yeah.
I said, no, you can't. Now, the property had a house in the front and 6 apartments behind it, and a circular drive going around the whole thing. So I went and I moved my car into the driveway so he couldn't get out. And I had another car, and I moved it in the other side of the driveway, and he couldn't get out. When he tried to get out, I said, please, no, I'm not moving it. I just told the sheriff to come and arrest you.
That's what we need. We need people who are going to stand on legitimate authority, folks, because if we don't, what we're really looking at here is anarchy. And it doesn't matter if the anarchy comes at you with Antifa or people who presume to have authority. We'll be right back with Al Waddell. Stay with us. Welcome back. We're talking to Al Waddell. And he sent me a article that he had done in which he says, I'll just read this, and I'll ask him to explain this in more detail for you. He said a minuscule number of preachers did stand against government cancellation of the First Amendment. But the vast majority across America, from megachurches to little churches, beg government to, please, Master, let us assemble again in church. I even heard people in prayer thank the government for letting us meet. What should they do, Al?
Well, I'm glad you read that last statement there, because I approached that fellow that said that. Thank you for letting us meet. Mm-hmm. And do you realize what you just said? And he apologized to me. He said, after I said it, I realized I shouldn't have said that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just thinking, it astounds me that we've got cowards out there that are supposed to be standing up, telling people, look, they have overstepped their boundaries, and they're not doing it. I wonder if they understand that the Constitution is our guideline. The Bible is first, Constitution second, but the Constitution spells out what these people can do and what they can do and not do. The general rule is that an unconstitutional statute, and I'm reading this from this statement here from the American Jurisprudence, second edition. Though having the form and name of law, is in reality no law, but is wholly void and ineffective for any purpose. Since an unconstitutional law is void, the general principles follow: it imposes no duties, confers no right, and creates no office, bestows no power or authority, affords no protection, and justifies no act performed under it. No one, David, is bound to obey an unconstitutional law, and no courts are bound to enforce them.
That's right. So what they're doing when they talk about Romans 13, we just have, we have to understand that the government can tell us to do anything, and even if it's evil, even if it's wrong. I mean, I read a few weeks ago a statement from a mega church in California where they had put up on their website, they said, we know that this is not a pandemic. We know that these rules are not being applied equally, that we're being singled out for this, the churches are. And yet, we have to, because of Romans 13, do whatever they tell us. And yet what they're doing is they're actually undermining legitimate authority by doing that, because they're undermining the Constitution.
That's correct. And what they fail to realize, or they fail to articulate, is that it says, they stop at the first verse, because it goes on to say, for rulers are not a terror to good works, but to the evil.
That's right.
He's a minister of God to be for good. Now, I want somebody to explain to me, step forward here and tell me how you, as a minister of God for good, are telling me to shut the church. You don't have any right to do that. And,
right.
and the preacher who goes along with that, here's the thing, David. If you go along with a lie, you become complicit. And eventually you start mouthing that lie, and you become a liar yourself. And that's what the preachers are doing.
Yes. And we've seen this from our politicians, from the top down, from the president down to state governors, down to mayors and county public health officials. This is why I've said we've got to reclaim our society and the Constitution from the grassroots up. And it's going to require the kinds of law enforcement officers who said, look, I swore an oath to the Constitution as when I was in the military. I did it again, do it all the time as part of my law enforcement. And I'm going to abide by that. And we have to have pastors who are going to say that as well.
That's right. I'm sure you know who Samuel Rutherford was, the Scottish Presbyterian pastor in 1644. And he said this: Christ, the prophets and apostles of our Lord, went to heaven with a note of traitors, seditious men, and such as turned the world upside down. Calumnies of treason to Caesar were an ingredient in Christ's cup, and therefore this author is the more willing to drink of that cup that touched his lip. Truth to Christ cannot be treason to Caesar.
That's right. That's right. And you're talking about Paul specifically, what happened with him. Again, he appealed to Caesar, for the legal protections. But when they had him there, what did he do did he just wait around for them to take him in that one particular instance?
No, of course not. And if you search all the way through the book of Acts, you will not find one instance of any of the apostles submitting to illegal, unlawful, evil authority. You can't find it. I don't know where these preachers are when they're reading the book of Acts, because it isn't there. So,
well, that's right. I think there's two things that are going on here. Number one, there is, I think, a legitimate confusion with some of them as to what legitimate authority is, because a lot of them have gone through government schools and they don't understand the Constitution and they don't understand the structure, and maybe they're not really, paying too much. It's a tradition that's been handed down to them. But I think there's also an aspect. I think a lot of people, and this is why I say pastors need to lead on this and Christians need to lead on this. Because I think a key thing in this lockdown is fear. Fear. And so we have to always look at this and say, who and what do you fear, Christian? Do you fear God? Do you fear a virus? Do you fear a government official who's going to lock you up? or shoot you or fine you? Is that what you fear? I mean, well, what do you think, Al?
Well, that's exactly correct, because that's who they fear. They fear the government. That's why they've locked their churches. I know one preacher in Louisiana, a Pentecostal preacher. His name is Tony Spell. He used to shut his church. They arrested him, put him under house arrest. He still wouldn't comply. Broke the house arrest, walked out, and preached in church. The man did right, yet everybody was saying he did wrong. Well, if you don't know such thing, not you, David, but the royal you out there, if you don't know such thing, then you need to pick up your Bible and start reading it, because you're going to find from Genesis to Revelation men who stood against the constituted authority or the authority and power at that time. The prophets did it all the way through the Old Testament. They stuck their finger in the face of a king and said, "You can't do this."
That's right. That's right. That's what Daniel did. You know, when he had his political opponents try to take him out, they said, well, you can't pray for the next 30 days. So he went out on his balcony and did it twice a day until they threw him in the lion's den. And you just basically leave it up to God what the circumstance is going to be. But it's not, what's left up to you is whether or not you are going to obey, and who you're going to obey and who you're going to fear. That's really the consequences that are there for you. And we've had many people talk about it. And I've read the quotes saying, you're not going to have anything if you're not willing to take the risks. You know, you talked about Tony Spell. He is a modern day William Penn, because it was William Penn who was told, you can't meet at this church. Now, they had a different reason. You know, they were saying, well, we've got our own official church. Now they're saying, well, we've got some spooky virus out there. And for your own good, because we don't want you to ever get sick and we don't want you to ever die. It's like, oh, wait a minute. Fear of death, is that something that should be shutting down Christians? But William Penn and people like him are the ones who founded this country because they valued their obedience to God, and they valued their individual liberty more than they valued life itself. We've got to take a quick break. We're going to be right back with Al Waddell. Stay with us. Welcome back. We're going to be talking to Al Waddell and get his take on where this is headed coming up in this segment. Before we go back to him real quickly, I want to tell you about our 4th of July Super Sale. That's what funds this program and everything that we do. And we air this on cable TV. We air it on radio. Those are free to air. What pays for the program are the products that we have at InfoWarsStore.com. And we've got free shipping, double Patriot points, and up to 60% off on many, many products. Here's some of the products that we have on sale. We've got VasoBeat. And we call it VasoBeat because concentrated beet juice acts as a natural vasodilator. And we have that 50% off. DNA Force Plus is 50% off. A very effective product. We have about 170 clinical studies done worldwide that show the key ingredient in this, which is what makes it expensive, is very effective at protecting your telomere health. And that is the end cap on the end of your DNA strands. That is really, more than anything, the length of that is kind of a predictor of your natural biological life. And so that is one very essential component to protect that. As your cells continue to divide, that typically gets shorter and shorter. This can help to slow down the process. The DNA Force Plus, 50% off. Winter Sun Plus, vitamin D. And vitamin D has been identified. Everyone will tell you this. It was even the NIH and the CDC. They will tell you that it is very effective. If you have a deficiency of vitamin D that is indicated, they found that this is highly correlated to people who have autoimmune disease, that they can even help the symptoms of autoimmune disease with vitamin D supplementation. And of course, you can produce vitamin D if you get out in the sunlight. But if they lock you in, like it's winter time, you need to supplement that. And so we have that as 50% off. Our Ultra 12, vitamin B12, that is 50% off. Vitamin Mineral Fusion Drink Mix, 50% off. Many products, 50 to 60% off. Free shipping, double Patriot points, InfoWarsStore.com. We really do appreciate your support. We try to help you to support your own health as well. All right, I want to go back to Al Waddell. We've been talking about the need for Christians to, number one, not be gaslighted into subservience, not to be afraid, not to cower in fear, but to understand who and what they need to obey, what legitimate authority is and who they ultimately need to obey, and that is Christ. And if we have that kind of courage, Christians are going to help us to take this back from this false narrative. But I want to go to Al Waddell, and Al, I want to get your take on where you think this is headed, ultimately.
Well, ultimately, it's headed for a one-world system.
Yeah.
And that is going to take place. It will happen. I've been preaching about this throughout my whole ministry. And you've got a couple of different thoughts here, whether the Christians are going to be around when that happens, or whether they will be right in the middle of it. The wonderful thing about the Word of God is that it tells us exactly what to believe and how to sort these things out. There's a verse in Isaiah 33:22 says this: "The Lord is our judge. The Lord is our lawgiver. The Lord is our king. He will save us." There are the three branches of government, all in the person of God himself, the judicial, the legislative, the executive. And he will save us. Where it's going, and I just hope that those folks that are listening to this will understand that your hope is only in God himself. It's not in government. It's not in a new president that's going to come on the scene and save us, because that's not going to happen.
That's right. Not in the Supreme Court, for sure.
That's right. What happened with the two latest judges that were appointed by Trump? I told my friend when we were talking about this, we got into an argument. I said, look, both of these guys are Jesuits. They were trained in Jesuit school. What do you expect from them?
Yeah.
So we can't put our trust in man. We have to have our trust in God. And he is the one who's going to save us. We are going to go into this COVID thing, I think, is facilitating this all.
Yes.
It's everybody into a mindset of accepting what the government says. And when you start cutting down people's food and gas for their car, they're going to go along with it.
Yes, most will. That's absolutely true. Yeah, I think that it's been said by many people, and I certainly agree with it. The Christian walk is a daily test as to who do you trust. Each day we got a different test. This COVID test is a big test for all Christians. It's a big test for pastors. It's a big test for churches. Who do you trust? Isn't it?
Yes, exactly right.
I don't see this thing going away anytime soon. As I said at the beginning of the program, here in Austin, they said, all right, $2,000 fine if you're not wearing your mask. And that shows how they're escalating this in the face, no pun intended, in the face of declining COVID statistics. They play the statistical game every possible way that they can, a different angle. Now the game is being played by the number of positive tests that they get, and we all know what that's about, because their death rate has gone down. But now they say $2,000, and they've put that regulation in, Al, until December 31st this year. They're not expecting this to go away. This is going to be ramping up. They'll continue to find some premise to ramp this up. And of course, we will have more colds and flus in the fall, and they will all be attributed to COVID, won't they?
Yes, they will. And I'm not wearing a mask. And I'm not going to go home. And if that means getting arrested, so be it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to submit to unlawful authority.
That's right. Yeah, and so as this thing continues to go on, it's going to be done in several stages, won't it? And I mean, we're just, they've got their different phases, they've got their different stages, but they're not what they're telling us, are they?
No, they aren't. There's an agenda behind all of this, and it's been going on for years. And this COVID business has just allowed them to ramp it up to the place where it's not just about us anymore. It's about this whole world. I was watching Alex yesterday when he had this segment on of Australia, where they're locking people in high-rises. And they can't get out. And they're going through and testing everybody in the high-rise. Well, what's next?
Well, I had a guy contact me from Cambodia, and he said, look at this, the European Union and Chinese are both coming in with cash and with conditions. Here's some cash for you. Because of COVID, we want to be able to get your picture and identification and picture of your property and so forth and so on. And yet he said this is in a country where they've had 140 cases and 0 deaths. So this is clearly being used globally. It's clearly being used as a beard for control, and a big part of that control that is coming next is going to be surveillance and contact tracing, and that's really what they've been after for a long time, tracing everywhere that you go and making travel a permit, a privilege granted by them.
Yes, and what Christians need to understand and realize is this. Jesus said, you shall be brought before governors and kings for my sake, for a testimony against them and the Gentiles. It's our testimony. I had a preacher tell me not too long ago, when we were talking about whether to lock the church down or not, he said, well, it's our testimony. I said, well, isn't keeping it open a testimony? He said, well, it could be. And one other thing here. When Jesus was looking at Peter, after Peter had made his confession and said, thou art the Christ, Son of the living God, and Jesus looks at him and says, blessed are you, Peter, for flesh and blood has not revealed this, but my Father which is in heaven. And then he goes on and he says, and I say unto thee that thou art Peter, and upon this rock I'll build my church, and the gates of hell, David, shall not prevail against it. There is an entity being attacked there, and an attacker. The entity being attacked are the gates.
That's
the
right.
gates of hell. The attacker is the Christian, and all the hymns of the past express all the hymns that the hymn writers wrote. Must I be carried to the skies on flowery beds of ease, while others fought to win the prize and sailed through bloody seas. So Christians need to understand, look, you're going to be brought before kings and governors as a testimony against them.
Yeah, absolutely. We got to be on offense, not on defense, and not cowering in our closet with a mask on our face. Thank you so much, Al Waddell. We'll be right back, folks. All right, folks, as I said at the beginning of the program, when you look at what these people are doing, here in Texas, for example, okay, you got the governor saying, oh, we're going to roll this back. And it's more now than just being cowed down by the mob, the Twitter mob. You've now got the Texas State Department saying, well, we think we're suggesting that you should wear this in your house all the time. Even anybody over 6 years old, like I said before, take the diaper off and put it on your face and just keep it there. And in Austin, $2,000 fine, and they put it in there till December 31st because they don't expect this to be coming off anytime soon. Why is this? Well, because any treatment that is out there, we've had a lot of different treatments that have surfaced, haven't we? We had vitamin C intravenously. That's very effective. It's very effective against any coronavirus. And no, we don't want to talk about that. We had stem cells in Wuhan, Dr. Wu in Wuhan, of all things. And they had 9 elderly patients about to die, very, very sick, deathly sick. They gave them stem cell treatment, not aborted babies, but stem cells that were taken from umbilical cords. All 9 of them, 100% of them recovered. Yeah, it's a small group. But, I mean, you look at what Fauci had for his standard of care with remdesivir, it wasn't that many people. And it wasn't a reviewed test either. But in this particular case, not only with the stem cells, not only did they all recover, but it even repaired the damage to their lungs. And these are people who were in very, very serious condition. We've had steroids talked about how effective they are. And we've played for you many times this week. The Texas doctor saying, yeah, these asthma inhalers, they spray in steroids. And not only that, but if you breathe it in, it goes straight to the source of the fire and puts it out, essentially. And he says it's been very effective. He's had 28 years experience as an emergency room physician. And he said, this is something that has been around forever, that is very, very effective. A spray, asthma spray, which is a steroid. But we don't want to talk about any of that. Instead, what they will do, they will push a drug that in the Chinese study, remdesivir, actually caused a few more people to die in the control group, the group that got it, the group that didn't get it. And then Fauci has that taken down from the WHO website. And then within a week, he puts up his own study and says, well, we show it's about the same number of people. But look, the people who actually, it didn't help people to survive this, but the people that did survive it, we claim that they got, 33% faster. And then he makes that the standard of care. And then, of course, the granddaddy of all this is hydroxychloroquine. There's an article on Zero Hedge, hydroxychloroquine and fake news. And they go through the many different studies, going back to the history of this with Dr. Vladimir Zelenko, the New York doctor, who said, well, I saw that this was being used in other countries. I did the same thing they did, hydroxychloroquine, zinc, and azithromycin for secondary bacterial infection. And he said, he sent that letter to President Trump. Trump says, oh, this looks like this could be a game changer. And that's when the politics began. Got to shut it down, because that's what this is really about. That and profit, right? He claims that he had 99.3% survival for those three together, hydroxychloroquine, zinc, and azithromycin. But he's not the only one. Professor Réault of Marseille used a similar protocol. His study with a small group showed a 50-fold benefit. A study from New York University School of Medicine in May found patients given hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin at early stage had a lower need for hospitalization. The addition of zinc improved the results even more. Yale professor Harvey Risch submitted a report of 5 trials and studies using hydroxychloroquine in the American Journal of Epistemology. But no, we don't want to pay any attention to that. He said the great majority, I conclude, who used hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin, preferably with zinc, can be outpatient treatment. See, we got to keep this going. Welcome back. I ran out of time in the segment at the top of the hour. I was talking about the fake news about hydroxychloroquine. Why are they doing this? Well, it's political, of course. They have a political agenda. They want to make sure that the economy does not recover so they can win, and they will burn this country down quite literally. Whether it's their mob in the street or whether it's their men in white coats, they will burn this economy down. They'll burn your life down. They'll burn the Constitution to get what they want, and that's power. Power and money for them. And we've seen a lot of concentration of wealth as you've got more than 50% of the restaurants have now gone out of business permanently on Yelp. I think the number, last one I saw was 53%. So all of this stuff about hydroxychloroquine, ignoring intravenous vitamin C, ignoring the steroids with asthma inhalers, all of this stuff, stem cell treatment, all of that is because they have to keep this disease going. And if they can keep this disease going, if they can escalate their control, their obedience, and if they can keep this going until the fall, then of course it will escalate. Right now, the game is the numbers game that they're playing is the number of tests. They've got a test that's not very accurate. They can go out there and say, look, the number of cases is rising up, even though the fatalities are collapsing. they will talk about the number of people who have tested positive to keep this going as long as possible. And they keep ramping this up. We have in Texas, as I pointed out at the beginning of the program, we have a Texas state official saying that you need to now, you should, we're just suggesting this now, but you really ought to start thinking about always wearing your mask, even in your home. Let's play video clip number 9.
I mean, it is no secret that Texas has seen an increase in the number of positive cases and the number of hospitalizations and the number of people going into an ICU. I think the other message that we need to get out is we still need people to follow the rules and the suggestions of all of the healthcare providers and physicians that are out there. We still need people to wear the mask in public. We still need people to keep social distance and isolation. Ryan, the one thing I want to try to get across today is we need to do that when we're in our homes also. As you know, I'm a lifelong San Antonian, grew up there, worked there for many years, and I know how many multi-generational families that we have. And while we believe the community is doing a great job of following the rules when they're outside of the home, we really need to be thinking about doing the same thing when we're inside the home. I mean, all of us are capable of catching this disease. None of us are immune from this. And the fact that we need to get across is in order to protect ourselves, we need to protect our families and our loved ones. We really need to be thinking about the care that we're providing inside the home right now to make sure that we're not spreading this disease inside the home and then making it come outside the house.
You get that? He keeps emphasizing inside the home, inside the home, inside the home. Yeah, the camel's got his nose under the tent. Go ahead and cut that. This is the way it begins. Remember, the beginning of all this, when we were told, hey, this is mysterious, everybody who gets it's going to die, you had the infectious disease doctor go on to the Diamond Princess cruise ship stranded off of Yokohama, Japan. He said, I was more afraid there than I was when I went to the Ebola thing because they didn't have any quarantine procedures. They weren't following anything. And yet still, even with their tests, you had about 15% of the people test positive. Out of 4,000, you had about 600. And then of those, half of them didn't have any symptoms. And then of the 300 who did have symptoms, 12 people died, which is just slightly higher than the percentage you would expect from a regular flu. And yet, as that was all happening, as everybody was so afraid, the infectious disease doctors were so afraid they were going to die. This is like Ebola. I'm going to die from this if I catch it. They were telling you, do not wear masks. Actually, it's bad for you to wear masks, they said. They told you the truth at that point in time. Then it gradually changes. Well, you ought to think about wearing a mask. Then the Surgeon General says it's good for you to wear a mask, and it's good to show your compliance and your obedience and it's patriotic and so forth to wear that. Then it becomes an order, not a recommendation, an order. And now we have in Austin, $2,000 fine. And they say this is going to stay on until December 31st. And in Colorado, a $2,600 fine and perhaps up to a year in prison if you do not wear your mask outside. So it just continues to go on because they want to pretend that there's no way to cure this, that it's going to be with us forever. And they're planning on it being with us forever. Oh, they're not going to have a cure at all. They're going to pretend, even when we do have a cure, like hydroxychloroquine, they're going to pretend we don't. Let me just continue with this. A Brazilian study, talking about hydroxychloroquine. A Brazilian study found 4.6 times less hospitalization patients who took hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin within 7 days of infection. 41% of deaths among those who did not choose therapy and were hospitalized against 0% of those who chose this therapy. But don't tell anybody about it. As a matter of fact, mainstream media is focused on telling you it's going to kill you, not just that it's a placebo. It's going to kill you. And yet, the medical research Brazilian study says exactly the opposite. So does a study in Detroit. 2,541 Detroit cases showed a 71% reduction in mortality with early treatment with hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin. A study of 3,700 cases in Marseille, France showed a reduction of 50% in mortality with hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin. A metadata analysis of 105,000 cases from 20 studies in 9 countries found a reduction in mortality by up to 3 times in groups treated early with hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin. 6,493 patients with COVID-19 at Mount Sinai Hospital, New York, said that it helped to reduce mortality in hospitalized patients. Michigan team and Henry Ford Health System found 13% of patients given the drug early on survived, while 26% of patients who were not given the drug died. And on and on and on. What do you hear from mainstream media? It doesn't work. It's Trump. He's killing people with this stuff. Why? Because they want to kill the Constitution, your liberty, the economy, and they want to gain power and money by keeping this thing going. And they plan on it going. They plan on it going for another 6 months. Absolutely amazing. As Horowitz says, CDC confirms remarkably low coronavirus death rate. Now they're not talking about the death rate. They were talking only about the death rate when they didn't have any data on the death rate. They were making up the number of cases. They were making up the number of fatalities. They presumed that people were dying from it. They didn't have any data. They didn't even have the test. While they were telling us, we don't have any tests. I said, why then are we believing the numbers that they have here? And now, for the first time, CDC has attempted to offer a real estimate of the overall death rate for COVID-19. And under its most likely scenario, the number is 0.26. What they have told us every year is that 0.1% is what standard flu is. So even under their cooked presumptions, it is 2.5 times higher. That's not a pandemic, folks. It is not a pandemic. Even as they were saying, it's about to lose, I pointed out yesterday, about to lose its epidemic status. What is that? Well, that means that, 6% of the people are dying from a particular disease. That's defined as an epidemic. And it's right at that level right now, which means that 94% of the people are dying from something else, but everybody's concerned about dying from COVID-19. I mean, you could fall down the steps and die, right? Do we have everybody wearing padded helmets everywhere we go? Are you afraid to drive? I mean, look at all the many different ways that we can exit this life. And you've got a 94% chance of doing it some way other than COVID-19, even with their cooked statistics. And yet, what are we doing? We're shutting down everything. I mean, if you had the same procedure, and of course they will be doing this, they will be telling us, because we have to have 0 deaths, that you will not be able to travel anywhere by any means. It's too dangerous to be in a car. We're not going to let you get in a car. As a matter of fact, I don't know, maybe you shouldn't be riding bicycles either. And even if you walk, you can trip and fall, or you could get, hit by a flying bird or something, since nobody's driving cars anymore. But eventually they will shut down all movement, and that's exactly where they're going. So they can get a vaccine. And they've got to have this to keep us under their thumb, to track us everywhere we go. And that's the plan. It's not the virus. It's the plan that they've had in place for decades. The global plan to track and control you. We'll be right back with Catherine Austin Fitts. Stay with us. All right, let's talk about one of the aspects of the COVID shutdown. And of course, that is the move to a cashless society. This is something that's been ongoing for quite some time. But I just want you to stop and think for a moment how this has been advanced by their fake pandemic that they'd planned. Because we've been told for a long time that cash was bad. Except when Obama puts a plane load of it and sends it to Iran of other currencies and so forth. No, that was good. And it wasn't a bribery, and we weren't paying ransom to, no, that was just good. And it was necessary that he use foreign currency so that he could avoid the laws against paying these people. So he used, I didn't violate the law, I used foreign currencies to bribe them and pay off this. But no, for other criminals who don't have a flag and an anthem, we're actually getting rid of that too. But if you don't have a flag, an anthem, and a uniform, then use of cash like that is an evil thing. And so if you use cash, that automatically means that you are a terrorist, a money launderer, and a criminal, like Barack Obama and his administration. But that has been the narrative for quite some time. And I remember going back to the 1990s, they would come after people as they were beginning to ramp up civil asset forfeiture. They would try to make a statement that this had some kind of a connection to the drug business, this cash. We're going to take this cash, we're going to charge this cash with a crime, and I'm going to stick it in my pocket and take it back to the police station. I'm not charging you. I know you weren't selling drugs. I have no evidence of you selling drugs. I'm not going to charge you. I'm not going to give you a trial. But your cash, I mean, I just stuck it in front of the nose of my dog here, and he tested positive on it, right? He alerted to that. And that's true. If you did a test, you could find traces of cocaine on most U.S. cash. So that wasn't much of a stretch to say that that was the case. But that was the argument for the longest time. Well, it fuels illegal activity, like what the Obama administration did. But it's moved on to a whole new level. Oh, you can catch COVID now from cash. And not only that, not only did they frighten people about using cash, but if you can't get out and go to the store and hand somebody something, well, then if you're going to buy something, people lock down, and they're doing so much commerce on the internet that look at what has happened to Amazon and Jeff Bezos, and just, straight to the moon without even a jet rocket, right? It's just the stack of cash that he's got. Just if he can climb that thing. And so everybody's buying stuff online. Everybody is paying online and not using cash because we're locked down. And so that was the other part of it. But when we look at the fact that, most stores are shut down, or the people who would likely use cash don't want to wear a mask to go out. You got the small businesses that would be accepting cash. They don't have it. I went to the grocery store with my wife before they started all this mask mandates, and they had signs up saying, we don't have any coins, because about the middle of June, the Federal Reserve told everybody, we don't have coins. We got a coin shortage. Seriously, you think people are hoarding coins? Why? Why would they hoard coins? I mean, they're not made out of silver. Certainly not gold, but they aren't even made out of silver anymore. They're just slugs, placeholders, right? A penny, it's not worth enough for you to even expend the effort to pick it up, but that helps to keep people from using cash, because it's like, well, we're going to round up it. Oh, that seems like a rip-off. It doesn't really matter that much. And so it's another discouragement for people to use it. It's another indication that this is all being manipulated. As Claudio Grass says, the COVID crisis is supercharged the war on cash, with cash being presented not just as a danger to society and national security, because only criminals use it, but also as a direct health hazard due to coronavirus. We're being pushed towards digital alternatives, and it's being massively reinforced. This is another big part of their agenda. For example, in May, you had the World Economic Forum. These are the people who run Davos. They published an article in their Global Agenda publication. That's the name of it, Global Agenda, because that's what this is, a global agenda, strongly supporting the mass adoption of digital payments for the sake of public health, of course. Everything is for the sake of public health now. Every one of the measures that they want to do, completely controlling your movement, tracking you everywhere the entire UN agenda that we've seen implemented in China, now it's all being done, and it's being done for public health. And digital currency, cashless currency, is a big part of that. In China, already in 2019, 80% of consumers are using mobile payments a year ago. In the US, it was less than 10%. And now that is rapidly changing. And as the COVID experiment was being rolled out in China, they introduced a new digital yuan. And it's been in development for more than 5 years, right? This is not a response to COVID-19. This is something they've been planning on, but COVID-19, like all of these elements, provides them a justification to move forward. So they rolled it out in April in 4 Chinese cities, and they are going to be rolling it out nationally very soon. And we're going to be doing the same thing. And it will replace physical legal tender. A big part of this, folks, to understand, is that the Federal Reserve and the central banks globally had already painted themselves into a corner in the way that they responded to the global recession in 2008, 2009 by creating an even bigger bubble. This is one way that they can avoid the responsibility and the guillotines, as Michael Bloomberg put it. And it also allows them to move forward with what they'd always planned on doing anyway, and that is to have everything move to digital cash so that there is no privacy. We talk about, hey, cryptocurrency, that's cool because you could do it completely privately. You can move money across international borders and so forth. No, it's not going to work that way. Not going to work that way. You go to digital cash, and they're going to be using that to track you. As a matter of fact, if you look at Facebook, when Zuckerberg came up with his Libra currency, what did he have in his white paper? Just one little phrase there in the middle of the white paper that said it all. The way that he was trying to sell this, and of course he wasn't able to sell this because they're going to do their own cryptocurrency. They're going to manage it themselves. But he thought he could sell it to them if he made it clear that he was going to make it a de facto global ID. That was right there in the white paper. And now we have a new law that's being proposed in the U.S., which would basically kill cryptocurrency. If you think that it's going to be private, think again. It's called the Lawful Access to Encrypted Data Act, or LEAD. As Simon Black, Sovereign Man, says, in other words, move over China. The land of the free will lead the way in destroying the last remaining freedom of its citizens. Privacy, encryption. Yeah, we're going to take that away too. We'll be right back. Stay with us. All right, one of the things that they are corralling us into, kettling us, if you want to talk about the police tactic of handling people who are demonstrating, they kettle you, they surround you and move you into an area. And what we're being kettled into is forced vaccination. And we know where this is coming from. It's coming from Bill Gates and so forth. If you look at the World Health Organization, in 2008, they got an estimated $281 million, the WHO did, from the U.S. The second highest contributor to the WHO was Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, the second and third top financiers of the WHO. Now that President Trump has moved out of the World Health Organization, we have had, nevertheless, we've had President Trump supporting Gavi and supporting vaccines without any restraint. As I pointed out, that $286 million that we were given to WHO, we gave $450 million to Moderna to develop a vaccine, similar amount to Pfizer. We gave $1.2 billion to AstraZeneca to manufacture vaccines, and a similar amount to another country. So it's just ramping up very rapidly. As a matter of fact, I want to play for you real quickly here a video clip from President Trump proudly talking about his commitment to Bill Gates's Gavi. Let's run that clip.
Gavi operates with great transparency, and Boris Johnson is somebody with tremendous respect for you and everything you do. He called, he said, you think you could do something maybe around the Oval Office or right by the Oval Office? I said, why not? It happens to be right behind me. As the coronavirus has shown, there are no borders. It doesn't discriminate. It's mean, it's nasty, but we're going to all take care of it together. It's great to be partnering with you. We will work hard. We will work strong. Send my regards to Boris, and good luck. Let's get the answer.
There you go. Yeah. As I said, the question is President Trump passive or is he partnering? Well, there you go. He's partnering with Bill Gates, partnering with Gavi. The Gavi Alliance Trump's support came in the first ever global vaccine summit. Of course, it was done virtually because, we've got to maintain the premise that everybody's afraid of this. A virtual global vaccine summit. First one they did. Surpassed the goal of $7.4 billion that they wanted. Instead, they raised $8.8 billion, securing commitments from most major nations around the world. Gavi received even a $5 million donation from the Rockefeller Foundation. They stated that this success and fundraising will go not only to routine immunization programs, but it'll also help the public-private partnership play a major role in the rollout of a future COVID-19 vaccine. All right, I've been talking about the cashless society, the coming vaccine, and joining us now to talk about this global rollout. Because as he pointed out, it is a global issue, isn't it? It is a global plot. Joining us now is Catherine Austin Fitts. You can find her website, Solari.com. Also on Twitter, you can find her at The Solari Report. The Solari Report on Twitter. Joining us now is Catherine Austin Fitts. Thank you for joining us, Catherine.
David, always a pleasure. How are you?
Oh, doing great, I guess. Kind of depressed as usual as I look at this rolling out, but it looks like all the pieces are falling into place for their side, doesn't it?
I used to have a pastor would say, if we can face it, God can fix it.
That's
so
right.
I think the depression of facing what's going on is sort of part of what it takes to get to the other side. So I continue to be an optimist.
Every day, as I was saying to Pastor Waddell in the last hour, I said every day it's a question, do you trust God and and what do you fear? I mean, if you look at this, quite frankly, you and I both know that the odds are, these people, the power that they've got, the plans that they've had for a long time, and to watch how all this stuff is just falling into place and how rapidly it is falling into place, I would have absolutely no hope if I didn't have hope in God. But God is bigger than all of this, and we'll just see what happens.
I think they're absolutely going to fail and fail spectacularly. Now, what I don't underestimate is their ability to kill a lot of people on their way to failure. Because I think, I call this the injection fraud. I have a very popular article called The Injection Fraud, and I don't call these vaccines. I don't think they're vaccines. Under the law, vaccines are medicine. Mm-hmm. And these are tracking devices. These are injectable credit cards. This is part of the global reset. So the bankers got together at Jackson Hole last August, and they approved a plan called Going Direct. And Going Direct means they can build a smart grid train track. The last mile is into your home and your neighborhood, and then the last inch is into your brain. And that's why they keep trying to shoot heavy metals into all of us. Yeah. And so I think this is part of getting a much more centralized, immediate control in the financial system direct into every human being. So this, in one sense, this is the mark of the beast. Any Christian knows what this is.
Yeah.
So, but absolutely. I don't call these vaccines. I think it's a fraud to call them vaccines. So,
and you're not the only one. I've gotten a lot of people contact me and say, I've got a relative who's a doctor or a nurse or whatever, and they're not anti-vaccine, but boy, they're really anti this COVID-19 thing because they know it's not going to be tracked. And if you look at the company that is being fast-tracked the most, that is the lead, and of course, our vaccine czar, Moncef Slaoui, comes from Moderna, but that company has never produced anything that has ever gone to market, and no product, no medicine or anything, and they're the lead ones with a vaccine, and most of the other big pharmaceutical companies don't even want to try that approach of RNA.
So here's why they call it a vaccine. If you can pretend under the law that it's medicine, then you have freedom from liability, and you can get all sorts of government money and protection. Mm-hmm. And that's why it's a fraud to call it a vaccine, but if you look at the profits of being able to get people to call it a vaccine are, it increases your profits by many hundreds of billions of dollars. And of course, protection from liability in a situation where you're going to injure, disable, or kill a lot of people is absolutely essential to any kind of plan that does that kind of human harm. So, and that's why I think it's very, very important that we not permit them to call them vaccines, because this is not a medicine. This is something else. Right?
Well, and again, of course, that liability protection goes back to the first year that Fauci was in office. He helped to get that through back then. He came in 1985. By 1986, they signed that law. And as you pointed out, if these people were going to go out and they were going to use something like, maybe hydroxychloroquine, which has been around for 60 years and costs about $1 a dose, right? We're not going to allow that. But we'll give people $500 million each to develop a vaccine, and then we'll spend billions of dollars from all these other companies and use the military to ramp up production of this. And not only will you get $500 million, but you'll get complete legal immunity if you call it a vaccine.
Well, but here's the thing. You're trying to re-engineer the financial system. So this has nothing to do with health. You're trying to create central control by creating by invoking a medical emergency or a healthcare emergency. That gives you all sorts of police powers. So this is, the war on terror has run its course, and now we need a new way of evoking central powers and police powers. And that's part of what this does. But the reality is, if you're going to build a smart grid into everybody's body and hook us up to the government cloud, you need a pretext, and this is the pretext. And it's one of the reasons they're moving so fast. Normally, if this had been a vaccine, it would take years to do the proper testing and trials. And this is a giant experiment. And the reason I say it's going to kill a lot of people or disable a lot of people is they haven't done any of that. So this is highly experimental, but they're in a rush because last August they approved the global reset. They're proceeding, and they need to get every human being in their plan hooked up to the cloud.
Let's talk about the financial aspect of this when we come back, because that's one of your big areas of expertise. We're talking to Catherine Austin Fitts, Solari.com, and you can find her on Twitter at The Solari Report. We'll be right back. Stay with us. All right, welcome back. We're talking to Catherine Austin Fitts. I want to say real quickly before we go back to Catherine, take a look at InfoWarsStore.com. We've extended our 4th of July sale. We have up to 60% off. We have free shipping, double Patriot points at InfoWarsStore.com. Many very safe, effective, and now affordable more than ever before supplements to help you protect your health. Things like our Winter Sun, which is vitamin D. Vitamin D is going to build your immune system. So if you're concerned about this or about anything else, and you want to make sure that you're in top health, take a look at the products that we have at InfoWarsStore.com. That's what funds us. That's what keeps our independent media here free, and you've been very good to help us with that, so we want to help you, and that's part of what this special is about. 60% off, free shipping, and double Patriot points for discounts in the future at InfoWarsStore.com. All right, going back to Catherine. Catherine, we were talking about where this is all headed. The tracing, the tracking, essentially putting everybody onto the internet, moving towards digital cash. I mentioned earlier in the program how we have the LEAD Act that has now been proposed in the U.S. government to outlaw encryption. So if you all thought that cryptocurrency was going to be your ticket to privacy, well, you better think again, because they are going to outlaw every aspect of privacy. But it's also the contact tracing, isn't it?
So, this is essentially, if you want to step back, this is a conversion of the model under which society is managed. And it's a conversion of the financial model, but it's also a major conversion of the legal and governance model, David. So, so you and I grew up in a world where an individual was sovereign. So an individual had sovereignty, and essentially that sovereignty was granted by divine authority. And what you're looking at is a push to technocracy, whereby an individual has no sovereignty. They are a resource to be used just like a gallon of oil or, a bushel of wheat. So they're viewed as a resource. And instead of having them, resonate with divine authority and all intelligence, you want them to resonate with their smartphone and the machine. So this is essentially going back to a very, part of the going direct model is you're going to hook people up. And instead of using markets to manage the allocation of resources, you're going to use AI software in a technocracy. So you set highly centralized rules, by algorithm, and then you proceed to, allocate resources and manage and control people very, very directly with tremendous amounts of micromanagement. And at the heart of it, it's essentially a slavery system where you no longer have currency in the classic sense. Everybody gets a credit at the company store, and if they behave, they get to use the credit. If they don't, the credit gets taken away.
That's right. Well, they love to talk about the Internet of Things, don't they? Where they inventory everything. And we've seen this in the warehouses. They have RFID or other things where they can keep track of every a piece of thing in their inventory. But guess what? We are one of those things that they're going to inventory. We are the part of the Internet of Things. That includes us in their world of smart cities and tracking and everything that we do and tracing everything that we do.
So think of it this way. For us to run a train from one coast to the other, you have to have train tracks. And what you're looking at is an accelerated and very aggressive basis to get the train tracks of the smart grid, the hardware, into the last mile and the last inch. And the last mile is getting it into your home and your community, the telecommunications, et cetera. And the last inch is basically getting the brain-machine interface. One of the things I wanted to mention, you mentioned that the gentleman who runs Operation Warp Speed, which is the COVID injection effort by the federal government. I don't know if you know this. Yes, he was on the board of Moderna, but he was also head of research at GlaxoSmithKline.
That's right, for the longest time, vaccines there, right?
No, his claim to fame was brain-machine interface and bioelectronics.
Oh, okay. Moncef Slaoui?
Right. And there's a 2012 article on Financial Times with detailed descriptions of his leadership in the brain-machine interface area and what brain-machine interface can do. You notice they're always trying to do the test, and now the vaccine's into your head. You ever wonder why?
Well, I had not seen him identified by that. I had seen him identified as a vaccine guy at GlaxoSmithKline. But that makes absolute sense, Catherine, because, Francis Collins has been talking about, and, the boss of Fauci, after he did the Human Genome Project, there was a long article about a week and a half ago where they were talking about transhumanism. And as soon as Francis Collins went from the Human Genome Project to be the manager of the NIH, he began the Human Connectome Project, where he's basically doing brain analysis and how you communicate by brain, because that's going to be part of, they imagine, their transhumanism. So yeah, it always goes back to getting in your brain.
Right. Well, part of selling, by taking the way I started to learn about what I call the injection fraud is for 10 years I served as an investment advisor to private families and individuals. And many of my clients had had children disabled or killed by vaccines. And, I started to add up the financial destruction that can occur to a family, even a very wealthy family, from vaccine injury. And it was absolutely frightening. In fact, I just saw, I don't know if you've seen recent interviews with Toby Rogers, but he's saying the cost by 2025, the cost of autism to the United States will be in the trillions of dollars. It's very frightening. There's a great mother on the first Vaxxed. Vaxxed and Vaxxed 2 are really must-watch documentaries, but she explained that a heavily autistic child will cost, from the time he becomes autistic to his death, present value of $5 million. Rogers had a lower number for that, but I think the $5 million, from what I saw, was very reasonable. That's the kind of expense that destroys the economics of a family.
And it was completely unknown. You and I never saw that. I mean, the first time I ever knew a kid that had autism was in the mid-2000s. Prior to that, never seen it before. Nobody wants to ask why this is all of a sudden exploding. And when you have somebody who does ask, like Dr. Andrew Wakefield, they come after him. By the way, he has a documentary. I'm going to watch that this weekend at 1986theact.com. It's a dramatization going back and looking at how they got legal immunity and the whole vaccine issue. So I'm anxious to see that. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
There are two things. There's a PrEP Act in 2005 and the 1986 Act, and it's the combination. If you go to Solari and read the injection fraud, I describe them both. And it's the combination of those that gives them tremendous liability. We now have 54% of the kids in America now have chronic disease. And the doctors I trust tell me it's much higher because a lot of the kids can't afford proper testing. So whether it's 54% or 70 to 75%, you're talking about significant depopulation. You're talking about wiping out a population. I call it the great poisoning, and I think vaccines are only a part of it. If you look at whether it's the global spraying, or you look at the GMOs, or you're looking at the pesticides, I mean, we have, several generations which are literally being physically poisoned, and we can give all sorts of names to the symptoms of poisoning, but that makes it complicated. It's really very simple. We're poisoning each other, and that has to change.
Yeah, and it's a soft kill. And they're doing that. They're killing our economy. I'm just surprised at how rapidly it is accelerating now at this point. And they're getting ready. I mean, they've got billions of these things being manufactured. They're ready to push these things out just by the end of the year to accelerate the damage to people.
But you can't just say they are doing this, because we are doing this too. If you look at the number of people who are implementing, whether it's the pharmaceutical part or the government part or the academic part or the science part or you go on and on and on and on. What you're watching is all of us are helping to implement this, and that means if we can face the fact that we're culpable too, we have the power to stop it.
That's right. And they are able to continue with this and get us to play along with this because they play on our fear, they play on our ignorance, they play on the greed of many people. All of those things roll together, and it makes a very, very powerful combination. All right, we're out of time. Thank you so much for joining us. Catherine Austin Fitts, Solari.com, and you can also find her on Twitter at The Solari Report. And what was the name again, Catherine, of that article about the injection fraud? Was it injection fraud? Injection fraud. At Solari.com. All right, thank you for joining us, folks. That's it for the program.
June 29th. Welcome to McAfee and Hawk Sports Talk. I am the first half of that name, Pat McAfee. To my left,
using free speech to
Sign the petition at freerogerstone.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, every broadcast is jam-packed, but this one is going to be particularly jam-packed on this live July 9th. 2020 worldwide broadcast. Again, we are 116 days out from the election. We have Roger Stone joining us with exclusive information concerning a lot of very important things you can probably imagine. I'll leave it up to him. Coming up at the bottom of the second hour. Now, the Supreme Court has ruled against the president, at least on the surface, about his tax returns. Rules Manhattan District Attorney can obtain Trump tax returns, but now we'll go back down to a lower court for another fight. You keep the records private for now, so it's another false victory. But in precedent and in law, you're not supposed to do this. And we saw the Clintons and others keep so much private, including their library, you name it. And so this is, again, nothing but presidential harassment. They will then harass all of his business associates. The FBI and others have already gone over all his tax returns. They know there's nothing there. But the Supreme Court says, rule of law, president cannot block release of financial records. Trump rages at the Supreme, subpoena scare. Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, join majority. So you see the establishment's just made up of a bunch of cowards. 7-2 decision rocks the political landscape. Those are the headlines up at drudgereport.com. Roger Stone joins us coming up at the bottom of the next hour, and he's got big news, and it's so big that I just think I'm going to let him cover what he wants to cover. And I'm not even going to give you any preludes or any hints. But let's just say this, in the next 6 days before he's scheduled to be sent to prison for a crime he didn't commit as a political prisoner, he's going to work to make this the exclusive first place he comes on. Now, if he gets pardoned or gets clemency in the next few days at 6 o'clock at night, and I don't answer the phone immediately, and if I can't get a crew down here in 20 minutes, we won't get the exclusive. That's okay. I just want him to get clemency or pardon. So I told him just make the first phone call, and we can't get stuff fired up, go ahead and go on Fox News or whatever. But he's had a lot of dirty tricks against him in the last few days that he'll be getting into at the bottom of the next hour. They've had people having CNN call up and misrepresent that Roger has told them things when he hasn't even talked to CNN. A lot of misinformation. And so expect them to really try some criminal stuff. They are a criminal organization. Also, Roger Stone has seen thousands of accounts, people he doesn't even know in most cases, or people he shook their hand at an event, who post stuff about Roger saying he's innocent. Facebook and others, Instagram, are calling it inauthentic activity and are banning people from supporting Roger and suspending or canceling their accounts. Same thing just happened to Bolsonaro. Thousands of Brazilians that promote his speeches, well, they're saying, well, that's inauthentic. Because Facebook can go in and read of the thousands of people posting his stuff and find one or two where somebody from the campaign or the president's office sends an email back or a message saying, thank you. And so there's any contact between Bolsonaro and then that's called inauthentic. Even though Democrats can reach out to their millions of minions and activate them, socialists can do that in Brazil. He's not even allowed to send messages back over his Facebook, mass messages saying thank you. That's inauthentic. So this is the whole internet is a giant control grid to suppress the populations. And we, the people of America and the West and the world, need to say, no, we're not accepting the communist Chinese model. Now, we have the biggest COVID news yet. It seriously just gets crazier. All coming up on the other side. Infowars.com, newswars.com, tomorrow's news today. And we have in studio our EuropeWars.com reporter, Dan Lyman. Now officially coming out in the New York Times and other publications saying that there shouldn't even be debates, or it should be remote so they can put teleprompter statements up to Joe Biden so he can read off a screen, and that the last 15, 20 minutes of the debate should be mainstream media fact-checking the president to tell viewers he's full of crap. They are really trying to tie everybody's hands behind their backs, but no one more so than the President of the United States, who has been standing up for our republic and trying to restore American strength, jobs, and national security. There is so much coming up today. Well, did the Supreme Court really rule against the president? They did in a 7-2 big majority. Kavanaugh and Gorsuch, both that he nominated, going against him. 7-2 decision rocks political world. Congress denied for now, because what they really did on a technicality was send it back. Supreme Court rules Manhattan District Attorney can obtain tax returns, but it is a circuitous route. Court rulings keep Trump's financial records private. For now, the Supreme Court allows prosecutor, but not Congress, to get financial records, saying it's part of criminal investigation going on out of the Manhattan District Attorney's office. And I I can tell you that office has been harassing the living hell out of thousands of prominent Trump supporters, not just in New York, but in the United States. And the Attorney General of New York, Letitia James, ran on destroying Trump and his associates and supporters and was fully financed by George Soros, just like the mayor and district attorney in Chicago, just like the district attorney in St. Louis, like the district attorney in San Francisco, whose parents were in the Weatherman Underground. So that's what these frauds do. Letitia James knows she's a liar, knows she sent people that were healthy but positive for COVID-19 into nursing homes to get the death numbers up. She ordered the nursing homes to do that. And what's incredible is she put out a false statement against me, just an example of the things they do, saying we had a COVID-19 cure and to stop saying we had a cure when we said no such thing. But that's how these frauds operate. CNN says Trump hates all Mexicans. Says there's a video. There is no video even close to that. But then it's up to Trump to disprove a negative. Like, when did you start raping or beating your wife? But because they never get held accountable, they just keep doubling down with the lies. And let's get into the big COVID-19 news right now. I have pointed this out for 6 months, looking at the literature since this story began to arrive in January. Hard to believe it's already been 6 months. And it's said in the medical literature that in Taiwan and Hong Kong and Japan, they were having almost 100% success rate with people that came in with these type pneumonias because it was mainly an autoimmune response. And so with this particular phenomenon, giving them an anti-inflammatory, particularly a steroid, would knock it out through a nebulizer. And we'll tell you about that particular drug when we come back. But now a Texas doctor that headed up Rick Perry's task force for the state on healthcare for 7 years was at a conference in Dallas and was on a local TV show. And now the video has over 1 million views. And he talked about having total success rate with his emergency room patients with this steroid nebulized. They are now attacking him all over the news and saying he's a bad guy. And then when they interviewed the patients, they said, no, it's all true. Felix Money was sitting on my chest until I went on this, and within a day, it went away. Others said within 2 days. They said it was almost immediate when they nebulized it into the lungs. You can also do it in an inhaler. They know this. They knew this when the NIH followed the UN directives to put a intubation tube into the lungs, and then the last thing you want when they're inflamed is to expand them because it makes the blood vessels all break and they kill you. That's why the majority of the deaths were either old people in nursing homes or people on respirators. And doctors and nurses from New York to Missouri to Illinois to California have gone public saying, listen, the person would come in saying they were coughing, having trouble breathing, but we wouldn't even try a steroid. We wouldn't even try hydroxychloroquine. We would just put a tube down their throat and they'd die. And you better watch out, because they're opening new testing centers, hundreds of them a week. They're opening several today in Austin, big ones, taxpayer paid for, and people are running in to be COVID movie stars, to get 2 weeks off, to be, oh, I got it, I'm so cool. Almost all the tests are false positive. That's mainstream news. The federal guidelines admit almost all of it's false positives. If you've ever had a flu or coronavirus in the last decade. But you go in and say, oh, I'm having anxiety, or I'm coughing, or I've got the sniffles. They'll grab you, strap your ass down, and run a tube down your throat. They keep saying, we don't know why it's in the minority areas that most people are dying, because that's where you got the health department eugenics run facilities that actually have the cult members in them that are killing you. And notice Media Matters attacked me for this 3 months ago, and I said they're killing people on purpose in the hospitals. It has come out that they are. There is a contingent of cult members, like the governor of Virginia that ran the organ harvesting of living babies, that are in control, and the Democratic Party is a literal ghoul operation of devil-worshipping Satanists that are doing this through the medical system. Now, I know that sounds insane. They are insane. Trying to play the governor going, we decided the woman wants the baby and the woman doesn't want the baby. We call it don't resuscitate, then we keep them comfortable until they die. Well, resuscitate means you've died or your heart stopped and we restart it. But no, their term resuscitate is different in the Virginia law. They have a law there. So does New York, that you can keep babies alive for up to 2 weeks to a month, depending on the state, while you get the orders in to harvest them. Then you do a procedure, you harvest them, you suck their blood out, their skin, all of it, every little juicy drop of the 7-pound little ball of joy, 7 pounds, 6 ounces. She decided not to resuscitate, then it legally is dead. It's legally not counted as a human. And then it passes through the fire of Moloch. And instead of having to harvest real quick and hope they've got orders in, they get them the fresh juicies. And they've tested all this out in communist China, and now it's been brought here. And there, 5 states have passed laws to keep babies alive after they're dead and harvest them. And it just came out, the lawsuits from a decade ago are just now winning, where the FDA was paying across the nation hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars total, for, quote, fresh baby parts with still beating hearts. Berkeley, in one particular filing that just came out last year, said, we want beating hearts. And so they would deliver them a baby, actually in a box, and they would butcher them right there on the spot. Just like I can pick up and order some hot wings or whatever. Now, where is PETA not caring about all this? And by the way, if you're a new listener and you're hearing this is all on record. Just type in university-ordered beating hearts of babies or FDA-ordered fresh baby parts. That just came out last week. There's thousands of these articles, so that's who they are. They want to murder you and your family. And they're hiding in plain view certain hospitals, certain facilities, blue states, blue cities, almost always Democrats. You got Republican doctors doing a great job caring. They, though, were naive until they brush up against them. But my dad in Dallas brushed up against them. He told me when I was going to get my driver's license, don't sign the organ donor card. Some hospitals, if you're in a car wreck, will kill you for your organs. Came out later on 60 Minutes. He was right about Dallas. If you just tuned in, I'm not trying to be macabre. I'm not trying to shock you. During the break, the crew heard me talking about it. They pulled it up. In court, CEO of abortion company admitted to harvesting beating baby hearts and delivering them on video to Berkeley and other universities. You understand? And I can show you last week where the FDA paid for fresh, never frozen baby parts. Now here's Breitbart. China's Cultural Revolution featured cannibal flesh banquets. But here's Business Insider. Flesh banquets of China's Cultural Revolution remain unspoken. Where youth brigades went and grabbed even their parents, chopped them up, put them in cauldrons as an act of dominance, and ate them. Flesh banquets of China's Cultural Revolution remain unspoken. So I want you to understand the left is literally about death and destruction. They're not liberals. America was founded on liberal ideas. That means freedom. They've changed the definition. Leftist means left-hand path, or the path of Satan, the path of the devil. And in mainline history books, the Cultural Revolution of the French Revolution was run by Satanists, and they had human sacrifice, drank blood, ate bodies, ate baby parts. This is all real. So Hollywood pushes all this but says, oh, Christians are nuts. This never happened. Every culture ends up degenerating and sacrificing men, women, and children. Every culture. I don't care if it was the ancient Mesoamericans, the ancient Germanics, the ancient Chinese, the ancient Africans. All over the Pacific, they still eat each other. It's ritualistic. The men go out and hunt each other from the other tribes and then eat them for their essence. And so that's the Old Testament, where you have Abraham about to sacrifice his son, and then the angel comes and holds his hand and says, you don't need to do human sacrifice anymore. So the Old Testament, very early on, is about let's stop sacrificing children. And anybody that does it, you need to, what does the Old Testament say? If your neighbors are giving their children to Moloch, kill them all. Actually says it in the Bible. If you are next to a group of people that are sacrificing children, kill them. Wipe them out. So the history books, the archaeology, the sociology, the anthropology, it's all kidnap, murder, eat children. Kidnap, murder, eat children. And so we sit here in a Christian civilization in the fading light of it, going, that's ridiculous. There's no way they're keeping babies alive. I just showed you mainline news. And the whole communist Chinese model is what the left admits they're operating in. Okay, let me get into the COVID-19 developments. They come out and say only 15 days because the hospitals are going to be full. There's going to be 2.2, 2.5 million dead. Just stay in for 15 days. And then I said they'll never take it off. They'll loosen it a bit and then tighten it back up. They want this power. They want contact tracers. They'll be able to arrest you if you don't take forced inoculations or if you leave your house. And now counties all over the U.S. and some states are saying you leave your house 6 months in jail if you, quote, have COVID-19 or tested positive with a false positive or whatever. And then they come out with a vaccine. Then they come out with a forced inoculation. It's all pre-planned. So now the blue cities and blue states are going, well, we really don't want to have to do it, but it looks like we're going to have to do it again because of the spiking cases. 63,000 cases, the worst day ever. It's all caused by Republicans not staying in their houses. But Black Lives Matter and the left marching around everywhere, that's okay. So there's also a suspension of common sense and of logic and of mathematics here that you always see when you're inside of tyranny. So we have all of that. And so you have the mayor of Austin, the mayor of Houston, the mayor of LA, the governor of California, and the governor of Texas saying, well, We don't want to do another 35-day lockdown, don't leave your house, but we think we're going to have to do it. Let's see if things keep spiking. And they know as new testing centers open every day in every state. I mean, Austin's got 2 opening this weekend. Everyone flocks to be part of the coolness. And as employers are told by their lawyers, well, you better just get everybody tested just to be safe. And then most of your staff are going to test positive because most people have had a coronavirus or a flu virus in the last decade. And you will show not just the antibodies, that's not the majority of tests. You will show the detritus of an infection. That's in the literature, mainline, showing you the whole reports here. Governor admits it. Bunch of states refuse to do it, saying it's a fraud, saying the tests aren't real. Those states have no COVID-19, basically. We have it horrible because we have testing centers everywhere. And to show that we're into the fear and into the falsehood, we wear the mask over our face that does absolutely nothing and is a total fraud. The medical literature admits all of that. So here's some of the headlines. U.S. corona cases rise above 60,000, setting single-day record for one day. That's Reuters. Should read, as testing continues to ramp up to record levels, the number of positives skyrockets and most positives are fraudulent. But no, now it's infection rates what matters. Not that the death numbers are going down. But see, once the fall comes and there's regular deaths from flu and regular deaths from pneumonia because people don't get their sunshine and don't get their zinc and don't get their D3 and don't get their vitamin C, they're going to put them all in the death column and it's going to go back up even more. And you notice it just never works. We'll never get out of it because it's a coronavirus and everybody's got it in them. But Dr. Birx attributes coronavirus case spikes to reopening too fast. We know how to stop the spread. Really? Stop using fake tests? Worsening U.S. outbreak prompts tough actions as new coronavirus cases hit record. Not deaths, but new record. Los Angeles City coronavirus update. Mayor warns of possible new stay-at-home order. All options on the table. We didn't want to do it. He said 2 days ago, we're not sure. Well, it's on the table. We're doing it. Sorry. Fears coronavirus will spark brain damage epidemic as even mild cases cause inflammation. Well, that's what vaccines do, is cause inflammation. Oh, now you're telling us that viruses cause inflammation and that vaccines do it and they're a problem? Oh, they don't tell you, take Benadryl? They don't tell you, take steroids from your doctor? That's how you handle it? That's why they've had 7 cases in places like Taiwan, because they know it's all fake and they know it's all false positive. But for the few people that actually die that do test positive, it's 7. And the doctors are saying, well, it's because they took this steroid. Well, yeah, because a lot of people are going to die from regular pneumonia, and a lot of that is an autoimmune response. So, of course, that's what you prescribe people to test that have pneumonia. If they can't breathe, you give them a steroid, because a lot of times it's an autoimmune response. It's not really water in the lungs. If you x-ray somebody and there's not a bunch of water in there 2/3 of the way up, then you know it's an autoimmune response. It's why they're swollen. Just like when a bee stings you and you can't breathe, and you EpiPen, baby, EpiPen. But they won't tell you that because they want to get the death numbers up, to keep everything shut down, roll out forced inoculations, and the total tracking of everything you do with these apps on the phones. It's all a stated plan, and they're systematically rolling it out, and any government official that goes along with it is an enemy of America. If you just tuned in and you hear me telling you that there are hundreds of hospitals and clinics and mental institutions and facilities where mad scientists, mad doctors, mad nurses get away with killing people, get away with killing preemie babies, get away with euthanizing old people, you're just not informed. We all know the Nazis got their go-ahead and their impetus from mad scientists in England and the United States with eugenics, and Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood. That's in the Nuremberg trials. We also know that the head scientist for the Nazis who ran the final solution was Dr. Joseph Mengele. We know in the Soviet Russia, medical tyranny was one of their key suppression systems. So we think of doctors as just perfect angels. And under Hippocrates for thousands of years and the Hippocratic Oath, the West, we said, do no harm. But when you're around death and disease, you get very callous. And a lot of people get into it because they already think of themselves as elitist, and they get recruited by the eugenics organizations. So when you get Bayer Pharmaceutical documents that I've talked about a lot, we're back during the 80s when the Clintons were governors of, co-governor, I call them, but when Bill Clinton was governor of Arkansas, from the 80s into the early 90s, it came out in France, Australia, and the U.S. in court that they knowingly allowed the inmates to give blood way over the level they were allowed to and didn't test for HIV or hepatitis, and let people with it give the blood and then ship it up to Canada and have it shipped out to the world to be put in hemophiliac medication, factor VIII, clotting agent. And almost everyone that got it ended up contracting hepatitis and or HIV and dying. And of course, it came out in those famous Bayer Pharmaceutical documents where the regional directors are saying, well, so what? There's too many hemophiliacs. They put that in the minutes of their meetings with a stenographer in the room at board meetings. Imagine you're at board meetings and you're just sitting around, well, We shipped out over 2 million dosages of factor 8, going to hit the hemophiliacs and going to kill most of them with hepatitis and HIV. And so what? Too many of them. Laughter. Remember Larry Grathwold, the Weatherman meetings? They all had PhDs in there. They were all calmly talking about how they're going to shut the economy off, bankrupt everything, starve out Americans, and kill 25 million people, put 50 million in re-education camps. They were dead serious, talking about it very calmly, like you talk about going down to the store and getting a gallon of milk. You better, I better, we all better start realizing the enemy we're up against. They're cold-blooded, they're psychotic, they're sociopathic, they enjoy the power over you and your family. And complying with them and groveling to them and going along with them will get you destroyed. The whole Rockefeller New World Order system is about a medical tyranny. The whole UN takeover plan is about a worldwide medical tyranny. They're coming with forced inoculations they admit are going to hurt you. And the big corporations and the blue states and the airlines aren't going to let you travel or live unless you comply. And that's going to be phase 1. Now, I want to get into all the fraud of COVID-19 and a plan they have to set Trump up when we come back from break. But I want to air part of this special report. It's at band.video. It's at newswars.com. And this doctor, who, by the way, I didn't just believe him. I went and looked into who he was and headed up Rick Perry's task force for 7 years. First was on the task force that headed it up for medical activity in Texas. But I didn't just believe him when I saw this viral video that just came out a couple days ago. I already knew that inflammation drugs like budesonide are having basically 100% success rate. A steroid goes into the lungs and the body stops having the autoimmune response. But sure enough, since this got millions of views and went viral in the last day, now they have mainstream media coming out. COVID patients defend Dr. Bartlett's silver bullet medicine regime. But then they still go on to have, well, the NIH says only the UN is the boss and only what they say is approved. Midland Memorial Hospital says inhaled steroid is no silver bullet for COVID-19. They say there's not the UN saying it's certified, so that's not scientific. Well, what about it actually working? Like, do I need a science degree to know the leg's chopped off and if I tie a tourniquet around it, it'll slow the blood flow? Do I need to know, without the UN saying so, that brushing my teeth is good? Or that eating my vegetables is good? They play this game. It's like a new Dark Ages. So here he is on the TV show, the full video. We've archived at band.video because I'm telling you it's going to get pulled down. Right now it's still posted at America Can We Talk. Dr. Richard Bartlett, here it is.
So I mentioned at the start of the show, we have a guest joining us. This is kind of a funny thing. I'll just tell you a true story. So last night, there was a political event. I moderated a panel that was speaking at a political event. And afterward, I met someone who had attended the event, is a doctor here in Texas, and not in Dallas, but in Midland, Texas. And he has been working also dealing with COVID-19 patients, coronavirus patients. The article that's up again on our website, americacanwetalk.org, an article about him is called "Local Doctor Believes He Has Found Silver Bullet for COVID-19." We had a great conversation after the meeting last night, and on the spot I said, why don't you come into my show tomorrow? And gratefully, he was available. So here you have, we have joining us in studio, our new friend, Dr. Richard Bartlett. Hello, sir.
Debbie, I'm honored to be here. Thank you.
I'm grateful you could be here, and I would love to just have you dive right in. Since I don't really know you, have you start with telling our listeners about your medical background.
Well, I've been practicing in Texas for 28 years. When Governor Perry started a new task force called the Health Disparities Task Force, he asked me to be on that task force. And the purpose was to give him advice so that all Texans can have access to quality health care. And that was a 2-year appointment. After 2 years, he asked me, would you stay on one more year? And so that happened year after year for a total of 7 years. And a lot of good things happened. But I also have been the medical expert for CBS affiliate in West Texas for over 20 years. And I do a regular weekly update on COVID on the Talk 550 AM talk radio in West Texas. And we've been doing that since the beginning of this drama.
Wow, okay.
And so I'm also an author and do medical missions in other countries. And so I've seen a lot of disaster all over the world. But I want to echo everything you said in your first 5 minutes. I agree 100%. We already have an answer for this. And to put things in perspective, let's look around the world. In the country of Taiwan, there's over 25 million people. They're stacked on top of each other. If they did social distancing, they'd be out in the ocean floating around. Yeah. There's not enough room for them to do social distancing. But guess how many people have died to date during the whole pandemic in Taiwan? 7. As many people as you can stack in a minivan going down Central Expressway. And so the next time your viewers see a minivan, think, oh, that's how many people have died in a country of 24 million people. Now I'm going to tell you, yes, and I'm going to tell you why that's the situation. It's the situation also in Japan. 121 million people in Japan. They've had less than 1,000 people die during the whole pandemic. Singapore, only 12 people have died in the whole country during the whole pandemic. Iceland, Well, that's not possible according to what we're being told in the mainstream media, but that's reality. Anyone can look it up. You can even look at the Johns Hopkins COVID website, and you'll see those numbers. They're hidden in there, but I'm pointing them out because
all right, now that's key. We're going to come back next segment and play more where he gets into the one particular drug. But again, it's in all the literature that many pneumonias kill you not from the virus replicating and actually destroying the tissue, that your body has an autoimmune response. Those are the ones you die of sometimes in 24, 48 hours. The lungs just expand with inflammation and you die. It's not just the fluid. They just completely expand and shut down. And it's just mainline thousands of studies that when somebody's dying, before they even put a ventilator on you, they will give you an anti-inflammatory. But they don't want that discussed because they want to have the problem never end. They want the panic, they want the fear, they want the tracking, they want the control to make you stay in your house, the forced inoculations, and the trillions they're going to make on the vaccines and expensive drugs that Fauci and Bill Gates openly are invested in with criminal conflict of interest in your face. We'll be right back to expose these murdering criminals. Stay with us.
And so the next time your viewers see a minivan, think, oh, that's how many people have died in a country of 24 million people. Now I'm going to tell you, yes, and I'm going to tell you why that's the situation. It's the situation also in Japan. 121 million people in Japan. They've had less than 1,000 people die during the whole pandemic. Singapore, only 12 people have died in the whole country during the whole pandemic. Iceland, well, that's not possible according to what we're being told in the mainstream media, but that's reality. Anyone can look it up. You can even look at the Johns Hopkins COVID website, and you'll see those numbers. They're hidden in there, but I'm pointing them out because the people in Texas need to hear good news. In Dallas, they need to hear good news, and I have good news.
I'm sure you do. Before I'm blown away by those numbers. I gave up trying to write them down. But you're going to tell us somehow eventually where we get to this point that in these other countries,
they're doing what I'm doing, Debbie.
Okay.
They're doing what I'm doing, which is not hydroxychloroquine, although that works. And so what they're doing is an inhaled steroid. And so my silver bullet is inhaled budesonide. The brand name originally was Pulmicort. Now it's generic. It's super cheap. It's about $200 for the total treatment if you pay cash. With insurance, many of my patients are not even having to pay for it. And you use a nebulizer machine. It's an asthma medicine. It's a respiratory anti-inflammatory for COVID, which is a respiratory inflammatory disease. And it works. 100% of my patients are alive. I've been treating this since March. And you use it for 5 minutes. It takes 5 minutes to do a breathing treatment. You plug it in the machine in the wall. You put the medicine that's pre-mixed, pre-measured from the pharmacy into the little reservoir. You push the on button and you breathe it during 5 minutes during the commercial.
You just have a mask on your face and breathe.
You don't even have to have a mask. You can use a little mouthpiece that you hold in front of you. Okay. And you breathe it for 5 minutes. And let me tell you what I've heard from patients when I started using this. They tell me, I feel better during the first treatment. And so their chest pain goes away, their shortness of breath goes away, their fever breaks. I'll give you an example. I have a patient who has 2 kinds of cancer. She calls me after 5 days of being flat on her back in her house in the bed, can't get out of bed, fever won't break for 5 days. She says, I heard you on the radio, and would you please help me? It's on a Friday. She says, my granddaughter tested positive today, and I think I have it. And I said, I'm sure you do with all the symptoms you're describing. She is currently fighting 2 forms of lymphoma. She's on chemotherapy right now. She just had radiation a month before for the lymphoma. She should die according to what you hear from the CDC and World Health Organization. But I gave her that treatment that night. In the morning, her fever had broke. She had her first good night's sleep. Over the weekend, she recovers. On Monday, she works an 8-hour day. She still is fighting cancer, 2 forms of cancer, but she's cured of COVID. She's symptom-free. She has her 2 consecutive negative tests. That's a cure.
Okay, can you say the name of the drug again?
Budesonide.
Budesonide. And so is it done in an inhaler?
It's an inhaler, and so it does actually come as an inhaler, but I'm using it in a nebulizer machine. You know, you see preschool kids use this. It's safe, it's so safe. It's been out for over 20 years. It's been used on 2-pound premature babies safely without batting an eye, and the fragile elderly in nursing homes for over 20 years. There's no reservations with it. It doesn't cause any cardiac risk, like the accusation of hydroxychloroquine is a risk of heart trouble, although that's ridiculous to make that accusation. This one doesn't even have that risk. And so I give that and an antibiotic to protect from secondary bacterial pneumonia. But let's talk about what COVID is. It's a respiratory virus that goes into the lungs, binds to ACE receptors in the lungs, and that triggers the release of inflammatory chemicals, and we call it a cytokine storm. That's a fancy word for inflammatory chemicals and enzymes that are released in the total body. And so with COVID, we have a killer that's never been around before. It is killing some people if they're not treated. And so for 50% of the people, they get it and they don't even know they had it. 50% of the people don't even know. But for the 20% that are at risk, there are treatments. We already have an answer. Let me tell you, you're right. Taiwan, 24 million people, they don't need to wait for a vaccine. They don't have a problem that you should vaccinate 24 million people for. They only had 7 die during the whole pandemic. We have some treatment plans and options that are already valid and working.
Okay, this is truly, it is great news. As you said before we went on, great news. So you've been using this since early March. Roughly speaking, how many patients do you think you've treated?
I'm getting calls every day. I have 5 new patients today. And so I haven't even tallied the numbers. But every one of them is living, not dying. I'll give you another example. An elderly lady who has a 50-year history of smoking. And she had her chest cracked and had 4-vessel bypass surgery. She's on medicine for high blood pressure and thyroid disease. She calls me after 5 days of fever and shortness of breath and chest pain. She feels like she can barely get across the room. I start her on the treatment. With the first treatment, she tells me again something I've never heard with this medicine until COVID-19. She says, I feel better during the first treatment. And she's cured with 2 double negatives after the fact. She's so grateful. But with this medicine that's been out for over 20 years, there's lots of research on it. It's safe. Big Pharma's not going to make a dime off it. Nobody's going to make any money. It's $200 for the total treatment versus the experimental antiviral that you have to be put in the hospital and then be a part of an experiment to get that costs over $3,100 just for the medicine.
Let's stop right there. That's Remdesivir that Fauci owns part of. And he did a fake study. Fauci study's been proven to be a fraud that it helped people 8% more. But other studies show it kills you. That's why they don't want hydroxychloroquine, because it works really good. But the studies with this, it's basically 100% with budesonide. 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 Now, the full video is at band.video. It's the featured video. It's a mega red alert. I shot the video last night with the intro to it. Only has 114,000 views. Okay, it needs 10 million views. And I guarantee you, it's on YouTube right now with 1 million views, been up 2 days. They will pull it. They've already got the Texas media attacking him. They went and found his patients. And one headline is, doctor claims to have cured it after only treating 5 patients successfully. He said, I just treated 5 the other day in 1 day. Every day since March. I can't tell you how many we've helped. They turned that into, he only helped 5 people. There are enemies. They're owned by Big Pharma. They're owned by the big mega banks. They're all lockstep. That's the Rockefeller plan. A lockstep together to force evil upon us and our families. And to not let us know about zinc or about vitamin C or about vitamin D3 or vitamin K. You've got to have it or your cells fall to any virus. A regular coronavirus will kill you dead in a hammer. If you don't have vitamin D3 and zinc, you die. That's why they're called essential. Essential. The NIH website says under vitamin D3, under zinc, they're antiviral. You must have them for cellular operation. If you do not have them at a certain level, you will go deficient and you will end up dying from a viral infection. It says it on the NIH website. And I literally have friends and family, and I know lawyers, and I know insurance salespeople that go, Jones, are you claiming really vitamins will protect me? Yeah, dumbasses. Just like drinking water will protect you from dying of thirst, you morons. I drove to work today, and I'm not exaggerating. There was almost no one on the road, but idiots driving in the fast lane below the speed limit are at it because they think the left lane's an open lane. There were old people, there were black people, there were brown people, there were women. It was all colors of idiots. These people are idiots, idiots, idiots. My God, what is wrong with people? They're superstitious of knowledge. They're superstitious of being informed. They think I'm weird because I study stuff and know things, and I've trained my mind to want information. Everything that doctor's saying is true. And the criminal media, there's hundreds of articles attacking him and lying about him because they've been ordered to keep people scared, to keep the lockdown going forever. Over my dead body, Gates, I'm not taking your vaccine. I'm not putting up with your mark of the beast, your digital tracking. I'm just telling listeners. Tell folks about this live show. Tell them about the video. It's on InfoWars, it's on NewsWars, and share it. Override these murdering maggots. Is that lady going to the wrong doctor? He'd have shoved an intubator down her throat. He'd have killed that old woman, just like you'd run over a squirrel and not give a damn. In fact, there were times that run into a squirrel on purpose. Murderers! We're going to get you murderers! Start acting like you should with murdering criminals censoring you! You're not going to murder us anymore, Gates! You're going to get it, you murdering maggot killer!
If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance. You're listening to Alex Jones.
It's $200 for the total treatment versus the experimental antiviral that you have to be put in the hospital and then be a part of an experiment to get that costs over $3,100 just for the medicine. And then you pay for $15,000 at least to be in the hospital during that time, unless you go to the ICU, and then you'll get $30,000 or $40,000 bill on top of being sick.
So this is a medication you prescribed before COVID ever came along for other patients for asthma?
For asthma prevention. You know, there's 25 million people in America that have asthma. And so this medicine is used routinely for over 20 years to prevent asthma attacks. It's the first line preventive measure to protect people from having an asthma attack is an inhaled steroid. And so that's what they're doing in Japan. That's what they're doing in Taiwan. That's what they're doing in Singapore.
So even healthy people over there?
Yes. With COVID, they're treating with inhaled steroids if they get COVID. So, you know, for the 50% of the people who are going to get it and never have symptoms, they don't need medicine. They certainly don't need a vaccine. But for the 20% that are at risk of death if they don't get treated, we have an answer. And here's what we need to do. Early treatment, early testing, early treatment. We need to detect it early. For every disease, Debbie, America has the best healthcare system. And we do early detection and early treatment for cancer, for heart disease, for stroke, for all kinds of infections. But this is crazy that we're doing what communist China is doing, and we're parroting that through the World Health Organization. And then the World Health Organization is praising what China did, and so Italy follows suit. And look what Italy, over 30,000 people died in Italy so far, versus 7 in a country that people are stacked on top of each other, 24 million.
And what Dr. Richard Bartlett is saying is all completely correct, except he's being such a nice guy. He's like, let's get early testing. But then those are false positives, so that drives up the fear. And then doctors that aren't informed like him or who are evil, with these evil big conglomerates that get $52,000 for every person they end up saying has COVID and putting a tube down their throat, they will grab them and intubate them. And then you're going to get a death. So that's the one problem. Because I guarantee you, this guy's a goody two-shoe. Guarantee he's an Eagle Scout. Guaranteed you can totally trust this doctor. He just comes off good, decent, nice guy like my dad who's a doctor or any of these nice doctors. And so we then all think all the other healthcare providers are like Dr. Richard Bartlett. No. They're like Governor Northam. A lot of them are like Governor Northam. And so, you notice Governor Northam's up there saying hydroxychloroquine's bad, there's no hope, only the vaccine, because they know their job with the big cartels. All right, I got something really powerful coming up next segment. And we got Roger Stone, bottom of the hour, and I've got all this COVID-19 news I haven't hit. You know, they're doing door-to-door lockdowns of public housings where they'll always start with dependent people, and they're starting forced COVID testing. So see, then that's all UN recommended. That's all UN run. That's what the UN called for, is taking your kids away. You test positive, but they don't. You're totally healthy, but we're going to take your kid away. This is just getting you used to contact tracers coming to your house, taking you away. That is coming up as well. Yes, you just heard me. This is breaking ABC news out of Australia. Absolutely insane. But they put it out like it's a good thing. And then separately, I didn't plug last hour. I really need to. We have store-wide free shipping. Double Patriot points, up to 60% off on our best sellers. The sale has to end this weekend, because a lot of these things are going to sell it because we got limited amounts of them because the supply chain's breaking down. That's what's scary. We'll be like, we want 10,000 bottles of bodies. Sorry, of the high-quality turmeric you're getting in the supply chain, we only got enough for 3,000 bottles. And I'm like, well, that'll sell out in a few months and we won't have it. I mean, that's why so many things you like to buy are gone, because we just can't get them at the quality that we get them from the sources we get it. I mean, this is crazy. So if you want your Ultra 12, your bodies, you want your Winter Sun, you want your DNA Force, your Bazo Beach, your Vitamin Fusion, at 50 to 60% off, store-wide free shipping, Double Patriot points. Now's the time to get these and support the InfoWar. But things are breaking down, folks. The global depression is here. Brought to you by the COVID hoax. I just got hit about 10 minutes ago, and I'm trying to process it right now. We'll cover it next segment. We're getting the video right now from ABC News. That's the Australian broadcasting company, where they are doing house-to-house forced COVID testing. And just like the UN director said, if you test positive, but your kids don't, we're going to take your kids from you. Grab that clip, too, if you guys can. A UN official says we'll take your children. And you hear all this 6 months ago, 5 months ago, 4 months ago, 3 months ago, 2 months ago. This is a rollout. And they said there will need to be more lockdowns. You'll need to have an ID and then a tracker system on your phone that allows you to travel. And you're going to need to take this vaccine and others, and more bad things are coming. So they're teaching you now that bad viruses are going to be here. You've got to be tested. You've got to be given all these shots. They suppress the real information about the virus. They overblow its severity and its numbers. They lie about the system through the tests that show all the false positives. They send people that have pneumonias and flus into nursing homes in blue states and in Italy to get rid of the old people, and they admit this is about culling the earth. This is about lowering the carbon footprint. This is about getting rid of the Western civilization. And they're using it to then launch the riots worldwide at the same time to bring down the first world, bankrupt the third world, then have the UN control the migrant flows taking over the West. And the UN announced this again a week ago about replacement migration. They said due to the COVID hoax they created and the panic they created, the depression or the shutdown they created, we're going to have to open our borders to the refugees now. And the Democrats have put it in their platform to do just that. the 2020 Democrat platform. I have all those news articles. Dan Lyman of EuropeWars.com, who lives in Europe, works with InfoWars. He is here visiting while his wife visits family, while he visits family. And he is going to be in studio with us to chronicle replacement migration, now officially on the Democratic Party platform. Sacha Baron Cohen and the ADL say, if you talk about it, you will be deplatformed. And they said, next phase, arrested. It's public, but the ADL says you will be arrested. That's why you're now hearing if you criticize Black Lives Matter, you'll be arrested. This is a Soviet-style takeover. The communists using COVID-19 have now taken over Hong Kong. They're saying same thing. Criticize a list of things they list, you'll be arrested. It's not even as strong as what the left says here. So it's blue cities, blue states, the Democrats, big corporations, all ganged up on what's left of America and the president, the people, and the family. So it's all coming up, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just speechless right now. It's just unbelievable. But we also have to have a little fun in the information war, don't we? And reach out to people that aren't as awake. And the way to do that is with entertainment. And one of the most memed things is Lord of the Rings. Well, Rob Dew has spent a little too much time on this, but it is good. I hope it goes viral. New Joe Biden campaign ad shocks the world. CNN will probably say, Jones said it was real, but it wasn't. So's the Easter Bunny. On its face, it's a joke. Share this video to fight back against internet censorship and stop the enemies of the Republic. So Biden campaign releases their most powerful campaign message ever. You can get it at man.video. You can find it at Infowars.com or Newswars.com. Please tweet it, Facebook it, email it out, text message it out to everybody, and say, check out Joe Biden's new campaign commercial that's shocking the world. Ha ha. But nevertheless, here it is. It just gets better and better throughout the piece. It's not really for radio, so I'll narrate some. Here it is.
The power of Isengard is at your command. Ask, warrior.
And shocks the world. Just went live at man.video. I hope that you share it with everyone you know. Now, this is going to get really serious. You've heard a bunch of UN high-level officials, and now you've heard it in the U.S., and you've seen Democrats say this like Lightfoot in Chicago. We're going to have to go into the houses door to door and test and see who has it inside. See, that's the next phase we're going into. And the Clinton initiative runs it and is reaching out to the Obama initiative and to Obama Corps and all those groups to be run by the Peace Corps. And they're now going to come to your house and look, we're just here to test you. We've got your name, we've got your info. And then the image of, taking the people away to quarantine that have it, those that don't, and all of it's false positive garbage, all of it's lies. And then once they've got you in a facility, they're going to be like, you've got COVID. They strap you down and we're liberal. It's like the communist Chinese are known for saying you have a respiratory illness and they kill you by putting a tube down your throat and blowing your lungs. Or they'll say you haven't been eating properly, so they pump food into your stomach till it explodes. And they're going to be good little liberals. And most of them aren't even really evil. They're such cult members. They're like, there's a lot of bad people that are insane and don't trust us. And that's why they say, be tough, wear your mask. Come on, it's no big deal. Because that shows everyone bowing down. That shows everyone submitting. So now you'll submit to the forced testing, the forced lockdowns, the forced arrest, your children being taken. It's all coming. And you did such a good job. You already put up with 70,000 old people in the nursing homes locked down and killed and their families unable to go see them. You already did a good job. So now you're going to die. They're coming. They're going to kill you. And the governor of Texas is going to help them. We are the front line of resisting the globalist takeover. We're in the middle of a worldwide corporate takeover through the United Nations. You didn't think that these big mega corporations would hit you with tanks and militaries. No, they know people will resist that. They hit you with medical tyranny and a synthetic virus they've released that will infect everyone, that is a cold virus, and that shows mainly false positives so you can become a suspect. And then as you're, quote, reinfected with new colds, they will always say you still have COVID and have to take all these forced inoculations, have apps that track you, all of it directed by the United Nations. Now, the UN director of the World Health Organization emergency programs, that means their takeover, their offensive general, the guy that leads the landing parties, Dr. Michael Ryan, said months ago, but they've all been saying it. But after he said it, suddenly mayors and governors in blue cities, blue states began parroting it like mockingbirds. That, we need to go in your houses and forcibly test you, and then whoever's test positive in an antibody test, that means you're actually over it, they don't care, you get taken to a facility. And it just gets you used to. A van shows up, there's bureaucrats, they're with the Clinton Global Initiative, on record runs it. They're paid money, the Clintons make billions, and if you don't do what they say, they get on the phone and here come the police. And then when they arrest you or kill you, the cops did a good job. When a black cop beats up a black guy or kills a black guy who didn't wear a mask, that's okay. Or you're a white guy, whatever. There's no police brutality when it's that, when you don't want to be whisked away. So he was talking about this months ago. Now Australia is actually doing it. All of this is a formula. Whatever the UN says is a rollout. They had to get you first to say stay in 15 days, then it was a couple months, 3 months. Then they got to get you used to wearing the mask to submit. Then it's going to be the medical ID, it's going to be the tracker app. All of it's been announced. And then lockdowns of whole cities. Australia's announcing the lockdown of whole cities, and they started unannounced. The police are downstairs. They started with apartment towers. You may not leave, and we're forcibly testing all of you. So they hold you hostage under UN orders. It's all directive. It's a formula. So it's coming here. Just like the sun comes up. You know, the sun's up on the other side of the world at night, and then when it's dark over there, it comes up here. It's coming here. Coming to a town near you. And they're going to start with the big leftist-controlled apartment towers. Perfect prisons. They lock it down, and they say, you can come out once we come in door to door the next week. They told them you're locked in for weeks. Once we get you cleared and tested, those that aren't clear are going to be taken away. Those that aren't clear, you can stay for now. And the media's like, oh, well, the people want more. And the article's like, we want more of this. Well, just locking me down for weeks is too much. Can you test me now? It's all psychologically war games. And these victims just like run into the pits. Like when the Nazis would shoot a group of people and then order the next group to run into the pit. They're like, yes, sir, let me do that. Well, I'm not doing it. And the good news is sheriff's departments, the police departments are waking up. A lot of states are waking up. Every Republican governor said no, except Santa Ana. The Emperor of Texas, Governor Greg Abbott. Very sad to say it, he's fallen to Mordor. He's knelt to Satan. But here is the UN Director of Offensive Emergency Medical Operations, who codified the plan with China. Here he is telling you, we're coming to take your kids. Here it is.
And at the moment, in most parts of the world, due to lockdown, most of the transmission that's actually happening in many countries now is happening in the household, at family level. In some senses, transmission has been taken off the streets and pushed back into family units. Now we need to go and look in families to find those people who may be sick and remove them and isolate them in a safe and dignified manner.
And they went on to say, particularly children, a safe and dignified manner. Keep them comfortable. Always get the family. Always get rid of the nuclear family. Official UN policy. That family, that family, that family, that family, that family. What a shameful Irishman you are. Look what you've turned into, you monster. Let's go ahead now and go to Australia at the test site, where they have begun locking down the 20 and 30-story towers. And they just roll it out like it's, we just woke up and we're locked down until the testing. Here it is.
We're in complete lockdown, as in we can't go out for exercise, can't go out for work, we can't go get groceries and any essentials either. You can see police presence on every access point.
I haven't stepped outside, not for a second. I opened my door just to look at some of the food that was dropped to me. You can see this is the food that has been came around 2 a.m. last night. No one expected for someone to go on lockdown, especially in Australia. We didn't expect that. But, obviously there's members of the community who couldn't understand that. Why is it happening to us? Are we different? Do we happen to be a different class of people? But at the same time, I really completely understand because, if you look at if you see the conditions where we live in, the size of these buildings, the communal corridors and lifts that we share, then you will be concerned about, how easily coronavirus can spread in these communities. So this is my house. This is my living room. If you look down, basically I'm high up. So there you go. I can basically see all the towers. So that's the perimeter towers. This is the North Melbourne towers. Yeah, a lot of members of our community are scared of a backlash. We're scared of racial profiling. We're scared of that backlash because right now it actually looks like we're the only people in Australia who are poor. We basically are not heeding to restrictions. We're spreading the virus. We don't care about anybody else, and that's far-fetched from the truth.
So you're going to roll out lockdowns. It's the towers they built, just like Bloomberg and just like Bezos are building the exact towers. The guy lives in a coffin apartment. Looked like it was 300 square feet, literally. Toilet, the same room and everything. Corridors so small you can't walk through them. They're building 3 of those in Austin now that are even smaller. I talked about this yesterday. I said to herd you in. So, of course, now that they've done this to them, it's in the article that starting next week, it's the whole city. Don't worry, we won't be racist. But see, first it's the brown people we shipped in to control and put in the prison. And now once we got it beta tested on them, now we're going to do it to everybody. Everyone will be locked down, sector by sector, and forcibly tested until they submit. And it's all UN run, and it's all coming to you because there's nothing you won't put up with. Just put the mask on. And the next, just take the tracker app. Just let the Global Clinton Initiative into your house to check. Just take the inoculation. Just let us have your kid to drag queen story time with a pedophile. Just let us teach you about NAMBLA. Let us tell your 5-year-old son he's really a girl, and now he has the right at age 9 to chop his testicles off. It's all here. A cult takeover on record. They created it all to end us. It's a scientific extermination system. And I've looked at it up one side and down the other. And I don't go around looking for flying saucers at night, folks, or I don't try to conjure goblins or demons. I've studied the globalists, and they behave like an alien species involved in a systematic dehumanization, takeover, deindustrialization, training us to go into cages, into pens, and to set up a medical tyranny that they admit is here to get rid of us. Now, the globalists themselves say they're following a off-world entity that's given them advanced knowledge, and they have to carry this out so that only they, the elites, give up their bodies, merge with machines. And they wrote books about it, the condition of the public, childhood's end and things back in the 50s. This is their plan. Now, whether they're really getting off-world interdimensional transmissions or not, I don't know. But they're building it. And you will see it happen. They're coming to kill you and your family. Get ready. All right. I'm not normally just going to sing a song. We're waiting on Roger Stone, having perpetual Skype issues, but he's got big breaking news with us here. He told me a lot, but we'll see how much he can say about what's going on. He's just 6 days out from his imprisonment for thought crime. Before we go any further, 4th of July super sale continues, but it is officially going to end Sunday night, Monday morning, because a lot of these items that have been sold out have come back in, but we can only get limited amounts of them because of supply chain issues. And so I'm going to end the sale before a lot of these sell out so we can fund ourselves. And so we have store-wide free shipping, double Patriot points, but on these particular items, Lung Cleanse, 50% off after being sold out for months. Vitamin Mineral Fusion, 50% off after being sold out for months. That's so good for adults and children. Vasobeat, so good for cardiovascular, creates key compounds that are known to be in the beet extract that are so good for you. Out of stock for months, finally back in stock. DNA Force Plus, the PQQ and the CoQ10, sold out for months and finally back in stock. Winter Sun, 50% off, sold out for months and finally back in stock. Ultra 12, sold out for months, now back in stock. Body's Ultimate Turmeric Formula, sold out for months, now back in stock. And here's something else. With all the stuff that's going on, use the lull in the storm. As I told you, more lockdowns are coming. It's going to intensify the depression, supply chain problems. They don't want to create a depression that's too bad. That's why they squeeze, let off, but it's incredibly dangerous. You need to get high-quality storable food. We have the best company. They have the highest quality. It's all packaged very, very well the last 25 years. It's something you're going to need in the next few years, I believe. But it's no problem because it's insurance you can eat. And with inflation on the horizon, I think we'll probably have quite a bit in the next 5-10 years. This is a great way to put something into the bank that'll taste great in a couple of years and save you money. So I would get your orders in now while it's 3 to 4 weeks for delivery. They got over that big hump, got it all delivered while you still can, because I predict you're going to see even bigger runs on storable food and things than we saw earlier this year. That's what I really think is going to happen. I think things are just going to get crazier from this time on out. Now, we are joined, ladies and gentlemen, by Roger Stone with breaking information. Just 5.5, 6 days from having to report to federal prison. And he's also got analysis on an unprecedented censorship. Bolsonaro is under the same attack, saying that his fans aren't allowed to talk about him or post his speeches or material. Well, now Facebook has done that to Roger Stone on Facebook and Instagram. Well, cracks down on inauthentic activity. So ahead of his pardon, or ahead of his clemency, or ahead of him having to go to prison, if the president doesn't act, they are silencing everyone that might cry out against this in another giant authoritarian exercise of evil. And as I said, they're also doing it to Bolsonaro. Here's Reuters, the exact same thing, cracking down on inauthentic information and, quote, a disinformation network. And they say Bolsonaro sending any Facebook messages from his campaign to fans is disinformation, because the ADL and the UN decide what is official, not just here, but worldwide. So this is a total hijacking of the telecommunication system worldwide, and is next generation warfare that the Pentagon and the president must grow up to or be totally captured by it. But we are in World War IV right now. It's an information war. Roger Stone, thank you for joining us.
Alex, I'm great to be back with you. I apologize that we couldn't get our Skype up.
No problem. Let's just get right into it, my friend.
Well, right now I'm wearing an Alex Jones Did Nothing Wrong t-shirt that I was hoping you could see. But in any event, I'm glad to be with you.
What do you want to get into first?
Well, we just had developments only minutes ago in the U.S. District Court of Appeals. I'd like to jump into that real quick. Just as a quick review, as you know, when we learned that the current Department of Justice and U.S. Bureau of Prisons policy of releasing those inmates convicted of nonviolent crimes from prison to home confinement because of the dangers of COVID-19 apply for creepy porn lawyer Michael Avenatti, who stole $25 million, Michael Cohen, the ex-Trump lawyer convicted of financial crimes who became a witness against the president, and Rick Gates, Paul Manafort's former bagman, who got a 45-day sentence for multi-million-dollar tax crimes in return for false testimony against me. They are all in home confinement, but Roger Stone, at 57 and with a long history of pulmonary problems, mostly asthma, must report to prison next Tuesday. So Judge Jackson ruled, despite all precedent in her circuit and others for compassionate release, despite the reports of outstanding tests of COVID at the prison where they want to send me, despite the policy of the DOJ and FOP, and despite extensive medical records and tests and studies supplied to her by my physician, she ordered me to prison. We immediately appealed that order. The government did not, under Bill Barr, oppose the order. They did support it, but they did not oppose it, which is significant. Minutes ago, we filed an immediate appeal. The issues have not changed in the slightest, other than the fact that now there are confirmed cases at the prison they want to send to me in Georgia. But in a stunner, the government has now completely flipped, and now they support sending me to prison in just, I guess, 5 days now. Given the fact that none of the facts in the case have changed, other than to my benefit, because there were a number of outstanding COVID tests that the Bureau of Prisons still didn't have results on, I can't understand the government's position. I cannot understand how they justify.
Now, Harvey Weinstein only spent a few months after being convicted of brutal rape. How you, guilty of thought crime, are about to be sentenced to possible death if you believe their whole COVID situation. And it's true, eating prison food, you don't get D3, you don't get zinc. I mean, who knows what they'll pull on you in prison. I'd be worried about them, lining up somebody to beat you to death like they like to do to people they want to get rid of. And it will be on the judge's head if you get hurt in that prison, because no doubt it'll be the Clintons who are doing it. I know you don't want to scare your wife, but now's the time, Roger, to really talk about the reality. I wouldn't be worried about COVID if I was you. I'd be worried about them, trying to Jeffrey Epstein you, because you're a big embarrassment to them, and they don't want you to be able to be pardoned by the president. He must pardon or give you clemency now.
Well, I think that it's really very obvious. The reason they want to send me to prison now is because they cannot afford for my appeal of my conviction to come to hearing, which would be about a year now. Because then, when we finally get to a courtroom that isn't controlled by Judge Jackson, all of the facts will be exposed. The epic corruption of my trial, the epic corruption of the jury forewoman and at least one and perhaps two other jurors, the epic corruption of the prosecutors who defrauded the court on multiple occasions and I think engaged in other misconduct. My case remains under seal, so I can't discuss those things today, but in the proper forum, they will all be exposed, and I really believe that I will be exonerated.
Oh, you will be. I know what you're talking about. You're not allowed to get into it, because stay there, Roger. Let's come back and talk about the massive censorship. This is all bigger than Roger Stone. We are all Roger Stone right now. Infowars.com. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am your host, Alex Jones, and we've got Roger Stone on the phone with us here, 5 days out from being sent to prison for a thought criminal. And Congressman Matt Gaetz came out yesterday when the media was gloating and saying, you're going to prison, you're not going to get a pardon, and said, think again, Roger Stone's not going to prison. And Sean Hannity and a lot of other folks that have talked to the president have said the same thing is about to happen, but Roger's not talked to the president while he doesn't know. So talk about being on the edge of his seat. Roger Stone should not disproportionately bear the burden of corrupt Mueller investigation. Gaetz also came out yesterday, it was all over the news, and said that Roger Stone is not going to be going to prison, so the left out there shouldn't hold their breath. I want to talk about that briefly with Roger. Roger, 5 days out, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, my faith is in God. I mean, in all honesty, I've been very forthright about the fact that I've been able to hold up and fight this through. I've had the serenity and the strength to keep fighting only because I was reborn. I reaffirmed my belief in Jesus Christ back in January on the advice of Reverend Franklin Graham, and I never looked back. And I'm telling you, Alex, I reaffirmed my faith in Christ on a Saturday. I confessed my sins. I decided to get right with Jesus and try to walk in his way. And Monday morning, the story hit the fan about the jury corruption completely exposed in my case. It was like overnight. So God works in mysterious ways. This is in his hands, which is why I'm confident. I really believe that everything will be fine, because the Bible tells us God will never desert you. He will always protect you. So I feel pretty good. Now, do I have inside information? No, I don't. I'm encouraged when I read this from Matt Gaetz, because he is a close friend and protege of the president, but he's not returning my call, so I couldn't tell you what it means. But it sounds pretty good, and it calms my wife down some, so we're just hoping for the best. I'm going to keep fighting, no matter what. But the reason they have to silence me is so obvious. If I were allowed to remain out of prison pending appeal, and I get to appeal, they will all be exposed, and they know it.
Well, Roger, I mean, the way they want you as this shrunken head, as this token of their victory, even the New York Times says about me, if you can just bankrupt Jones and shut him down or put him in prison, it'll be a consolation prize. But then we've got to get all of Trump's other supporters, even if Trump's removed, we've got to level them. We've got to burn them down. We've got to destroy they're talking about America. They literally want to drive us into submission and dominate us.
Well, I understand that, but although we are not committed to illegal tactics, I'm just as committed to fighting them as they are to fighting me. It is outrageous that they're going around the country tearing down statues of George Washington and Thomas Jefferson and Abraham Lincoln. But when black people are pulling down a statue of Frederick Douglass, this shows how ignorant they are. This shows how this has no point. It is violence for the sake of anarchy, violence for the sake of destruction. They have no plan for America. And I know many patriots in this country are not going to let that happen. They're not going to let them cancel our democracy. This next election is going to be the most crucial election in our lifetime. and they're going to cheat, and we're going to have to fight it out in the courts in the end, in my view. Thank God the president has appointed so many conservative jurists, fair-minded, honest conservative jurists.
Well, I don't know if that's the case, though, reflecting Gorsuch and Kavanaugh ruling against him on his tax returns today, 7-2. I know he's appointed over, 300 judiciary now? Well, it's thousands total, but, at the highest level. What do you make of that?
Boy, are they going to be disappointed when they find nothing whatsoever wrong in the president's tax returns. Nothing. They're going to find nothing. I mean, they're going to find that he paid a huge amount of taxes. They're probably going to find out that he used deductions that are perfectly allowable under the law to save paying taxes. But if he didn't do that, he'd be too stupid to be president.
Well, they already got some earlier ones and went, oh, look, he would put money in family trust. That's what every rich person does. But that's just standard, go to an accountant and do that. Go to a CPA or a tax lawyer if you've got any extra money. Not even rich people, middle class folks do that. Speaking of making things up, they're all over the news saying you use disinformation groups and that you're all over Facebook and Instagram, so anyone promoting you is going to be banned. And it's the same group that put out Russiagate hoaxes. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it turns out that some outfit out of New York that is financed by 2 Wall Street firms, we're digging into that because I just have a suspicion we're going to find Soros money sooner or later, put together this extraordinarily fabricated dossier, let's call it, in which they claim that I owned hundreds of fake Facebook accounts in the names of other people. Let's be clear. I've never owned one fake Facebook account in the name of another person. They suggest that I set up and controlled a vast network of fake sites to promulgate false information. Now, it's clever because it winds in and out with perfectly legitimate, legal, fully authorized political activity. I mean, there's no question. On my own Facebook pages, which are clearly identified as mine, on my own Instagram accounts, I have called out reporters who promulgate the fake Russian.
Sure, they're saying you communicating with people, and then people on vacation with their dogs in Colorado putting a link to it. They're claiming that's a sock puppet of you, and you've never met him. I mean, I went and looked at this. It's unbelievable how they defame Bolsonaro. Reuters reports they just did the same thing to him. They're saying if his office or campaign ever even sends messages out to Facebook fans telling them thank you or responding back, that's disinformation.
Well, you're absolutely right. So in other words, if a person out there who has their own Facebook account where they post about their kids and their grandkids in their car and music and concerts and food and so on, but they happen to put up a post that is favorable to Roger Stone, they got shut down yesterday, despite the fact that I might not even know who they are. The claim that I used fake Facebook posts to post some of the WikiLeaks disclosures, demonstrably, provably false. So these guys in New York, Graphica, and this woman who did the same kind of con job for the Senate Intelligence Committee, they will have ample opportunity to show their proof. Because, Alex, money has poured into my legal defense fund in the last 24 hours when I put out an appeal based on stopping the censors. I'm going to sue the crap out of all these people because this report is a pack of lies. Here's the other point. If you're a journalist, say with the Wall Street Journal, perfect example, and you report this as a fact without saying allegedly or may have, I'm coming after you too.
Roger, you are absolutely right. Again, that's why when I say we're all Roger Stone, they're coming after everybody. I could play CNN clips, MSNBC clips, New York Times articles where they say, after we get Trump and Roger Stone and Alex Jones and all of Trump's friends, we're going to punish all these people at every level. We're going to go after millions of people. I mean, these are terrorists. These are authoritarians. These are the real McCoy. These are the enemy. Roger, you still there? Well, that ended on a good note with Roger, so it's okay. His internet was cut off today, probably an accident. He's paid his bill. His computers keep getting, well, he got SWAT team. He got SWAT team by 23 FBI agents that grabbed everything. And then they left an actual wrong hard drive with a camera footage on it. Roger, you there? I've learned when to tap out, guys. I know when to tap out, all right? I have my instincts. I'm ready to tap out. Roger's not there. I'm not going to, the most amateur thing on talk radio, Howard Stern does this where he has prank callers call a radio station and then act like they're a guest or a caller and then go, hello, and then say a little something and then not be there. And then say a little, I have a pet peeve, and it's that. Roger's cell phone's out. And so I'm not going to do this thing where I go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back. I'm not doing it. Anyways, the ongoing technical difficulties are fun. They are fun, and I refuse to wallow in them. Like, I'm going to go off air. I'm leaving. I refuse to be part of this crap. I'm telling you, man, because it's not that. It's the doing it over and over and over and over and over and over again. The failure, the criminals everywhere, and the devil doctors killing all the old people, and the liars like Bill Gates, and we all just sit here while they crap all over us. Okay, there is the UN. Well, Sacha Baron Cohen says I'm not allowed to talk about this, so it'll have me arrested, but I'm going to talk about it. In fact, get Cohen queued up if we're able to do that. Great crew. I'm not mad at them. It's little amateur pet peeve things I have. That we're done with that body. We're done. We're done. We're done. 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 Ever again. Ever again. Ever again. All right.
If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
This is our country at its very best. What an incredible achievement.
Of course, the coverage and admiration for Mount Rushmore was business as usual for Bernie Sanders and later Barack Obama. CNN's Jim Acosta even referred to Barack Obama's stop at Mount Rushmore as a fitting stop for a presidential contender in 2008.
Donald Trump chose the most grandiose symbol of U.S. imperialism on Earth to usher in a very on-brand star-spangled spectacle. Complete with fireworks and military flyovers, it was Trump's predictable way of throwing red meat to his base.
While the left triggered their petty tyrant New World Order response by claiming that television icon Mary Hart was flashing the white power symbol as she introduced Donald Trump.
Thank you to you incredible audience. You have been here for hours today, and it was only 125 degrees out here in the sun.
That same group crying in their 4th of July cupcake has no comment when it comes to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez spreading the same vicious KKK symbols. Meanwhile, President Trump gave America the best fireworks show the White House could muster under a tsunami of propaganda.
1776 represented the culmination of thousands of years of Western civilization and the triumph of not only spirit, but of wisdom, philosophy, and reason. And yet, as we meet here tonight, there is a growing danger that threatens every blessing our ancestors fought so hard for, struggled, they bled to secure. Our nation is witnessing a merciless campaign to wipe out our history, to defame our heroes, erase our values, and indoctrinate our children.
It sounded like a Stephen Miller speech, and that is something that appeals to the parts of the president's base that he really focuses on. This is wartime conservatism, this belief that conservatives are at war trying to protect the country from change. That message, I know it resonates well with the Hannity base, but I don't think this speech made any sense unless you had watched hundreds of hours of Fox News and you had read all of Newt Gingrich's books. You know, you have to be fully plugged in to the narrative that the right wing is selling on radio, TV, and online. But it was in such contrast to what is the biggest cultural event, entertainment event this weekend, right? What's the biggest moment this weekend? It's the release of Hamilton on Disney Plus, the streaming service. You know,
yes, this resonates with the core, but painting everybody who doesn't fully support the president's policies across the board as anarchists and
the man is a coward. I say that clearly. I say it out loud. Donald Trump is a physical coward.
Independence Day weekend, President Trump will be at Mount Rushmore, where he'll be standing in front of a monument of 2 slave owners and on land wrestled away from Native Americans, told that be focusing on the effort to, quote, tear down our country's history.
The nation's ideals and principles are being questioned.
When you carve out, 4 white men who were colonizers who committed genocide against indigenous people, and for that to be okay in society today is fundamentally wrong.
Tired of the American people turning against themselves in a house divided, making science partisan, and not blaming the Chinese Communist Party for killing Americans, for putting us out of work, and destroying trillions of dollars of our wealth. And I think that's a message that should be carried to the MSNBC audience, Ali, and I just don't hear it. It's all about Trump this, Trump that. He's the bad guy. He's the bad guy. If he's the bad guy.
As Trump derangement goons expressed their deep hatred for our country in the streets, celebrating the 4th of July by tossing the Columbus statue into Baltimore's Inner Harbor. Total stupidity reigns among the disconnected Marxist cultural revolution brown shirt machine that is still supposedly protesting the death of George Floyd long after the police officers responsible have been arrested and after Minneapolis was declared a disaster area by the governor. John Bound reporting.
You know, it gets me really upset to see all the political prisoners being persecuted in this country and to see the corrupt communist Chinese that oppress their own people by the hundreds of millions absolutely setting the standard worldwide and have the United Nations be the only information allowed to be on U.S. news, and that medical doctors that disagree with it are shut down. And now, in Australia, whole apartment buildings are being locked down, and the police are saying you can't even leave thousands of people for weeks until we come test you for COVID-19. This is extreme medical martial law over a virus that they've totally overblown and lied about, and they've covered up treatments for not just this, but other pneumonias that are 100%. So I apologize to listeners, and I apologize to Roger Stone. He won't mind. He knows me well. that when he had Skype problems, then audio problems, and then was back and forth on the phone, then I blew up and said, look, I'm done. Not with him. I hate that game. And I'm legitimately pissed off about this all the time. I dream about the lockdown and the New World Order now. I don't even have regular dreams anymore. My wife doesn't. It's all we talk about. It's a total fraud, and there's all these compliant people wearing masks everywhere, which means they're going to accept the forced inoculations. It's a progressive rollout. Spain's the only other country that's locked down whole apartment buildings and gone and forcibly tested. And now Australia's doing it. It's coming here. And even if it wasn't coming here, I'd be pissed. This is Hitlerian stuff. And then I sit there and I have all the data. Remember the Clintons 3 months ago, 2 months ago? We have the videos. Clinton looking like the Cheshire Cat saying, it's really great, Chelsea, and everybody runs it, and we're doing it, and we get the funding. We're going to send several million people to everybody's houses and test them. And, you know, there's people inside that are sick. We're going to take them because it's what you do. That pervert, Jeffrey Epstein, pedophile, rapist, drug addict, piece of filth, has an army of SJW scum with databases, with an Apple, Google app already on all the phones, whether you like it or not, tracking your location to come to your houses as the cover for their domestic security force and do this. I mean, this is it. It's war. And so I'm not just going to, look, they're taking us past the time for talking is the issue. And they know what they're doing. They're pushing us into a civil war. And we're in one now. And they just think it's going to get worse and worse and worse till we do something. Well, we've got a lot of things to exhaust first. I'm going to go out and expose these testing centers and what frauds they are. And I'm going to go back to the governor's mansion. And I'm going to go back everywhere else. And I just, when I see these people wearing masks, they are submitting to the whole program. So when you see that and people say, oh, be tough. Be tough. Oh, be tough and take your inoculation. Be tough and let us have the database. Be tough. Now, you tested positive. We came to your house. Bureaucrats of the Democratic Globalist Party, UN bureaucrats. You know that woman from Harvard that said she wants to kill white people? The Asian lady? I didn't need to know she worked for the UN. Turns out she does. Almost every time you hear some professor or some academic say they're going to kill white people, they work for the UN. It's the United Nations that enslaves the world, brings in third world populations they control in coffin apartments, set the precedent enslaving them, and then enslave everybody else. And so, so it just absolutely drives me crazy. You know, and I just sit here, and I deal with this, I watch this, I put up with it. It's total globalist war against everybody. And then Sacha Baron Cohen will play the clips when we come back. He says you will be arrested if you talk about replacement migration. He is my Lord, my master, my king. And so I'm going to show you the articles out of Europe, and I'm going to show you the articles out of the United States from the United Nations, where they say they're going to break down the third world and flood us with the third world because they will control them and they will brainwash them in the camps before they get them here. And Dan Lyman is an expert on this. He lives in Europe, and he runs EuropeWars.com. We're going to talk about this because I told you this is going to cause a depression here, collapse of the third world. They're going to see giant surges into the West by early next year, if not before. The UN's controlling it. They're building up the refugee centers. They're preparing. They're brainwashing millions to break through like you saw in Guatemala, break through like you saw in Greece, break through like you saw in Macedonia, break through like they tried to do in Romania and Hungary, with the client governments directing them, and then 90% years later never even have a job because they don't even let them get jobs. They keep them in these giant compact city areas as a weapon that if the indigenous population does not submit to them, they then unleash them in a tidal wave of attacks. And Macron says, we're going to replace the French with 230-something million Africans, and that the new Frenchman will be African. And they have TV ads saying, the new Swede is Somali. The new Frenchman is Algerian. And again, and whites are bad. It's total war. The UN has already oppressed and used the third world and brought China in to control Africa. And now they turn it around as it collapses, and they run the COVID hoax and throw those people against us. And they sit back, just like in the old From Russia With Love James Bond movie, where there's 3 Chinese fighting fish, and the one goes in and kills the other, but it's weak, and then the other one comes in for the kill. And that's all the globalists are doing, is playing us all off against each other. And it makes me extremely angry. It makes me extremely frustrated. It makes me come to the point and come to the level of just absolutely being at another point in my life, just where it's all 100% true, it's all 100% criminal, it's all 100% a lie. You can prove all of it to be disinformation, all of it to be authoritarian, all of it to be predatory, all of it to be absolutely wicked and diabolical and sick and degenerate. And if you heard about a psycho doing 1 billionth of this, he'd be the greatest psycho on earth. I mean, this makes Hitler look like a choir boy. This makes Mao look like an amateur. This makes Stalin look like a nincompoop compared to what they're doing. It's all so concerted and so ridiculous, and people are so into submission. And I know so many people that work here in the office that try to go to the local grocery store and say, hey, state law says if I have any disorder, meaning I have anxiety, meaning I have asthma, I don't have to do this, but I don't have to tell you by law what I have. And they said, listen, wear this face helmet, the big face shield. And the lady points out to him that works there, she goes, oh, that somebody else wore? You believe all this as if that protects you? It's about do what we say. Walk separated like we say. And now they're saying, oh, don't sing if you're in the choir. And now they're going to reopen the theme parks, but they're watching you. If you yell or scream on the roller coaster, you will be kicked out. It's a cult. It's a cult. It's a cult. And first cults always try to get you to not use a few certain words. I mean, in the Spanish Communist Revolution, it was just señor or don. Don't call somebody sir. Just a respectful term. You know, it's in Old English, Old Spanish, all of it. You'd get in trouble for that later, you'd get arrested. And then they had hundreds of words you couldn't use. But now they tell us you don't use the word family. You don't use the word Jesus. You don't use the word America. You don't use the word American flag. You bow to us, a ravenous, psychotic, demonic cult of evil people that absolutely must be resisted. And then Sacha Baron Cohen says that if they catch you talking about a UN plan for replacement migration, you will be censored. And if you do it again, we will put you in prison. What a dangerous, evil, evil person. What a horrible authoritarian. The closest thing to Joe Stalin, Mao Zedong, or Adolf Hitler I've seen. The real deal. Who then hides behind our First Amendment when he goes out and commits criminal attempted defamation setups of people that they're racist, so they deserve to be put in his camps. Because he doesn't just want to put the real, quote, racist in camps. He wants to put you in a camp so he can piss on you and kick your guts out because he won't feel like he's a real man till he's on top of a pile of American skulls. Well, guess what, Count Dracula? Von Helsing is coming for you. Well, if you're not awake and if you're not upset, you're not paying attention. Dan Lyman, reporter for EuropeWars.com. He heads up, works with Infowars.com now, I don't know, 3 years or so, however long it's been, time flies. He lives in Switzerland, travels all over Europe, covered Davos events, you name it for us. And he and his wife are here visiting family back in the United States. Good to see you, my friend.
Great to see you as well. Always good to be back.
Wow. I want to get into Sacha Baron Cohen and the replacement migration because the Democrats have come out and officially announced that in their platform now, a replacement migration, and to say that the UN will run our open borders once Trump's removed. So it's all official now. But Sacha Baron Cohen says you'll be arrested if you talk about this.
Yeah, and they've actually set that precedent, of course, in other countries such as Sweden and in France. If you speak poorly about the migration situation there, you could face prosecution. You have people that get thrown in jail and fined. Elderly Swedes I've seen that have gotten fined and thrown in jail just for speaking poorly about the situation affecting them in Sweden as it pertains to migration. So I think that the precedent has already been set, and we can look to other countries to see what could be rolled out here in the U.S.
And it's all internationally run. It's all UN globalist plan. In fact, a bunch of Democrat-run cities are now announcing that they're not going to put the color of people up in mugshots. So Europe's already done that for a while.
Absolutely. Recently, there were a couple days ago, there was a bus driver who was he was driving a bus in Bayonne, France, and he asked some of the riders to put their masks on, and they refused. And they ended up beating him into he was brain dead now. He's clinically brain dead, and they haven't released any information about the attackers. And a lot of people are wondering why haven't we seen any information? And that's its scenario plays out very often in Europe, where you don't get very much information when the attack is committed by someone other than, let's say, a white male.
Well, just 2 days ago, a big professor here in the U.S. refused to go along with fake statistics that whites attack blacks more often, and he published the real FBI numbers, and now he's in trouble.
Exactly, yeah, and so that's the truth tellers are getting purged out of academia, off of social media, out of the media, of course. So there's only the narrative, and if you don't speak the narrative, then you're going to get run out of town.
So it's not like we're becoming China. We are like China. I mean, this is hardcore, super grade, 200 proof tyranny. You've got dozens, around 30 or 40 articles from EuropeWars.com that tie all this together. Start getting into what's really happening, the narrative, the truth narrative they don't want to hear, and then we'll get into the attempt to finally break our will completely and complete our journey into world government.
Well, sure, we can talk about the issue at the moment. Of course, that is with COVID, that is with the face masks that we're facing here in the U.S. That I've just now started to experience. Things are a little bit looser in Switzerland, thank goodness. But in other European countries, such as Spain, they've gone really aggressive with the mask laws and the social distancing protocols and all that. So in Spain, they've really set the tone for what could be rolled out in the U.S. as well. And recently they just started opening the beaches there in Spain. To some people are allowed to go, but they have drones patrolling the beaches. They now have a civilian patrol force of over 3,000 people, where they hired people who had lost their jobs or unemployed people in Spain. They hired them on to start these civilian patrols, and now they're walking around the beaches, busting their own fellow Spaniards for infractions on social distancing and all that. So in the past week, since they rolled out this new force, just in one autonomous region of, Andalusia in Spain, they reported over 26,000 incidents, these civilian patrols, ratting them out to the police and to the government, where these people at the beach now, maybe they weren't spread far enough apart or weren't wearing their masks.
And that's the contact tracers here. Remember the Clinton Foundation rolling out. Same in Australia. It's global.
Absolutely, and it is rolling out globally. So that's in Spain, and in Spain, we look at that as kind of like the test case for what they're rolling out, because they've been really strict there. They have had one of the strictest lockdowns. They recently said that the mask laws are going to stay in place until there is a cure or a vaccine for Spain for coronavirus. So that's what the Spaniards have to do.
Then you'll have to have the medical ID. You've had the vaccine.
Yep, absolutely. Denmark just announced today that they are rolling out a COVID-19 passport for travelers. So if Danish travelers want to go abroad, they can bring this so-called passport with them to assure other authorities that they are coronavirus free. So we're seeing it, yeah.
I mean, this is so classic evil.
It is. It's really crazy. So I'm just back into the U.S. for the first time since the coronavirus all hit, and I'm shocked at the compliance from everyone here. I find it a little disturbing the way that people are just rolling over to every little thing that's presented in front of them that they're supposed to do, while at the same time people are allowed to go out and protest if it's for the SJW agenda.
Oh, I have a stack of articles where they're saying Trump's responsible for the nationwide outbreak, but 26 million marching for George Soros, Black Lives Matter operation, they're all good and have nothing to do with it.
Right. They're even publishing articles now saying that the Black Lives Matter protests may have actually slowed the spread of coronavirus.
That's right.
You can't make this stuff up.
I mean, they're now saying that 2 + 2 = 4 is racist.
And it is.
Please continue with what's going on, Dan.
Sure. We can get into, well, we've gotten into Spain a bit there. Of course, what I find so interesting is that they're able to roll out, overnight pretty much, is 3,000 people they're able to hire to patrol the beaches of Spain to check for people obeying these social distancing protocols. However, you have hundreds of migrants are landing on the beaches of Spain that has been happening now for a couple of years now, hundreds of or thousands, depending on how you extrapolate.
It's hundreds a day.
Right, exactly. So you have them landing on the beaches, on the islands. You have them actually landing on the Canary Islands off of Africa, but they can't seem to muster up any forces to patrol the beaches for that kind of infraction. And so it's amazing how they're able to really crack down and clamp down when something happens that they feel like they need to control, but when they need to control the borders, they all of a sudden can't do that.
And by the way, George Soros is on record with U.S. money. Trump finally cut it off, funding this through the UN. This is UN paid for. Those Zodiac boats just coming in.
Absolutely. As we uncovered last year, we were the first English-speaking outlet, if I'm not mistaken, to uncover this story. We discovered, based on monitoring the Croatian media, that the Croatian police officers there were finding that migrants that were coming up through the Balkans were actually carrying UN, EU marks, MasterCard debit cards that were preloaded with money that they were spending once they reached Europe. And we were actually the first outlet to report that.
And they denied it, but then later admitted it.
Exactly. And actually, thank goodness, Hungary really, they took notice of the story as it started to spread around and other outlets started carrying it. And they actually pressured the EU into admitting that they had issued millions of these cards with tens or hundreds of millions of dollars worth of money loaded onto them for the migrants to spend as they made their journey into Europe.
And the end game is totally way down Europe, collapse it, bring in world government, because only the UN can then control the borders. We have to capitulate to UN world government, or they'll keep flooding us.
Absolutely, and it's going to continue on. Things did slow down a tiny bit with coronavirus and the border shutdowns, but they are picking up again, as we've seen many reports that the illegal and legal migration to Europe is on the upswing.
And we've got the articles in Europe and the United States. The illegal aliens, the migrants, they're exempt from all the rules. So are the homeless. They'll leave them alone. It's incredible.
It is. Actually, one of the really interesting stories, which we can get into a little bit later, of course, but to touch on, in the UK, they actually have this situation where we have migrants, thousands and thousands of migrants are pouring across the English Channel. And Nigel Farage has gone from being a politician, statesman, to being in the field journalist. And he's been reporting on this really.
And the police come after him.
Absolutely, absolutely. And what he discovered was that few to none of the migrants are actually being tested for coronavirus on their way in. So they're just being brought into the country and then funneled right into the interior of the country.
Because it's all just an excuse to have power grabs, set up a domestic security force, forcibly inoculate us and make us take apps on our phones to track us. It's all official, and it's coming, folks. They're never going to stop the lockdowns till you submit. They're going to say, you better submit. It's your fault. We're not letting the lockdown in. We're being held hostage. Get out of the Stockholm Syndrome. You can either roll over to this world government takeover that operates under the guise of medicine and humanitarianism, or you can expose it. The only way they've been able to get away with it this far is control the dominant media, dumbing the public down, and now censorship. You look at the footage a few years ago of millions of people trying to slam into the Guatemalan border, hundreds of thousands breaking across, the caravans advancing. That was a UN test. Without excuse me, of how we respond, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've seen a lot of the same warnings coming out from these international agencies, basically in Europe and the United States, saying that the coronavirus, the fallout from the coronavirus, the economic fallout, and also if there are breakouts in the camps, that basically that would drive migration surges into both of our continents. So however, you know, they need to, they spin this agenda to make sure that we're on the notice that there will be millions of migrants coming into our countries, whether we like it or not. Oh yeah, this footage. This is actually, I believe this is Spain. And so they can't find a way to patrol those beaches when they have hundreds of foreigners pouring in, but they can find a way to bust you and your family if you're not wearing masks on the beach.
And a lot of this is mixed in with Greece, who actually did fight for a while. Italy stood up for a while, but then Italy had a communist government put back in charge recently.
Absolutely, and they are starting to take far more migrants again. And a lot of these migrants, they are known to be infected with coronavirus. They'll be out on these ships, on the NGO ships out of the Mediterranean. And at first, there'll be a little bit of pushback from the governments. They'll say, no, we can't take this next boatload. But then the captains on board or the people that are working on, they'll say, oh, there's a bunch of migrants they're very sick or they're trying to commit suicide. You have to let us in. This is an emergency. And so they always do find a way to land these boats with hundreds of migrants.
And now it's happening across the English Channel.
Across the English Channel. That was the footage that you were just rolling there. Nigel Farage, he's been documenting this. He's really been a hero about this. We have already hit a record for the year, I believe, and we're only about halfway through now, of course, for the amount of migrants that are coming across the channel there from France into the UK. Farage is projecting that on the current pace that they're on, they might have 7,000 reach by the end of the year. And that's just the known numbers. That's just the ones that they record. Farage has also done a great job of documenting the fact that the French Navy and the UK border force are cooperating with each other to basically guide the migrants into UK water, and then the border force will pick them up and load them onto ships and bring them over to the shore. And the amount of migrants coming over is so heavy at this point that they have charter buses, big coach buses waiting for them.
But then when he goes to the coastline and shows it, the police later, this is on the news, come to his house like he's a criminal, even though journalism is, quote, essential under their own rules.
Right, exactly.
All color law. So a former member of the EU Parliament, British Parliament, could have been the Prime Minister, one of the top people in Europe. He doesn't have rights, but the illegal aliens do.
Exactly, and that should worry everyone. If someone as powerful as Nigel Farage doesn't have the ability to just go and report. The initial reports he was doing, he was merely standing near the ports. And
a gentleman, well-spoken, and now they're trying to, the ADL's trying to shut him up. Let's go over this. Here's the United Nations. This is InfoWars. 2 years ago, Paul Joseph Watson revealed UN plan to flood America with 600 million migrants. And then the news came out and said it was false. You know, they admit it was true. They said, well, but they don't really mean it. UN Migration Pact crumbles, attention drawn to disturbing replacement migration plan. Here is the migration plan from the UN's own website saying exactly what we just said. France says they want 230 million people, that the new Frenchman will, quote, be an African. And again, nothing against Africans or anybody, but you don't use the UN as a weapon, bringing people in, then they put them on welfare to control them as a political weapon. This is suicide. And so let's talk about some of this, because if you speak out against this, Facebook blocks you. If you talk about it on Twitter, they do. And that's under Southern Poverty Law Center and ADL orders. So here's Sacha Baron Cohen, just last November, the official spokesman for ADL, who lives behind the First Amendment, commits a lot of these things I think are crimes, setting up innocent people to then put them on the news as criminals themselves. Here's this monster that hides behind the First Amendment, talking about how, before they took Facebook over, that, oh, if you let one person organize something in Burma or in here or there, or Myanmar or wherever, we're going to blame the owner of it as if you did it. Even though if Sacha Baron Cohen, has somebody that watches his movie and goes and commits a crime, he's not to blame. Or he has a website, somebody says I'm going to kill somebody on a message board. He has that federal law that protects him. But he's saying let's go after Zuckerberg if he doesn't submit. This was in November. Zuckerberg has now submitted and said that the ADL and Southern Poverty Law Center now officially run and control what can be on Facebook. And now you see them banning Bolsonaro, banning Roger Stone. This is the tyranny that we now live under. Here it is.
And maybe fines are not enough. Maybe it's time to tell Mark Zuckerberg and the CEOs of these companies, you already allowed one foreign power to interfere in our elections. You already facilitated one genocide in Myanmar. Do it again and you go to jail. There is such a thing as objective truth. Facts do exist.
It comes out of your mouth.
And if these internet companies really want to make a difference, they should hire enough monitors to actually monitor. Work closely with groups like the ADL and the NAACP, insist on facts, and purge these lies and conspiracies from their platforms.
Like Hitler did?
And I'm talking about this today because I believe that our pluralistic democracies are on a precipice, and in the next 12 months, and the role of social media could be determinant. Now, British voters will go to the polls while online conspiracists promote the despicable theory of the Great Replacement, that white Christians are being deliberately replaced by Muslim immigrants. Americans will vote for president while trolls and bots perpetuate the disgusting lie of a Hispanic invasion.
Hispanic, how about open border? We can't do that. Mexico can't have that. And then there's one more clip. Let's play the clip about the evil Alex Jones. Here it is.
And that trigger outrage and fear. It's why YouTube recommended videos by the conspiracist Alex Jones billions of times. It's why fake news outperforms real news, because studies show that lies spread faster than truth. And it's no surprise that the greatest propaganda machine in history has spread the oldest conspiracy theory in history, the lie that Jews are somehow dangerous. As one headline put it, just think what Goebbels could have done with Facebook. On the internet, everything can appear equally legitimate. Breitbart resembles the BBC. The fictitious protocols of the Elders of Zion look as valid as an ADL report.
You know, I'm not talking about Jews here on air. I'm talking about the ADL, an organization that has their spokesperson, the radio teleprompter, saying purge people, arrest people, imprison people if we don't have fact checkers trained by you. You're saying if you don't let us run and control what you say, we're going to purge you, we're going to arrest you, we're going to imprison you, and then you start spouting off about Jews in the middle of it, so you can then hide behind that while you're calling for communist Chinese-style takeover. Unbelievable tyranny. Dan Lyman.
This is the same way they try to silence anyone talking about George Soros. If you recall, anytime you bring up Soros, they say that's anti-Semitic, which is just crazy. No one ever, I mean, not a lot of people, I've never heard you say anything about that. It's because George Soros is evil. It's because George Soros is funding so many of these programs. We know he's funding all of these district attorneys all over the country now that are allowing rioters.
Yeah, I mean, he's evil. And Sacha Baron Cohen is evil. There are evil Jews. There are evil Africans. There are evil Christians. I mean, the Pope is bad. Sacha Baron Cohen is a flaming authoritarian monster. I mean, he's the very definition of what is super deadly.
You can see it in his face. People years ago would have just associated him with Borat and this comedic.
He's a chameleon, but that's the real guy right there, a monster.
Exactly. That's what I was getting at. Exactly.
Look at him. I mean, if you saw a guy like that walking down the street, you wouldn't think a Jew. You'd think Count Dracula.
Right.
I mean, you'd think, run to the hills. That's a monster. Just look at that monster. God. Unbelievable. And now he controls your life, folks. He watches what you do. He's your master. We are back live. I'm your host, Alex Jones. Dan Lyman's with us for a few more segments. We have a special guest host coming up. I'll tell you about in a moment. But listen, the ADL has tried to bait me for years to come out and say that the New World Order is a Jewish conspiracy. I don't believe that. I don't want to make this about one religion or a race or a group. Because a lot of the leftist globalist system even wants to get rid of Israel. They openly say that. When they say Trump's an anti-Semite, the ADLs come out and attack the president. The ADL, just like big tech, just like all these other big corporate front groups, wants control of knowledge. And they all know, well, we had a war with the Nazis, and Americans, know those are the bad guys. So if we call Americans Nazis and say America sucks, we can be the boss over language. That's the left in general. So the ADL wants open borders. The ADL, just absolutely, I see it as a globalist organization. But the fact that now they're front and center, it used to be Southern Poverty Law Center, saying we're the policemen we control, and having their spokesperson say, it's not just him, they say, we want to arrest you for your speech now. I mean, this is really dangerous authoritarianism. And, they've got a 501c deal. They just got a big bailout. The Southern Poverty Law Center needs to be criminally investigated. They've got hundreds of millions offshore. These are just really un-American groups. I don't care whether it's the Southern Poverty Law Center or what the NAACP's turned into. NAACP is a communist organization. Nothing to do with black people. Dan?
Absolutely. They're shutting down our speech, and they use these slurs against us, but they accuse us of being Nazis and all that. But they're the ones really behaving like that in that authoritarian strain where they're just silencing and crushing all dissent.
I'm not purging people.
Right, exactly. And people like us we would like liberty, an open dialogue, open conversation, the ability to say as we please and have peaceful conversations.
Well, he's trying to get people to attack Jews in general. That's what the ADL does, so they can be the representative and then, quote, milk everybody. But Jews are smart. They've really woken up to the ADL. That's why Abe Foxman had to go. They lost a bunch of lawsuits calling people, anti-Semites and trying to be Jewish.
Right, exactly. So
we'll keep going. Sorry.
No. That about wraps it up. For me.
Well, let's get more into all these articles and your report from Europe about what's really happening.
Sure. You were mentioning about how Macron has actually been on record saying that the future of Europe and Africa are one, he says, basically. And he has talked about bringing in 200. He espoused the idea that 250 million migrants over the next 30 years seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I said 30. I went from a lower. Remember, what's the actual articles people can find?
I believe that it's 250 on record.
Yeah, guys, pull it up. Macron bringing 250 million migrants to France. France's future is 250 million migrants from Africa by what, 2040?
I believe within the next 30 years. So by 2050,
okay.
And maybe by 2040, maybe it's 230 by 2040. Yeah. So, and the sheer number of that, I mean, just if it was people from Norway bringing in 200.
There's not even 100 million in France.
Right, exactly. So, and what we're seeing starting to happen now in France and other European countries is that we're starting to see warfare, tribal warfare between different Islamic groups and different groups of migrants. So recently, you had in multiple French cities, this sparked off in the beginning in Nice.
With African Muslims fighting
Chechen.
Chechen Muslims.
Exactly. So.